Futures back in positive territory here as we get things going for a Wednesday. Just getting some Canadian inflation data coming across. 6.8% versus 6.7% for Canadian CPI on the year-over-year number. So a little bit higher than expected, 0.1 on the month-over-month number. Back to the upside again, Canadian CPI. The big number for U.S. markets going to come at 10 a.m. this morning. We get consumer confidence. The first reading for December. It could be a market mover, so make sure you're with us for that. Coming up at 10 o'clock. Otherwise, a ton of individual movers to get to this morning. We have both ICCM and this OP halted currently for news pending, both coming off recent stock splits and an offering, obviously, for ICCM that we talked about late in the day yesterday. Could be pricing that offering. Nothing has come through yet. We'll talk about that, though. CEI, obviously, the other big one with the stock split this morning, back above $4 if you go out split adjusted anyways. Big level on the daily chart. Tesla, new round of layoffs coming and a hiring freeze going into the new year. We've all seen what has happened over the past week or so with shares of Tesla. Back to the downside. We'll talk about that coming up. Apple, an interesting look this morning as well. No real significant news, but big tech could be in play once again. Wednesday, December 21st, 2022, TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, we'll get the quote board up here as soon as it wants to load for us this morning and show you some positive numbers. Good to see. Back to the upside once again, led right now by the Dow. 1% to the upside, 0.76 there for the S&P, about 0.5% for the NASDAQ. Futures here in Toronto, 0.78, still in positive territory coming off that. Again, if you missed it, higher than expected CPI print there for November. Was a 0.1%. Crude oil on a bounce today, 2.25%. A little bit of negativity at the bottom end there for cryptocurrencies once again this morning as we get things going for Wednesday. Good morning, guys. An interesting one setting up here. A number of halts already this morning on these little ones. News pending halts, and it's not even 8:30.
Yeah, and on top of that, we also get, at some point, we get Carnival Cruise Lines reporting their earnings because, you know, they up and decide that they always want to report. Usually, I feel like, I thought it was like 8:45 last time. Apparently, you guys are saying it was actually after 9, which is even worse. But yeah, OP halted. That was a reverse split, 1 to 10. You've got CEI, which I don't think right now is doing the moonshot that everyone was expecting to. I don't think we're terribly surprised about that. You can want there to be another cause M, but a lot of times when everybody is expecting the same thing to happen or anticipating it or wanting that moonshot, there's just too many people involved, and it's almost less likely to happen. Cause M came out of nowhere. I think that's what caused it to be interesting. We'll talk some Nike, FedEx, obviously two big monster stocks on earnings, and both of them breaking out above like one the 200 period, the other the 50 period moving average. And of course the EVs are going to still be in play here today. Boeing is also on my watch. That's been a strong stock lately. Even with a little bit of weakness, Boeing's been a strong one. Looking for some longs there.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well today. It's going to be another good day here in the market as I think this rally, I mean, like we said, we called a little bit of a rally yesterday. It kind of held, and then today you get up 0.6. So that's a nice move here. I'm looking at Tesla. I'm looking at Lucid today. I mean, I think it will be all over Tesla. Tesla was such a great trade yesterday that we had breaking. And again, thanks for all the social media stuff yesterday. A lot of people liking that trade at the end of the day from 140. Look, man, it only took 10 minutes to go down $2 there. 250 down to 137. It's again, my outs aren't here, nor are my ins for some reason, but we did have that one. I'm looking at a 144 break today. See if we can put that into play, or 138 bottom for Tesla. So look, I'm excited. I think it's going to be a good rally day here. The market's been, getting hit a little bit. Tesla's down 60% this year. Cost cutting is a good one. And then I was talking to Randy. He likes the possible the potential for a good quarter coming with the semis and everything like that, hitting their book. So apparently there's a lot of profit to be made there. They're still at like 27, 28% margin on the cars, which is great. That's huge. There's no one else even making profit on electric vehicles right now. So I like Tesla here today. I think that 138 probably holds if we get down there. So we're already bidding 138. I'm looking for a 144 break as well. So yeah, should be an exciting day, man. We're ready to rock and roll. Cherif's at the big desk, looking dapper as per usual there, and hoping that Green Bay does not play Dallas. So.
There he is. Sitting in for the morning with us once again is Cherif. Yeah, interesting comments coming from Elon last night, not only when it comes to Tesla, but when it comes to Twitter as well. If you missed it, Elon saying that he now believes Twitter will be cash flow break even. Yeah, break even by the end of 2023. So interesting look for not only Tesla. If you missed it yesterday, he said he's going to actively look for how did he word it? I think it was someone foolish enough to take over the CEO role at Twitter because everyone on that poll told him to. First segment of the show, guys, is always brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded account up to $1 million and keep up to 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use TTV promo code at checkout. Get yourself 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. A couple of interesting notes. I just saw this one. DoorDash, don't see anything on it, but notably strong here, 1.3% higher in the pre-market, 0.5% for the NASDAQ, currently 0.84. The S&P, guys. But yeah, all going to be focused on Tesla. Some of the big tech names interesting as well. There was that note from the NFL, speaking of, guys, talking to YouTube about Sunday Ticket going to YouTube potentially starting next year?
Yeah, there's obviously been a lot of bidding for some of these NFL properties. Some people thought, hey, Apple might get this. Amazon obviously would have been in the running for it. Not really seeing Alphabet do a heck of a lot off that news, but this is the kind of thing. It's going to get chopped. You're going to have these rights get chopped up. I think it's been a mixed result for Amazon on Thursday Night Football. Some people like it, some people don't, but there's absolutely no denying just how big of an audience that you're going to be reaching there. We just had the World Cup, and obviously in North America, to be the case, that final was the second most watched event of the year, and what was number one? Of course, it was the Super Bowl. So NFL is going to reign supreme in North America. As far as Alphabet goes, I'm not really seeing it's not doing extra volume this morning. It's not up or down more than a percentage point. It's pretty much flat with the overall market. If anything, it's trailing the NASDAQ and the ES just a little bit here. And, I had my eyeballs on 89.5, which you'll see sort of stand out. 2 days ago, we did have a bit of a breakdown, a little double bottom breakdown, and then afternoon resistance, and then it was the same yesterday's top. So if it can get above, it's actually back below. If it can get above that 89.5, this has a chance to go. Just a little bit of disappointment. I don't think, this isn't, the Alphabet's so big that maybe this isn't making too big of a dent here for them, and it might be a bit of a nothing burger. This is more likely to follow the market. It's going to need a rally over 1%, I think, to break this out.
Yeah, I have Google written down here, 91. So I like this breakout for 91. It has nothing to do with the NFL for me. I think Sunday Ticket's fine. It's not, I don't think it's like Neil said there, it's not really a needle turn there or anything like that. But I like this 91 level, especially if we get going. But it hasn't really been moving that great. It doesn't really have, these crazy moves in it like a Meta or even, Microsoft is the biggest for me. But, even yesterday with a little bit of a rally in the market, we opened the day at 88 and we ended the day at 89. So it only had $1 in it yesterday. So maybe it goes. I'm not super interested in this name until 91 breakout. So I like it. It's on the sticky note here for a little bit. Or no, it's on the, it's not on the note. It's on the tweet that I like a couple breakouts here today for these tech names. I feel like the rally, if the rally holds, if it doesn't hold, then we don't have to worry because we don't ever get up to 91. But I like that breakout long through $91. It's, like Neil mentioned, the market's gonna have to go for it. So it's not necessarily on my radar here yet today, but if the market does go, I like a 91 break to 92. So that's $1 right there. So that's what I'm playing. If it gets up there and it looks a little sluggish, then you can fade it through 91. But let's just see if it gets the market going. It's only 128,000 shares. It's It's very small already. It's only 8:40, first of all, so we still have 50 minutes until the market does open up here. These are all New York names, so you're not going to see any NASDAQ, but you can see there's not too much excitement here in the market yet. So, we'll wait. I like Google. I like what they're doing here. I think it's the best name to buy with a very, very solid PE. I think it's still, what is it, still 22, something like that? Let me see, hold on a second, I got to go to GOOG. You can't go to GOOGL because that doesn't show it up. It's even better now, 17. So 18 right now from 22. It's getting hit. I mean, probably when I looked at it was near about $100. Now that you're down to 90, that PE looks a lot better. That's for a name that is a continuous just they have a huge buyback on right now as well, Google. So, I mean, I think that this is a name that if you're going to be buying anything, you might as well get a little bit more Google here. But the market could have a little dump. I mean, COVID's going to be pretty bad in China. Apparently, there's 6 variants or something over there, and that's not good. So, and due to, we're going to talk about cultural appropriation with Avatar, apparently. But, in China, apparently the older culture there, and I don't know what's up with it, but they're not too fond of the vaccine over there either. So I'm wondering if that's going to eventually have a bigger effect. Like China's reporting COVID outbreaks, but yet only 2 or 3 deaths or something nationally. So I think
that's where we're at right now.
I think there's a lot there. But they said that last year, at this time, there was over 60,000 hospitalizations worldwide for COVID-related infections, and now there's only 30,000. And during the peak, it was over 100,000. So it seems like, knock on wood, maybe COVID is not as much of a worry for some of these international companies as it could be, but we'll wait to see on that. So nothing political in that statement, just the fact that we're going to have to watch out for some of these multinationals that operate in China and things like that for possible takedown of numbers, because if they're not able to be open, I mean, that's why
look
Apple,
at Nike.
Exactly, and we'll talk about Nike.
It's one of the only weak spots of the report was the growth in China, which I think slowed by it was actually down 3%, but everything else about the report was fantastic. So yeah, you can't avoid it, right?
No, I mean, Apple's opening up in India now, but that's more cost for Apple. That's the thing. You can put your production somewhere else, but it's going to cost you a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly.
Inflation. I mean, opening up a new plant. I mean, I can't even imagine the costs for that right now with what product and supplies.
But that's a long run view ultimately. That's going to be a good thing. Diversifying your supply chain is ultimately a positive thing. I think Apple's making the right moves, but they're always making the right moves. That's kind of what they do. That's why we all love them so much.
And there's also the flu, apparently, is making
the flu is the real thing.
Huge comeback right now.
Everybody's getting this there's a lot of viral infections going on that are worse than COVID. That's what
I'm glad we're feeling better, though. I mean, Brendan's over there. You're here. Cherif never gets. Oh, no, you were sick. You were sick. He was. I was going to say because this guy's just in immaculate shape over there.
It's ridiculous.
I feel it's like that whole Chuck Norris thing. What did the flu say to Cherif? Slap. It's things like that, but it's the other way around. Cherif dealing with the flu, but no, none of us are sick, so let's move on that. But yeah, I know everything's mutating. People are saying the flu just keeps getting mutated, but that's why every year you have a different shot, right?
Yeah,
they don't know what that flu shot is, but hey. We'll keep our vaccine opinions and everything to ourselves, of course. But we've seen mRNA make some moves lately.
Yeah,
Pfizer going to be back going again. Yeah, I know you don't.
Pfizer that's a strong stock right now.
I smoke and never get sick. Well, you're a lucky Tony Price there. There are some positives and negatives to smoking.
No comment.
I mean, I think that the health concerns there are well documented. Let's move on before we get too crazy here about all that. But Brendan, Google, I like the stock.
Yeah, it's an interesting look. I mean, we were just talking about this, whether you're going to have to pay for the premium or whether it'll be an add-on, or what do you think? Will you watch NFL on YouTube?
I'd offer a bigger price for non-YouTube premium users, and then for YouTube premium users, I'd let them add on for a discount to kind of grab
Makes
people
sense,
that
right?
way,
Yeah.
So there's any number of things they can do. We were just talking about that.
Yeah, it's an interesting look. We'll see if that gets done as far as the deal is concerned. You're the type of guy that likes these little tiny ones. I'm just so everyone's aware, I have the NASDAQ halt page up in front of me. This one is currently halted, OP on the NASDAQ after a stock split. News pending halt. There's also ICCM, also from the other day, halted right now for news pending. So there's no resumption time or no sign of any news on either yet, but I will keep an eye on both of those. I see, Neil, you're already in this one. AMC up on this note. I guess they held talks to acquire some of the Scene World assets that they were trying to divest. They've also come out just right now, in fact, saying that talks didn't go anywhere and they're no longer having talks between AMC and Scene World.
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes it's a good thing picking up things cents on the dollar. When you can, like if you can pick things up at a discount, that's can be a good thing. But you probably know it's that 515 area that I'm just taking that break. We had 5 longs for 2 days in a row. We were shorting 5 when it was beneath. Yesterday I was only going long in front of it, and it could not get through 515. So 515 Monday. Excuse me, Monday late morning, and then you had a 515 top. You're just breaking out of that range. I said I'd have that breakout when it did occur. It already occurred here in the pre-market. So 5 quarter, 530 up into 535, 540. That's over here. If you break this, I just think there's room to the upside. So it's more of a technical thing than anything else. You get that nice little consolidation breakout, stop out underneath it, and then we'll see where it can go. I have a small position in that OP, by the way, which is not showing up on the position board. I'm like, oh, I know why. So the OP isn't showing on the position board because I think I was in this. I started getting a small amount in front of $1 at about 7 o'clock, which is before we turned on the position board. So that's why you're not going to see me in this. I mean, my stop was beneath $1. Just it's a 10 to 1 or 1 to 10, I should say, reverse split on a 15-cent stock. So fair value $1. Worth mentioning, if you do look at yesterday's trade, it's hard to see here. This would be about 120 was the actual bottom down. Yeah, it's kind of tough to tell, but about 120 was the bottom. That was your top when it opens back up. So it's respecting a range that makes sense to me. Like yesterday's floor is the actual ceiling. Based on the close price, 14.7 cents, that'd be $1.47. So if it holds in this channel, I just wanted the long in front of $1. If it can break 120, you could see 150. And if it doesn't break 120, you can still eke out a little bit of a win. And then there was a move in this to like 27 cents the other day. So I think $2 and what did I say? 280. I think upsides to 280 if it really does squeeze. I'm not anticipating any kind of a squeeze, but I want to be prepared for it. And I like that dollar level. The reason you reverse split is because you're trying to regain compliance. So if you don't do that within the first day, like you can't even hold $1 on the first day, it's probably toast anyway. So long in front of $1 is generally a trade I'm going to like.
I was going to talk about CEI. I mean, look, I like AMC down there at $5. I mean, I think that there's, you don't really want to trade APE, you'd rather trade the AMC. I think Cineworld there, like Neil said, it'd be nice, I think, to acquire if depending on the price would be good. I mean, AMC did that deal with the gold mine, remember? So, there's opportunity here for AMC. That $5 looks pretty golden there. 480 looks even better, obviously, if you get down there. I think you could buy any kind of dips here and then play for some kind of strength possibly in AMC. I mean, yesterday, downside move. There's the base out at 480, and then here's the move up today on that news. So I still feel like you want to look at 480 rather than 5, but 5's always a nice even number. So I mean, if it's going to hold, it's going to hold. If not, you relook at that at 480. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait, to get in. Not now. I'm gonna wait more near this $5 mark. But I don't think there's anything wrong with trading a little bit of that, and then Bed Bath & Beyond. Neil said about GameStop before as well. Like, this is only $3. Like some of these names that have, where they've come from and where they are. Like Bed Bath & Beyond, just every day is kind of ticking to the downside here. Yesterday, a complete sort of collapse there into the close. Looking weak again. It's right now at 52-week lows, obviously, 270. This is probably close to all-time lows. I'll have to zoom back, but 270 right there, breaking for Bed Bath & Beyond. I would say we take out yesterday's bottom. It's watch out there. So even though we had the high of 3, that's still a 10% move, right? All the way back down to 270. So, hey, if this market turns itself around to the downside, I mean, I think you just continue to short Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm just going to throw out 100 shares here. Do we have to pay for shorts? Yes, we do. So I'm going to have to find out and get some more shorts on Bed Bath & Beyond, because you guys remember yesterday we sort of just had Carvana out of the blue, hitting this name to the downside. This bounced off $4. Oh, my trades are showing up on Carvana for some reason. There's my short yesterday on CVNA. There's the out at 408. I mean, we got out on the way down. Then we took another piece at 420, another piece there at 415. And then now you're back up upside again. So Carvana 450 looks pretty good. Bed Bath & Beyond breaking the bottom to me even looks better. So let's try to get some Carvana shorts maybe today, see how expensive they are, and then we'll see about Bed Bath & Beyond. And I just paid for shorts on, actually the shorts were 1 cent a share, which were pretty expensive for CEI. I mean, it's not that expensive, but you know, even if you take 1,000, it's $10. So you got to make the penny. Right, and we'll talk about CEI. I think it's on our watch list, is it? If it's not, it is. Okay, it's the reverse split day for CEI, so that's up to $4 again, Brendo.
Yeah, surprisingly quiet so far for CEI. We'll keep an eye on that. You guys mentioned China there briefly. Starbucks, downside on this note this morning. Jefferies cutting to a hold from a buy on Starbucks and lowered their price target. So a little more negativity here for Starbucks. But these are big time levels coming into play for SBUX. Not a lot of volume, however, here pre-market.
You say that, and it's like I'm already finishing my second coffee. It's been a weird morning for me.
Almost
I spilled
done.
like I don't know why I'm saying this, but I spilled yogurt on myself when I was eating my like little breakfast. Like just a frustrating morning. CI is not doing anything. I'm already like downing too many coffees. But I thought the key level on Starbucks was 95 because 95's. You know, 95 is 95, right? Every $5, you guys know. But the 50 period's down at the 95 even. But there is this interesting sort of shelf. I guess, yeah, you have to look at the daily chart to be able to see this 96.5 shelf, and it's breaking down. A lot of times when you see a move like this, you know, doesn't hold 100, you kind of just figure it's trying to and eventually going to get to that 95 level where I could anticipate a bit of a bounce. But man, Starbucks is. This has been a good performer. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just when you break that 100 level, I kind of feel like you're going to maybe an obvious support. And the first one would be the 50-period moving average. After that, you had some price acceptance between 90 and 92. I think you could see some buyers in there. So there's 3 zones that I think are worth watching here on Starbucks. And you know, to me, this is probably one that on the way down, I understand we're going into a recession and whatnot. And everyone has these China concerns for their potential growth, but you know, give me a break. Like if your brand, I understand they have some issues when it comes to some wages and some of the battles going on there. But when your brand is about just charging more and having fantastic margins and people eat it up anyway, it's not like the coffee's any better. To me, that's just a tremendous success. Like I always put, like Starbucks to me is very similar to Apple. And it's like I don't have Apple products, but like everybody in my family does and everybody I know uses them. So I may not be a fan, but I don't care, so I gotta own the stock. And Starbucks, it's like I don't drink Starbucks coffee because I don't get it. I don't understand why everyone's so obsessed with it, but the truth of the matter is they are. So it's a strong looking stock, and I'm gonna favor looking to buy some dips. It'll be 95. I guess we'll see that today maybe, and we can look for that 95. But if I see the 200 period moving average, that's probably a buy. And I'm not saying it's a swing trade because I tend to look at things from a long term. But if it does break channel to the downside early 2023, that looks like a very interesting buy to me. Looking for things if this market, as we're heading to recession, that come down, they're going to give you some value. Yeah, SBUX could get there the way it's turning around.
Yeah, good name there. As we talked about, Brendan talked about China there heading into this name. So, I feel like down 1%. You still want to buy it if you don't own it, but probably a little bit overvalued still. The PE is still pretty ridiculous at 34. So it's not like a great value play by any stretch of the imagination right now. Market cap still over $100 billion for Starbucks. But look, I mean, you sort of got to play the trend here, and it's to the downside. So I like that 1% call here. It's only done 12,000 shares. I don't think it's really going to be something that we're going to look at here right now. But on any move down to 95 there, that's where the 50-period moving average is, right at 95. I like that top right there at 93. So, I think down in here, if we ever get around to that area, that's a buy. So if the market does turn around, like I tweeted out today when we put out the sticky note that I think this rally holds. So if we do get into 93, 94 here, that's the level I like for Starbucks. So you're down to 97 now. Let's see if it does break a little bit lower on some China worries here and that note. So right there, $93. I like that for Starbucks. So hey, I'm a buyer of that. German car makers are competitive. They mustn't fear Tesla, apparently. So that's the German finance minister. That's a surprise. I mean, I'd hope the German finance minister would
What's he gonna say?
that there is some competition. I mean, we know Volkswagen's really strong, obviously, in the electric vehicle spot, and then BMW, Mercedes. I mean, you know, I think that's a pretty obvious comment there.
You seen the Stellantis chart? Stellantis was, you know,
Is that on fire? I haven't looked at it. I just want to see if Tesla.
I haven't looked at Stellantis in a couple of weeks, but that's been a good-looking chart recently. I know.
Yeah, Tesla's still not really moving around here, still bouncing around 140, 50. So not a whole heck of a lot happening there. But again, it would have been a negative note against Tesla because, again, talking about competition, but we all know that that doesn't really exist yet. There isn't too many vehicles, at least here in North America, that you can just get right off the lot. They talked about Tesla selling yesterday the current vehicles that they have rather than, you know, waiting for, you know, yours to get delivered and special requests and all that kind of stuff. So Tesla definitely has some inventory right now. And if you want to buy an electric vehicle, I think Tesla's probably the place to go. But that's the whole problem with the company, right? Is that they've had their best days because they were the only competition. There was no competition. They're the only name in town. And now, as Lindner, German finance minister, states, competition is just around the corner. So, on that note, I like, and I think we'll get to this as well, I like Lucid today. We'll talk about that. We liked it yesterday, got away from it when it broke 725. We'll see if that happens today. I like Lucid again.
Just having a look at BlackBerry here. We'll get you some analyst moves this morning, up and downgrades. This one on that board down 2%. But I was reading this morning, cybersecurity company, BlackBerry, reported down slightly on light volume, back to $4. There it is. Downgrade from Robert Baird. Roblox on here to the downside today. Denny's, and there's Starbucks, as we mentioned. Jeffries. FedEx, we'll get into both these, Nike and FedEx, with good reports, and McDonald's to the upside as well.
I'm just going to throw this one out there. If we crack $1 at some point if BlackBerry cracks $1, I think at some point I would take a shot play on that for the long term. I think they do excellent work in cybersecurity. It's just a matter of like what's the value of it. But Roblox has been in this channel for a while to the downside. And when we got down here last week, I was shorting the 28 level. I got away from it. And it gave you an opportunity yesterday, but at 28.40 marked off here, that's an order, but at 28.40 marked off here. And if we break that channel to the upside, it's a monstrous gap to be filled. Until it happens, you kind of know the deal. It's resistance till it's not. They're catching a downgrade, but this is, when you see a stock this volatile, like how many of these capitulation candles do you see? And then you've essentially been barcoding, whether it breaks 26 down or breaks 28.5 up, does it really matter as a day trader? I don't think it does. I just think, if it makes a move off of this level, you're probably going to get 10% in a day or two. So, I want to come back over to this one after running away from it. I don't want to say running away from it, but I was in a couple of other places looking at other stocks, like a firm on a pop. I was looking for that one yesterday. But yeah, this is a good channel on Roblox. The downgrade, I don't really care too much about that, but it needs to see the edges of these and break out. So your longs in front of 26, your shorts in front of 28.5, and if it breaks out, I just want the break in either direction.
Yeah, I'm actually going to add, I'm going to put this back on the watch list, the sticky note right now. Yesterday we had a 28 break. We actually were able to make, it surprisingly, because yesterday when Roblox, here it is, again, wow. Sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. I don't know. I'm going to see if my Tesla one showed up as well. But there we go. We got a break yesterday in Roblox. It didn't really go. So we were able to get out of pretty much all of it up there at 28.10 or 28.13, something like that was the majority of those outs you could see. And then it dropped below and took a 10-cent hit on the last 10% there for Roblox. Let me see if I can get, so I'm adding 28 break again to that name there. Yeah, so the Tesla break still not showing there down here at 140. So I wanted to see if that was showing up. But I did want to do, apparently there's nothing we could do about it. I mean, I don't know if this is true or not, but there's like a fake TikTok account out there right now. And so first of all, obviously they're using my name, which is crazy, and they're using our brand's name. And I just highlighted this here to show everybody, like this is the kind of basically shit that we have to deal with every day, and so do you guys. Like, I'm sorry that we do have such a good Twitter presence out there that a lot of people are trying to copy us and try to get cash out of your hands. But like, this is not, you see something like this idiot actually has this posted here. Like, obviously he's stealing everything else that we're doing, but when you see stuff like this, that's like must be 18 plus. Like what am I selling? Must be 18 plus. Like trying to make some cash today. You know, like just don't. And I don't know how many people we have watching. First of all, hit the like button if you're watching right now. Right now, just over 4,000 watching. But I mean, the idea behind all of this right now is don't fall for this. And I know our audience is a little more, you know. I was going to say smarter, but the word's not smarter, but intelligent. Like there's a word I'm looking for there. When you're like wise to, wise to scams, like whatever it is. I'm looking at there, but you know, just stay away from that. I'm sorry that I have to bring it up, but to everyone watching right now, we have 370,000 viewers. I have almost 40,000 Twitter followers. Like, just get on the right accounts. Go find them right now, follow us, and we will not I mean, I was messaging people last night, and again, thank you for all the nice comments on Twitter about some of the plays I had yesterday. I responded to you guys, man, and that's, you know, that's important. But Neil, myself, Brendan, Cherif, everybody's not going to be asking for money for anything. We have nothing to sell. We would love it if you became a member for $5 a month. That just helps support the channel. But other than that, man, nothing to sell, and only affiliation we have, of course, is with Trade Ideas. So, you know, let's just keep that on the back of our mind, because it's so hard to make money. We don't want to lose it to these scam artists. So please don't fall prey to some of these fake accounts.
It's a shame, to say the least. We've had the TikTok conversation in the past, but I think it was Louisiana, I want to say. Legislature was the latest yesterday to come out and say no more TikTok on state-issued devices. So.
And universities now coming into the mix saying, Auburn, University of Auburn saying.
Yeah, so it looks like this trend is going to continue anyways, as far as banning TikTok on state-issued devices anyways. That's a link to the watch list, guys. If you missed it yesterday, Arun off until Friday. Hope he is enjoying his trip in NYC for the week. So we wish Arun well. That's the link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every day. Comes right to your inbox. If you haven't done so, just hit that link, enter your email, and then it just appears every single day for free. Here comes Tesla to get us started today. We all saw what happened yesterday. What an absolute tank into the close yesterday. We are trying to gap up a little bit this morning, guys, but more layoffs to come, according to Elon. It was actually Electrek that reported this initially, and they're going to implement a hiring freeze going into next year.
Interesting. Elon said one of the smartest things. Well, I think he tweeted it. Maybe he said it. I think he tweeted
Buy
it.
Dogecoin?
No, it was actually he was just simply commenting that, hey, when you can put your savings in something that's going to yield better than the expected return of the market, then money comes out of risky assets and it goes into those other vehicles. And then things like Tesla shares, because he was explaining about, you know, Tesla was down 8%. I think he was responding to that. And he's dead right. A stock that has a big, super high valuation is going to be under a little bit of pressure. Now, I don't wonder if, this is the other thing, there was a conversation this morning on the floor as everyone was sitting, a bunch of people came in early expecting CEI to do something and did nothing, so it led to a bunch of interesting conversations because there was nothing to see with CEI. But one of those was, hey, what could happen if there's just a lot of tax selling or harvesting? Like if you've been beaten up on Tesla all year long, I know this isn't split adjusted, but you get the general idea that you've been getting beaten up. So you realize some of those losses going into the year, and I don't wonder if you're not going to have an opportunity for some early rallies in January. Like the more harsh some of these get sold off going into the end of the year, I think the better opportunity there might be in January for a bit of a bounce. Just zooming back in for what I'm looking at here today on Tesla, I'm looking more 143 is what I had marked off. 42 was good resistance. I think I want to give it to 43 if it tries a bit of a bounce. I just feel it's a sell till it's not. I had 135 because every $5 has been a little bit of a level. You saw 140, you've seen 150, you've seen 145 as well. And then I want to be prepared for it when it happens. The next major support on the daily that I could find that isn't like an obvious round number like 125 was 110 when you go split adjusted. I'm not saying it's going to 110 today, but if we ever see that price before the end of the year, I think that's going to be an interesting and screaming buy on Tesla. I'm hoping that's a level we can see early next year.
So I was hoping that I'd be able to show you yesterday's. I didn't trade Tesla at all until 3:30 yesterday when we finally get that 140 break clean, and it just went to the downside. It did wick a little bit lower. We didn't get into it. We could have got into it at 140.30, but then that collapse in. It's too bad, man. I was trying to, let me see if I zoom in a little bit if they all of a sudden, whoopsies. Oopsies. Now, what did I do? Now I have no idea what I did. Okay, that's not working out. All right, so yeah, that's not gonna work. But left it alone yesterday until that break happened, and we had a good bunch of outs there. So I mean, I can show you the trade actually on Twitter here, because we did post it out, and that's what I was talking about with thank you for some of the likes there. We actually even talked about it on Twitter as well. But there it is. There's the break of 140. First out 139.50, then 139. Then we got that very bottom there at the close of 137.80 or something. We wound up getting that last tick there. So there's the in there on Twitter. And then here's me talking about it live as it happened. Again, 47 likes. Thank you so much for that. 5 retweets and 7 comments. So, but yeah, you know what? I heard Luca say today something like, if he gets shut down today, then someone slap him around or something like that. Probably not that violent, but and I just think that you got to wait for your opportunities, and that's the key thing to me, right? Wait for your opportunities. You don't need to get chopped up. Yesterday, I took that short in Meta, which made no sense at all, and then I'm not going to do that again today. So we're going to wait and be as patient as we can. That 138 bottom that we talked about, we got a 137.80 yesterday. I just want to see if that holds. That's it. So we are going to be averaged in here. I do have a bid at 38.40. Which is kind of that pre-market bottom. That pre-market bottom's 38.50. It's coming into play right now. I'll take the long there, and I'll take about a buck hit, and that's that. So, I want to try this Tesla long. I thought the market could hold up today. It's ticking down, but I still think we're going to hold up. So it's ticking down right now, and if it does, you can see the market's going to flush off the open. You know what? That 38.40 is probably a little too soon. Let's go down to like 138.15 or something like that, as this has just dropped right now, $1.20. So it just went down $1.20, pretty straight there for Tesla. So another dollar down gets us into that 138 flat, and then we'll deal with it at that point. So, I mean, Tesla right now coming into 138. It's on the sticky note here to like 138. I also like this 140. I mean, let me call it up here. It looked better on my e-signal chart, so hold on a second here. It was this 144. So it's yesterday where we sort of started the collapse down. We opened the day at 148. Bounced around a little bit at that 144 level right there. So that's an area that I like for a break long. It might even be better breaking long here at 141 now because of where this name's come down from. So we'll adjust our Tesla sort of expectations there. That high is 141. But again, I want to see the clean break. Just like yesterday with Meta, and we still have lots of time, so I know I'm sort of rambling on here. Come on, Meta. Yesterday, when we were looking at this name, and we said, you know what about a 115 break? Well, I mean, we were all the way down here, and that 115 didn't really seem like it was going to be too much of a possibility. But then when it came in, we ended the day here at 117.50. So you still get a $2.50 move clean to the upside, even though we open up around here, 112, 113. You still get that big bump in Meta yesterday, right? So today, Meta, different story. It's not as aggressive as the market. I'm going to leave it alone, but I still like Tesla. I don't like the fact that it probably wants to test flat at some point, but look, you're up 1% against the market, so the Tesla long, I think, is right. Let's just wait for a little closer to 138.
Shout out to whoever that was saying, pouring their third coffee, getting ready to trade. Good morning. I would love a third espresso this morning as well. Are you a Nike guy?
I am.
Yeah?
I like Nike.
Nike
yeah.
fan? Let's talk Nike earnings, guys. Cherif is here for those just joining. Hit the like button. You're going to get a double dose of Cherif today, which is never a bad thing. Here's the headline for Nike. Nice beat right across the board. Forecasts look good as well heading into next year. The specific positive point came around inventories. They said some of the inventory issues they had throughout the summer and going into the fall have started to abate, using their words. So looks good for Nike today, guys.
Ooh, I like, even Nike's starting to use them school words. I like it, but look, inventory's good. Certainly, The bar is a little bit lower for a lot of these companies, and certainly has been if you look at where they were probably projecting early in the year. But what I love to see here is you've got a strong upward trend. I said there was a couple of names that reported. We're looking at the 200 and the 50-period moving average. It's the 200 on Nike. If I see 112 where the players dwell, then it's just anything in front of that 112 I'm going to like for long. It's breaking that channel as well to the upside. This right here in the daily, you got 118.50. Oddly enough, that's your pre-market high. It's up 13%. So when something's up this far, I generally look for the opportunity of the dip buy, as there might be some profit takers. So that's where I'm leaning. That 118.50, that's a big level on the daily. I guess that's not really even all that real. Probably a wick through the pre-market high is more like 116.5. So if it's in front of 112, I'm going to go for the long. I'm probably going to sit on the bid at the open on this name. If it cracks, if it consolidates here, holds low, you might see a breakout at that 118.50 area. That's coming from the daily chart. Just because it's up 13% doesn't mean it can't go further. You got to be able to understand that. I think we've seen this before on earnings day, but when it's more than 10%, I'm almost always favoring a dip buy.
All right, just like last time, you should have, I'll call up in a second. I just want to talk about this. Sorry about that, Dominic. I did see it. Yeah, we are getting some go pack goes. We were talking about that with Cherif, that if there's any chance for us to make the playoffs, I think it's at 12% right now. We might wind up playing Dallas, so I think I really want that to happen. That would be hilarious if we can somehow go in there right now. But shout out to you, Dominic, a member for 16 months. Yeah, did not. I saw that go there, and then we got distracted there with some TSLA. Look, I'm in Nike, and I think I'm going to be out of it today. Look, I mean, just like how you were able to buy it, and this is what I wanted to show you on their last earnings report here, when you had a huge, dip down into this 80 level where they missed on higher inventories, and we talked about them, selling everything out and giving discounts and things like that. Well, they still have an inventory problem, and just like if you bought the dip there on earnings down to $83, $84, I feel like you should sell this rip up to 120 again. So look, we just talked about how bad China is, right? Nike is huge in China, so if there is any issues there, I am a little bit worried about it. I like the fact that their direct-to-consumer numbers were a little bit higher. Obviously, I spend way more money at Nike than I probably need to, but I'm not the average consumer, I wouldn't think. But you're breaking out higher now. I just think, just like you bought the dip, you sell the rip. And Nike up 13% right now. If it continues, and that's absolutely fantastic. But again, if you're long from down here, I think this is a great opportunity to take some out, and then you don't have to worry about what comes forward with China, right? I just said that there's many new variants. Their population, like if the numbers ever come out that are accurate, I mean, they're shutting down. Schools are now closed in China because they're panicking a little bit about the outbreak and things like that. We all know here that, when the first siren is sounded, that's not the last. So I would say watch out. You're right back here up to 116 again. I like the level. I think it's worth taking some off if you're already long from in here. If you're long from before, sort of like I am, I was long in here in the 130s. I still think it's a good opportunity to take some out, man. You have 13% up in this multinational name that's going to have supply chain issues that already said they have. I mean, in their report, they have inventory problems. I mean, it's what they're saying. So that's never a good sign here. And I don't know. I don't like it as costs continue to increase in the world. Obviously, the price of shoes going up. Now you have World Cup finished with, so that's going to be obviously some tailwinds there heading into the World Cup. Now possibly headwinds as maybe demand slows a little bit. So let's wait to see. No Olympics really, no basketball's going, but I don't really see too much here to motivate me to hold on to this Nike. But if you get to 120, that's definitely a good sell spot. And like I said, I would take some out. It's a good quarter, and reward yourself if you're long.
So crazy. We were just talking about Argentina. The celebrations yesterday were insane. 150,000 people in the streets. It's crazy. We discussed this Lucid story yesterday a little bit. 1.5 billion obviously gets done in a private placement with this Saudi company yesterday that now owns 60.5% of Lucid.
They're backing it up. I think that they're gonna really be long-winded with this one. I think that they're looking to make this their brand. And I was on the Lucid website just kind of like looking to see what they had. They're from like 100,000, maybe a little bit
Yeah.
less, to like several
a lot.
100,000. so like a really diverse list that they've
Yeah.
got there. So be interesting to see how they do when they can actually produce them.
Yeah, we saw the first one driving actually by our office here, going back into the summer. There's a sales office not too far from us here, but yeah, going to be interesting to see how they can do with production. Another one joining the reverse stock split gang today, Thermogenesis, just coming out saying they're going to go 1 for 45 as of tomorrow. So this is going to be effective as of tomorrow. This is THMO up 33%, doing all kinds of volume. It's a, 12-cent stock right now. So 1 for 45 as of tomorrow. Also for Lucid, guys, they're going to start delivering Dream. Take that for what it's worth. If you're in Europe, so the Dream model going to be delivered today or starting today over in Europe.
That feels like a campaign that like slogans will write themselves. But look, Lucid, it was a bit of a failed breakout. It was also a solid dip buy at that 7.25 level, and it ended up bouncing off of 720 a couple times. The interesting thing here is you got, like, when you look at the higher time frame, you've got 720 back on Friday. You then had the break on Monday of that 720. It ends up holding that level and then a double bottom above it. So I kind of know where I like the dip buy on Lucid today. It'll be relatively obvious, sitting in and around that 720 level. Not a lot of pre-market volume here on Lucid. And you see the double top. I was looking at 810 in yesterday's trade for shorts. It didn't quite get there. I'll probably stick with that area. If it gets up to like 8 to 810, I am going to favor the short. The daily chart is pretty insane. There has not been a sustained up move, or like a decent up move, since mid-November, and that was coming off 2 monster flushes. So, you know, I kind of wonder if it doesn't have to break 7 to the downside, or maybe trap some shorts before it does anything too crazy. It's been nuts what's going on with this name, and it's a good sign that they're raising money. It's a good sign that they're going to be able to have a longer runway to ramp production, to get some sales going, because we know 5-10 years from now, you got to be able to try to pick some winners in the EV space, because there will be adoption. And, you know, they have a gorgeous looking car. Like, Tesla's going to lose that market share. It's a matter of where they're going to lose it to. I know there's some of the big, more standard names out there, like your Fords and your GMs, but Lucid is pretty well poised. I'll just be looking 720 dip buy today, and I won't short anything unless I see $8.
Yeah, I'm going to. We are going to take a CCL. CCL out right now and down to $8. We'll get to that in a second. I like a 760 break on Lucid. I just feel like flows through better today. Yesterday, you know, you get that news. We wick up to 790 there. But yeah, I like a 760 break on Lucid. And here goes CCL right now. And by the way, I'm looking short CEI short 4, but I do understand that we could rip around a little bit there on CEI off the open. So watch out for that. Right back into $8. Why is it interesting? Because we've bottomed out at $8 over the last 2 days. So, you know, right now for CCL, we're right here, right now. I don't see anything coming across any of the news wires that I have.
The call's at 10. We know that, though.
Yeah, I mean, whatever time the call's at, it's a big move to the downside. Well, not even a big move to the downside. You're still up on the day, but you just did flush from 830 down to $8 there. So, like Neil said, ear to the ground on the call. But what are they possibly going to say? Obviously, you want to know about forward-looking demand for them. What are their bookings looking like and things like that. So, Carnival Cruise Line right now, not really in my wheelhouse yet until it stabilizes a bit. But right now, that $8 is looking pretty good. You're just dancing around it. Little bit of a volume spike, obviously all red candles as we head to the downside here. The ultimate bottom is going to be 7, so if we do crash completely, you might want to look at that $7 mark, but until we get some more information, CCL for me is a stay away. And the other one there was CEI. Brendan talked about that other name there, which I've already forgotten about. That's reverse splitting as well. Oh, CEI doesn't look good on our charts because we don't have the reverse split in it yet, but here is $4 right there. So that's yesterday's bottom for, we're gonna hit that right now through $4 to the short side here on CEI. So make sure you contact your broker and things like that. May not be properly priced yet, but it is here. So that $4 looks like it wants to break. You have the 50 period and everything, VWAP, everything like that is up here at 450. So it could be a break long to that side as well. I'll hold the short, but I'll only give it a few pennies here off open. Like, I have no idea what's gonna happen on the open for this CEI, but I like the short breaking through that $4. It's just kind of been down downside right here. It's only down 5%. But remember, they reverse split yesterday going from 8 cents to 45 cents. So I don't know. I mean, was the ratio, I mean, I guess it's, what was it, 50 to 1 there? Like, I don't know what it was. I don't know where it closed.
It was 1 to 50. So it
1
was
to 50. So
remember
that's
in the
right.
afternoon,
It was 8 cents
we were
to
talking
40.
about this in the pre-market when I sat down. Like that 8-cent level from yesterday that was holding like a wall all afternoon, that's $4. And then the 10 cent that couldn't break, that's $5, and that's your pre-market high. So the levels are pretty obvious on CCL. I just said CCL. CEI, and that's a level, I was looking at that one last night as well. Carnival, I mean, what I'm seeing here is the loss is a slightly less than expected at 85 cents. I'm just reading Twitter like everybody else probably. And then revenue is a little bit lower, 3.84 billion versus 3.9. Whoops, I meant to go to the Carnival Cruise Lines chart. It is breaking lower. Anytime you have the call coming at 10 o'clock, I think you want to have some tight stops if you're going to be trading it. But I do like shorts anywhere back into like 825 on a negative print. I mean, Carnival Cruise Lines have been trending to the downside. It's just breaking a channel down at 850, which is kind of like why I like that 825. Looks like it's not going to be a good day, but when 10 o'clock hits, whether you want to be flat or whether you want to be backing off your positions or trimming some or taking profit, that's usually my approach. I just hate trading during a call. CEO says one thing that comes out of nowhere, and you can find it getting spiked, and I just prefer not to be involved in it when 10 o'clock comes.
Yeah, it looks like a miss as far as revenue is concerned, at least for Carnival, but not much of a reaction there either. Just noting this on FedEx, we'll get to in a second here. These two just coming out. So UBS with a price target increase to 225 from 215. That's just at 9 o'clock-ish there as well. Stifel as well, cutting their price target. There's a number. Credit Suisse, JP Morgan also with a move. After earnings for FedEx, guys, but they did promise more aggressive cost cutting. Earnings, though, kind of ho-hum for FDX.
But the big thing for FedEx is their Express actually, their margins were pretty good. Express had pretty solid growth, and that's what everyone likes. They like the fact that they were cost cutting. And this actually trades at a pretty significant discount relative to UPS because UPS has performed better. So there's a case to be made. I just like that you have support at the 50-period moving average. That's exactly when it gapped down, resistance, breakout, 165, 167. So anything in front of that's what I've been favoring long. Obviously, it looks like it's starting to go right now. So maybe I don't see this one back down in front of that 60. I wanted 67 and long in front of 65, but I just realized it's starting to go here on FedEx. I felt it was mixed enough that I wasn't going to be chasing a move on this and it can come back down to me. I'd be a little bit surprised. If this goes 10% to the upside, I think it's a fade. The 180 level and the 184 level do stand out. I thought I'd be getting a dip buy before those came into play. But yeah, it's way too mixed for me to think it's going to be holding that high. So I'll be looking to short 180s and then 184s on FedEx.
All right, we're already, I didn't look at FedEx today, but we're already short here at CEI. We just got that it broke 4 and we got 399, so that was pretty good fill there. But you know what? It's not, the reason why we got the fill is because not much has happened. We got, what did I get, 91s or 92s? So I got it at 5% at 92. So hopefully it comes back into the downside. We are sitting here with a few shares, about 10% or so, actually another 5% at 90, and then even lower, like 85s. I have no idea where it's going to go, but I do have resting bids there. And then just so you guys know, my out's going to be right where this VWAP is, so 440, something like that. It could halt off the open if it does rip up, and I don't really want to be involved in the halt, obviously, especially if I'm short and the halt is to the upside. So we are going to be very, very aware of this name possibly rocking and rolling here off the open. So I'd like to get some more out if it does dip down, and then I take away that risk of it ripping to the upside. But for right now, volume's pretty light on Camber. So we're short it now. We wanted it. It's on, it's right here on the sticky note to go short near $4 or at $4. We talked about wanting to get that level. So, hey man, we're 7 cents in the money, but it's not really doing anything. I think it's just one little swipe away from this thing ripping right back through $4. Like it just keeps bouncing off this 96. The minute someone says, I want 6,000 shares, 5,000, now see it's getting eat up a little bit there. This name will pop through and go right back through $4. So I don't think this short is going to be great right now. We would like, I mean, I would like this just to, if it could follow it down, then we can start getting out at some 90, then I'm at that 95, or 85, sorry. Then I'll feel a heck of a lot better. There it is. Oh no, I thought it came down, it didn't. So I feel a lot better. This is making me a little bit nervous. I didn't forget, but 40 cents up, and this name is supposed to halt. So that makes me a little bit nervous about that level, because I feel like it could really rip some faces off here today if it does do that. So let's watch out. You saw that COSM and a few other names, reverse split and some different names. You have that OP right now and a few other things happening.
I just want to add something.
Got to be careful.
People keep asking what's going on with OP. It's halted news pending.
Yeah.
They had a reverse split. My guess is it's maybe a few brokers didn't get it priced properly, so they're letting that disseminate and getting it figured out, because even in our system, OP, it's saying like a ridiculous percentage move, and obviously it hasn't done so. So, just that it's halted news pending. If I see a resumption time, I'll let you guys know. I've been checking the page. I don't really see any resumption time just yet. Brendo?
Yeah, not much yet, or if anything on OP. It's just crazy how they let it trade and then halt it after. Blink here just popped up, guys, on not a lot of volume, but there was a note on Blink charging. They're going to be the official technology, I guess, or charging solutions provider for GM dealerships in Latin America. You would think would be a little bit bigger of a deal, but Blink up 4% on light volume on that note so far. Here's the Wall Street Journal note for Alphabet and Google, apparently in advanced talks for Sunday ticket rights for YouTube for next year.
I'll take one. Thanks, Randy. Ranster in the building. He's just asking if we wanted a top up. I might have number 4. It's been a heavy coffee morning for me. Sometimes it happens, but I like Alphabet. I don't really. We already said this. I don't really think that this news is that big of a deal for Alphabet. To be honest with you, it's just one of these big names was going to probably get that deal, and they're way too big for it to matter too much. But ultimately, I do like this pre-market high because it's been a support level that was broken. It's about 89.5. I think if you can't get through this, you have some threat of going to the downside. What's interesting, we're not going to talk Apple. I just want to quickly throw up Apple for you guys, because you can see, like on Apple, 133.30, quarters to 30 for like 3 sessions in a row, including this pre-market, has been a wall. And if you break this out, that's the kind of thing that should be able to run a couple of dollars. And if that goes, it can easily drag Alphabet up with it. So this 89.5, going to have to watch Apple pretty closely. Because if you fail a break on Apple, it could be difficult for Alphabet here to make that run through 89.5. And we'll see what happens. It's been on a pretty decent downward trend. I think you got a decent capitulation bottom. But one of the problems with that bottom is the volume wasn't terribly high. If there was way more volume on those lows yesterday at the open, then I would think a heck of a lot more of this for a bounce and be a little bit more aggressive with it. But I do like 89.50. If we can hold above it, I think you have a chance for a decent breakout here in Alphabet. Just want to see Apple participate too.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the imbalance locator right now, Mullen is on there, CrowdStrike is on there, Palantir. I mean, there's not much on there. We did forget to turn this guy into a bull.
Palantir has news. Well, I mean,
Palantir has news, but who cares? That name just goes down on news anyways. All right, so just for Google here, I already talked about this. I like the 91 break. I don't really want to take it unless that happens. I feel like there's way better names out there, Fahad, than 91 there on that break. So for right here, that's a level for me. Taking that out. If it goes, it goes. If not, then we'll stay away from it. Okay, CEI is coming back in. Oh, yeah, so I like the Apple. I mean, I already have all these breaks ready to go. 134 on Apple. We'll see about buying some dips here. We have Tesla coming as well. But their CEI right now breaking, not breaking, but down here a little bit now, finally has some 92s on the offer. So it changes my net a little bit. What's up, Brandon?
I'll just making a move here, just confirming with Cherif. Anyone who's going to be watching that, the call is 10 a.m. today. So a call is not underway yet, but is scheduled for 10 o'clock for Carnival, guys.
Yeah, you still have that $7 mark. I mean, you broke through $8 there. Obviously a good name to trade. Will be very, very violent today off earnings. By violent, I mean, you were just up, what were we up, 1% or something when we were up here? Now you're down 4%. So, obviously as this name continues to go, we just looked at the imbalances. I didn't even see CCL on here, so I don't again, which is very strange. It's not on here on an earnings day. That's kind of strange, but all right, we will wait for that one to get going. Thanks for that talk there about 10 o'clock. So we'll wait for that one. Jim Cramer said these 7 stocks will be winners in 2023. Eli Lilly, I own it. Johnson & Johnson, I own it. He said, these are just all, kind of staple names here in industrials as well as healthcare. Humana,
I own a couple of those too.
Yeah, Humana, Caterpillar, Deere.
I own half of them.
TJX, and then the bank that you own, Morgan Stanley.
I Caterpillar.
So you're screwed. That's it, Deere.
I actually like it. I like Deere for next year. I like some John Deere for next year.
People just have fun of that. Yeah. S. Jim, short Jim Cramer. Inverse, so right there. So Eli Lilly, Humana, J&J, Caterpillar, Deere, TJX, Morgan Stanley. I only own Eli and J&J.
Underlay.
On that. Okay, so CEI is down here right now, making a little bit of a move. I may take some more out at 93, maybe there, but I don't know. It's still making a dance here, so we'll be able to get out of this one as we see fit. But for right now, just want to take a little bit of risk out here. So if we do get some fills down here, then that will be good for us, and then we'll just sort of watch it from there. But now CEI trying to make some moves again here with only 30 seconds to go, man. I'm going to be watching Apple and CEI off the open. Thank you, Mr. Randy.
Thanks,
as we go, and Tesla as well off the open. So thanks, Randy, for that one. That's it, man. So we're locked and loaded now.
And just like we said, looking at some Google, obviously that OP is halted. When that opens up, I'll let you guys know what it's going to be doing. I got a bad trigger into Alphabet because I bungled my. I didn't.
I did it.
You got it?
Well, you got it late, so it doesn't matter.
Countdown is on. It's actually in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it right now, Katrine.
Oh, it's Katrine on the bell. That's nice. Thanks,
It was
Katrine.
a bait and switch.
It was a bait and switch. I like it, though. Okay, CCL still moving around. Apple still doing some dances there as well. We have CEI, we have Lucid on our mind, and we have Tesla on our mind as well. Right now, down to 1. Okay, so it is down to that 138 right now, Tesla. That's too bad because we probably would have got filled if we were at 40 still, but we switched our bid to 20. So Tesla right now moving around a little bit. That sucks, man. We'd be $1 in the money if I wasn't so. You know what? We might have missed it because it went 38. Damn it, that sucks. Okay, so we got a little cautious there on Tesla.
I missed a firm.
And we're burning on that one. CEI making the move to the upside, kind of like we thought it may do.
I missed out on a firm there. I totally forgot about a firm. That's on me. Flushing at the open. It gets down to 935 here. I'll zoom out. There we go. I'll zoom out. Down to 935, bouncing off yesterday's close. If I can get any kind of a pop, I'll try to fade into this one. Definitely a name I like to the short side. AMC is not really doing a heck of a lot. It bounced to the downside briefly, held the pre-market low, and looks like it wants to make another challenge at that high. But if it's a wick top through that breakout price, I can't let it break that pre-market low. To me, it's headed straight toward that $5 range if it does.
All right, I'm still looking at Tesla here as well, coming right. Oh, there it is. We actually got it. So nice trade for Tesla, but it's only nice if we get it out. I didn't even realize we had it there. I just saw Tesla coming back in, so we're going to watch out for that. Yeah, here it goes. It's dancing around 38 right now. We had a nice winner on that and didn't take it because I didn't realize we actually had it right now. But there goes Tesla looking at that 38 again. This is where we're long, man. Oh, that sucks, man. That sucks because it went to 139. There we go. We drop it out. We lost on that one. That's really too bad because we did have that trade in and it did go into the money for us, and that's how I noticed it. But there it is. There's the drop off there on Tesla down to that 137. That was sort of yesterday's levels, so let's see now if it can hold. Maybe we'll take another small long when I'm not metaing myself here today. We're going to get out at here it goes, 137 break.
That's an adjective now. So 2 things. One, I got my first leg out in CEI. Waited for 380s. It just got to 380s, 75s, 50s. Those are going to be some obvious levels, but Apple broke out of that channel I was just looking at. So Apple went before Alphabet, obviously. NZ, man. What the heck is NZ? But Apple with a bit of a break. It got all the way to 133.80 here, and then right back into that breakout price. It was like 133 and a quarter. That was pretty quick, up and down. And the market is just giving it up at this point. So probably looking some gift horses in the mouth if I don't try to take something out on Apple. I am looking for some opportunities to the south side. Obviously, I'm going to be looking at Intel. I talked about a firm there. Hit enter twice. Intel is headed to the upside. So when it's strong against the market rolling over, it's that 27 level that I'm going to always come back to on Intel. So I'm going to let this one come to me. No need to chase it and get too aggressive with this. I'll let it come to 27.
Yeah, like you just mentioned Apple there. I like the name. Oh, here it is right here. I already have it up. CEI, yeah, good couple outs there below. So that was a good trade. We got some 86s as well. I know you got that 85.
I think I got 80.
I was bidding 77 on that. All right, I'm going to try some 132s here on Apple if it does come in. We are going to try that. We're now up on Tesla because we did take that long again down there. As soon as we got out, we took the long back there. We said we were not going to meta ourselves, so let's try to get a little. There it is. Yes, sir. Yeah, all right. It's a siren alert because now we have $1.20 in the money for Tesla as it's starting to go back to the upside. So small paper cut on the long, and there's the blast up, or on the first long, and here's the blast up through 139. Let's see if we get to that 140, and then we'll get spicier on the upside here for Tesla as that's really starting to move. What's up, Brendo?
Little one, not a little one. Ford making a little move back to the upside, I should say. Remember, this happened yesterday. This really never amounted to anything as far as news is concerned, but just saw Ford guys trying to get higher so far, up 1.7.
Believe what Lucid did again.
725 probably.
No, it broke yesterday's close, 723, wicked the bottom, and then started bouncing. This time, I mean, I wasn't long when it happened, so this time I'm just going to grab that long in front of the new low. I'll zoom out on the 3 instead of going to the 15 just so I can show you. If it holds 715, fair enough. I will be happy with that. If it breaks it, look for that 7 even area. It's a relatively tight stop, but that's because the setup more than anything else. So it's a wick bottom currently. Wick bottom, give it to the low, and then try and catch the rebound trade there on Lucid. But if it gets back up to like the 7/4 range, I'll take some out at 725. We'll see if that happens. I got a reload on CEI up there. Man, I have to zoom in because of the scaling on this is going to be stupid. But I got a reload in front of $4 and then took some out in front of 85. Still think this one can head to the downside. Obviously, OP is not open, so there's nothing for me to tell you about OP. When it resumes, I'll let you guys know. I got some out Apple here, 133.60s, then reloaded right back in front of that 133 quarter level. So I got 31s twice here on Apple, headed toward 134, it looks like. Apple looking relatively strong. I mean, this market's not doing much to the upside, but Apple seems to be happy.
Yeah, we're $1 in the money. Yeah, good trade on Apple. We're $1 in the money as well on Tesla. I'm letting that one roll, that's for sure. Microsoft right now, down to 240, just ticked down there. Probably a decent long as well down there for Softy. But I like that 240 level, so let's put some more bids there. Wow, there goes CEI. Big time movement now for CEI as the flush is in the building right now. So we just got some, we're making... Today's a bank day for sure, man. So far, so good there. We'll take another out on CEI. My next bid, which I don't have, is going to go in right now at 60. So we'll put a bid at 60 here for CEI and see what happens here. As Tesla is still $1.50 now in the money, but it just did touch 139.50 there. That might be an out spot for Tesla. We'll have to look at that. What's up, Brandon?
SINT just popping up here. This is one that had a reverse stock split yesterday, or effective yesterday. So this one just popping up on volume, trying to get back above pre-market highs, taking out 10 here for SINT.
My first take on the fact that there's so many of these splits that are running is the more that happen, the worse these are going to get for upside, and it's just going to get crowded, and this is a trade that is going to evaporate pretty quickly and have a lot of bag holders to it. So I don't want to be chasing any of these to the long side. I think if you buy something in front of support, fair enough, but I think these are getting pretty risky, to be honest with you, because a reverse split is not a positive thing, man. It's not.
No, it's the
like
opposite.
it's a bad. It's a bad thing. These stocks are down there for a reason. Apple breaking 114. I'm waiting for 350 something. I think 357 or 58 for CEI. But Apple in the midst of a break. But I go over to Alphabet.
134.
And look at Alphabet up here. I'm going to cancel my breakout on Alphabet. That's not strong at all. Like Apple's doing the break that I expected. Alphabet is just weak. I'm looking for something that might be an opportunity to the short side. If you're checking out CCL here, remember the call is at 10. B, it is all the way up. Well, almost.
It's all the way up.
I just wanted to say that.
Exactly.
It's actually not all the way back to the price that it dropped when earnings were dropped, but it's very close. So I'm going to take a short here in front of that high. I'm hoping to catch a fade off of this pre-market high and then be out of it before the call actually happens.
Yeah, all right. We just punched into the long. We're late on the long here on Apple, but we're not really because it's a sticky no level, 134. So we wanted that 132 for sure on that, but that didn't come in. So now we have to wait for 134, which is here. So we are waiting. One name that has sort of disappointed us here a little bit is because we've been holding it, and that's the only reason why. It's been a good trade, is of course Tesla. I was about to say Apple, Tesla right now. It did make that move up. We're still long at 137.80. That's why we took that profit. Remember we said that, like when it ripped up to 139, we got out of a third of it because we said we're not going to like sit here and hold something forever and ever and ever until it eventually works. So hopefully it comes back up to the upside here on the market. I said we like the green hold today on the market. So guess what? We're long Apple, we're long Tesla. I can't be long better names in a green market. So let's get this party started again. Thank you so much for enjoying the show and for watching it. We have another banger on right now for Apple, 35 cents in the money. I mean, this is a good one for me. I am already offering 50s. Let's offer 35s and get a piece out there for Apple. And then we'll let, hopefully, it climb even higher than that. So far, so good on AAPL. CEI is really banked in now, man. We just got a 61 there. Like, if you're on this, man, 138 long Tesla, 134 long Apple, 165 long AMD. Let's check where that is. And CEI, the short at 4. So far, so good here. We stick to our plan of action. We just need Tesla to go to make this really a banger day.
Yeah, and watch out. I just got some Lucid here at VWAP at 725, but it's starting to turn around a little bit, showing some signs of weakness. CCL is challenging that pre-market high. It just got to 840. Looks like it's going to clear it out.
840?
Yes, $8.40. Okay. I was short in front of the pre-market high. You don't see me short anymore because it broke it out. I'll let it calm down. If it can still give me a wick entry, hit enter here. You can still give me a wick entry off of that high, and I can jump back into the trade. But I always have a stop out on this. And remember, the call is coming, so I'm going to adhere to my stops on CCL all day long here today. As I said, took some Lucid out. At this point, Apple, I think there's just room to 135. That's an obvious level. I mean, because it's 135. But if we get up there, that's going to be my next leg, either trailing on a fail of 135 or just getting out right in front of it. Brendo.
Another little one moving, guys. MediaCo, MDIA, up on a share repurchase program. So they came out this morning saying they're going to buy back about 2 million in addition to what they already announced this year. So a nice move here, 40% for MDIA on volume.
All right, here goes. Tesla's going to break 137 right now. So there it goes. So I was going to say it's kind of a good thing that we were able to get a little bit out there when we did rip to the high side there for Tesla. So again, you know, it's going to be a negative stock for us, but it's actually not. See, now I'm tempted to meta myself again and just get right back into that name, but I'm going to stay away from that right now because it is the downside move. We tested 138. It's on the sticky note. We took it, so I'm pretty happy with all of that. So let's just stay focused on the levels that we like and trades that are going to be profitable ones. Tesla was up 1%, now down 0.5%, so we can leave it alone. So, you know, again, you know, we've done some work, and we don't need to be back into this name until it actually moves where we think it should move. It's a good thing we have CEI, as that's down here to 360. That's a 10% move. I mean, we're in the money 10% on CEI off of $4, right? So it's a good move here, down 40 cents on $4. A pretty decent move here for CEI. And then Apple, I mean, it's, you know, we got out of 60% up there. There's 3 outs there. No, sorry, we didn't get that last 35. No, we didn't. We only got 135. So we're only out of 40% now for Apple. But let's just see where we can go. I do want to average into this. There's VWAP right there. My bid is at 65. So it has come in a little bit here for Apple. Tesla's still going down. So I'm glad we didn't get back into that one. What's up, B?
That was a nice trade. FCell, guys, one from yesterday that reported, if you remember, in the pre-market, not good. Took out that low at this time yesterday, trying to do the same thing here, struggling, though, at 260, yesterday's low for FCell.
All right.
So FCell to the downside. Nike up now 15%. If you're watching FedEx is coming back into the downside, so I'm looking for that dip buy there. But yeah, you're right, Bob McConnell in the chat there. We do have consumer confidence at 10. You're probably going to care about that if you're trading Nike. That might give an opportunity for a dip buy in Nike. I like the 112. I don't know if we're going to see it at this point, quite frankly. I talked about AMC, but I'll give you the update. It broke the pre-market low. I got one leg out, 25s. It broke the pre-market low, so I'm out. The next level is $5 on AMC, so that's what I'll be interested in if it gets down there. Just going back over to Lucid here, it is holding that low, but look, obviously it flushed. It's holding VWAP. If it can bounce off this, I'm looking for it to break VWAP here. Why is that offer at 28? I want that offer north of 30. So I'm just going to adjust it here. If it breaks this channel, I want to get some out around that pre-market low and see if it can continue that run. The other name that we were talking about pre-market, Roblox here. That bounced all the way down through 27. Looks like it could make a nice little consolidation break of some pre-market highs. So that could get pretty interesting. And then CEI, hope you got some profit out down in front of 350, because it's right back testing that $4 area. This always has a chance to run. It's a heavy social media type of name. I have about 30% left. I don't want this getting past the 4-quarter on me.
Yep, here it goes.
Yep.
Nice.
It's going into a halt.
It's going into a halt now. So we'll, oh no, we're not going to be able to punch out. That's right. So we have to just wait here and just kind of just take it as it is. Right now as CEO, hold on a second, go over to CEI. Oh, there it is. All right, so we missed the halt. It just goes to the upside. I didn't get anything.
I layered the bid, didn't get anything.
Yeah, me neither. I didn't get anything on CEI, but that's okay. We'll wait. As it's going to open, you see where the tap right now is 403. I'm just going to cancel. I mean, whatever. Now we just suffer the fate. That was always the risk. Remember when I lost $10 million? This is why. But right now, it's only 2 million shares. It's not a lot.
What,
tapping higher. Yeah, CCL is the monster right now. But just quickly here, I'm going to go over to CCL. CCL 880. Now CCL ripping. Remember, that call is at 10 o'clock. Apple, we've averaged in 133.50. We're gone on Apple. But yeah, there's CCL absolutely mooning right now. Now up 8% and still running. Carnival Cruise again. We didn't even go over the numbers. Brendan, I think, briefly mentioned them.
I read a tweet on the numbers, but they weren't good.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't really know the reason for this move up, but it's a nice move up for CCL. So we'll wait to see a little bit more information on that one. But for right now, let's just go over to the king of them all. Apple doesn't look like a king lately. This looks like LeBron James lately. You know what I'm saying there, Fahad? Actually, LeBron James is still playing amazing. Like, wow. I can't believe that guy. The shape that guy's in and be performing. I mean, you know,
the team ain't winning.
The team ain't winning, yeah. Well, he's not a GM, although he thinks he is, and that's part of the problem with the construction of that team. But the Raptors aren't looking great either right now.
Yeah,
hard to talk too much smack there. But here we go. Apple right down to 133.50. Like Apple was just at 133.90, by the way. So we could have taken some profit out. Now it looks like it's slipping again to the downside. Apple today pretty weak. The market's straight up. Apple the other way right now. So keep that in mind. What's up, Brendo?
Just a quick recap here, guys, for Carnival. It was a loss of $1.27 per share, 85 cents adjusted on the per share basis. But down here, occupancy in Q4 of 2022 was 19%. Below 19 levels. So they are talking about bookings, however, going into Q1 of next year, going to be higher than 2019. So going back to pre-pandemic levels for bookings.
Well, that's all. Yeah. We're just sort of talking there. Like, one of the things I usually do is once a stock moves more than 10%, like it goes 10% down, you want to move your stop with it. So that if it does go into a halt, you're not kind of. Yeah, that's I know. Like, I talk about it all the time. And I didn't do it myself. But Apple just bounced ahead of that breakout price, 133.25. So it looks like it wants to still head to the upside. I'm sitting beneath that because I want to get prices closer to the breakout, but it might just have to hold 133.50. I'll be looking for a reload if I can get it. I have a couple of longs as the market's trying to come back up.
There we go.
But yeah, now it's really starting to come back into the upside. Tesla's back at 139.5, and you could see that 140 level get challenged here on Tesla. That is a wick bottom. Whoops, I zoomed out the wrong way. That is a wick bottom on heavy volume through yesterday's close. A consolidation sets you up for a bit of a breakout. I want to see what's going on over in some of the chips. I know where I'm going to be at on Intel, which to me, I'm going to short resistance till I'm not. But look what's happening in NVIDIA. 160 held support, setting up for 165 break. I'd much rather buy dips in this market, and I'm looking at 162 half on NVIDIA if I can get it. I will still short Intel at 27 because that's how I roll.
Wow, Tesla really bouncing back. Holy shoot.
It's crazy.
Wow, damn it. This happened to me yesterday with Softy. You guys remember we dumped it too early. And then this happens, but I didn't dump this too early. That 137 break was yesterday's bottom. I'm getting out of that every single time. Like I said, we lost about, 50 cents the first time, made $1 the next time, then lost about that 50 cents again on our last 2/3. So it is a negative stock today for me on Tesla, but it is starting to rip higher right now. Microsoft, so for example, Apple, I was at 134.10 It went to 134.08 on that move. So now I'm at 05. Look, we're long Apple right now, 133.69. We're 20 cents in the money on it. We're up on the stock, but I want to hold for that 134 break one more time. Hopefully that comes through. Tesla's going to be a little frustrating. We'll look at that once it baselines a little bit. And then we do have right now, if Microsoft, I have a break of 43 long. So if that breaks 43, we are going to go long. Looks like we're going to get long right now on a 43 break. There it is. We've executed into the long. We do have the shares now for Microsoft long. So let's see if that wants to make that move to the upside. We'll take a piece out here at 19. There it is. Nice little runner on Microsoft. Oh, we're long at 10s. Yeah, that's not a great price. Let's see if we can get back into the 40s at least here for Microsoft. There goes Apple. Sirens all around, man. What a great day for trade it is today as these markets continue to rally. And guess who said the market probably holds a rally today? Okay, nice move. Tesla's back to 140, guys. This is the missed opportunity today for me, but whatever. We called that move. We just got out of it a little bit too early, so I hope you guys are still long. Microsoft out quickly at, like I just said, at 20 there, but we still need a much higher bounce for Softy if we're going to make any real money. Apple's the one that's kind of cruising now, so that's 40 cents in.
Yeah, we got about 80 on Apple. I just took some out of Lucid. Looks like CI is a 10-minute halt from what I can tell, because if it was 5 minutes, it would be open right now. So give it another 5 minutes, CI is going to be open. Before we go to Brendo, we just got another out there on Lucid. Yesterday, I think we didn't play the dip buy well enough by holding some for the top. Today, I'm going to hold some for the top, but I will get out in front of 750, I should say. So we got the dip buy in there. We went right to support just like it did in yesterday's trade, and then we'll see if we can rip. I don't think it breaks out because it broke out yesterday and then flushed, so I feel like it'll actually get to the pre-market high and reject. Brendo.
This Venus concept, which is VERO, not VERU, which we've been used to. Venus concept up on an FDA nod for robotic technology. This is a medical equipment maker, so FDA clearance on one of their new products. So this one, VERO, up on decent volume.
All
right.
I actually, in my head, I'm glad you remember that, because I actually thought it was Veru for a split second. I didn't read it properly.
Fahad's telling us keep Veru out of his. No, just joking. Yeah, Fahad, funny guy over there. The Veru CEO. We're very, very blessed to have him here, and of course he is not. Okay, so there's Microsoft again, a 60-cent winner. Let's go, man. We talked about blasting that through 243, and like we're just doing our best to get in and out of some of these names while holding. So, like I said, man, it's been a really good day. We'll wait for CEI. Neil and I both not caught, but both in. Well, I guess we're caught. Yeah, sure. I have multiple outs down here at 60, including some of these levels. So I have about 20% left, something similar for Neil. So let's just wait to see here what happens. It still is tapping 403. So what the tap means is theoretical auction price. So what we're looking at there is just a simple fact of where are we going to open based on the supply and the demand. So we can actually go over here and look. I don't see anything on NYSE ARCA right now. Do I have ARCA set up there? Yeah, I do. So it's just not here.
Yeah, I don't see
so there's nothing on here for, I don't know, that's strange. Normally when a name is halted, you do see some supply and demand here, but I don't see it right now, as we just took another piece out on Apple, by the way. So Apple just went to 11s there, and we took a piece out. As right now, Softy, like we just got out at 243.70, and it just tanked again back down to 243. This Microsoft is absolutely wild. What's up, B?
Yeah, I'm actually not seeing a resumption time yet, guys, on that CEI. Anyways, wanted to mention this as well. We talked about Google on that NFL and YouTube note. This just coming across. Evercore cutting their price target on Alphabet, pointing to ad and cloud softness going into next year as well.
So like this, it's not just CEI, but that OP, there's no resumption time on OP either, which is
no.
I don't know,
what is going on? Maybe there's broken. Someone broke it.
Maybe someone's like, this is ridiculous. We're just going to halt all these for a while. I don't know. I shouldn't even speculate on it. When we get a resumption time, we'll let you guys know. I did get Intel. I said wait for 27. Market strong. Intel goes to 97. 26.97. I got a 93 short. I should have 95 if I was a little faster, but it's getting back into VWAP. I respect the fact that it's trending up along with the market, so I'm going to take some out in front of 75s, make sure that I'm ringing said register and not looking any gift horses in the mouth on the way to the downside here. It's a short till it's not on Intel. I always sort of say that, and it's been paying off rather decently. Lucid, that looks okay, but it's more interesting. I didn't get my last fill on Apple up there. Where are we? Yeah, we're double topping here at 134.50, and I want this to break out, but if it rejects this high one more time, what I think I'm going to do is try and get some quarters out. If I can get, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and grab some quarters out. Because if it's not going to take out this high, then I want to make sure I'm grabbing some profit off the top. I didn't grab anything. Like, we got the break. It got to like 133.75. I took too much out there. And if it rejects this high another time, I think we can get back down into VWAP. We'll let you guys know about some of those halts when they possibly come back in. If you're watching Tesla, there is Tesla. Does the wick bottom. Now it's trying to break out the top here on Tesla. It hasn't done so yet, but definitely could do it. Alphabet, I don't know what's going on with Alphabet, but it's relatively weak still. So that breakout, I guess we'll still wait for that on Alphabet.
Yeah, we tried to average back into softy there, and it just broke. So I don't know if this wants to hold 232 or what.
CEI.
Their CEI just opened back up again. So yeah, it looks like, okay, they're just going to march this a little bit higher here. Oh, let's go over to CEI quickly. Am I even on it? There it is. So if it breaks 420, I'm going to get out of this one. So that's just an update on that. If it does break 420, I'm going to get out of CEI. And I'm going to average in and buy a little bit. There goes CEI to the downside, so that's good. Buy some more Microsoft down here. There's CEI. So what was at one point a not a great trade is turning out to be a little bit better. It just went sub $4 there. So watch out. There it goes. You can see this thing get really ramped up. I actually just put a bid. I don't know if I started that. I doubt it, but I put a bid there at 396. I actually have a bid. I can actually timestamp that, and that's where it just started to rip up. So I got out at 420, the magical number right there. So so far so good, but we're out of CEI. And we are profitable on CEI is my best name actually today. So there it is, a nice little profit spot there for CEI. Let's not look this gift horse in the mouth as Microsoft just ran right back upside there. So we got a 239 out 240, 260 there, I believe. So we'll take 21 cents real quick. And now let's see if it wants to continue to the upside as Apple's dancing now a little bit back down.
Yeah, and look, I'm out of CEI, but the next thing to watch is if you go back, and I can actually show you guys this, you had resistance at 10 cents. That's going to be $5. You've already, if you look at it, you've already broken like that 8, but you had this 9.25, which is going to correspond with about $4.60 to set upside. And these are just going off of yesterday's levels. If your charts are split adjusted, that's great. But you know, I'm looking at that 460. I'm only looking shorts on CEI today, just because I think there's too many people that have been betting on this thing wanting to rip. And you know, when too many people do that, I think you're in trouble. CCL has 4 minutes till the conference call starts. I had the in at 25 and the out on the pre-market breakout of the high. If you look at the daily chart, you've got 890 on your 50 period. It looks like that's where this move is starting to slow down. You even have some resistance up there. It would be tempting to just get into the short right now, but I did not want to enter a trade that I would have to hold through the beginning of the call. So I have to back off of that until that call is at least ongoing. Just going back over to some of the earnings names. Oh, give me a break. So Nike's at that 118. I'm going to cancel my dip buy here. It broke the high. You broke out there, and now you're making a fresh high. The dip buy is not valid, right? It's not valid anymore. If it goes all the way through the pre-market low, I don't really want it. However, there is still this level 118.50 on the daily chart, and it just wick topped it. Well, a couple of times it's wick topped this. Nike, I got to clean some of these wicks up, but you have a couple of wick tops through that 118.50. You've got a break, it gets to 119.20. That looks like it's making a bit of a topping pattern there. So short off that high of the day, it looks like it's going to be the only play left for me. I'll get to FedEx in a second, but I want to grab some Nike here off this high.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to get in and out here of Roblox maybe. We're going to see if it can dip down a little bit here on Roblox. We'll just start it with a small order there at around 35, 36, kind of where VWAP is down here. And then we're just noticing it bouncing off of 27. So if we have to average in, of course, we'll do it down to the downside there. So I like Roblox. We already identified the 28 level. That looks like that was cash because it came up to it and bounced and then went right back down. So we're going to wait to see if that can take out 28. I still would like that if the market does boom. Remember, it's consumer confidence in 3 minutes. So Cherif's going to break that for us in about 3 minutes, and then we'll see what happens. So that's going to definitely cause some of these names to go. We're in Apple. I don't have any targets to get out of this name. So let's just wait. We're pretty light on everything now. Microsoft's a light position. Apple's a light position. Yeah, so there it is. Some nice little moves upside for AAPL, but we're crashed back in right now. So the market's coming down pretty nicely here. We've made that nice high. Now we're pulling back. We were up over or close to that 1%, which was amazing. I was like debating. I did have an Apple out. Okay, 133.50 broke. So that's the VWAP. I didn't realize I had that out, but that's fine. We will take that out and see where we can go with it. So that's what we're doing right now on Apple. We're flat. We'll wait for that consumer confidence. I don't know if I wanted that out, so I'm going to have to look back at that. And again, that just goes with, we always say it, be prepared. Like, I mean, my stop order was in there and probably should not have been. But 133.50, good level for Apple. We're now going to wait for consumer confidence.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I got a reload in Apple and I got into Nike, but I don't think I'll be doing a heck of a lot more in front of that number. The other thing, obviously, that's happening is I think you guys know we've been talking about enough is that the call for CCL is going to be coming in a couple of seconds here. Tesla just broke down.
Really?
Yeah, so it rejected the high and broke down. This will be interesting because if it can hold the pre-market lows, you can suddenly consolidate up and then set up for what I think is a better break. It's a way better breakout, consolidating higher and then breaking the top than if it just goes straight up, doesn't stop, and then takes out the high, because then you're really chasing that move. With consumer confidence coming in, you know, if Nike's going to give me an out in front of these wicks, man, if Nike's going to give me an out before this number happens, I might just go ahead and take it because I never actually got the price. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and take it. If I can do it here, the second you bid, I'm going to cross the spread. I was about to say, the second you bid when there's a 5-cent spread, it just runs higher. So we're going to go to happening now for that number. But because we are getting consumer confidence, I'm just going to ring the register on the rollover. I didn't get close enough to 118.5 anyways. Brendo, in 30 seconds, we're getting that number.
Let's go.
Hey guys, yeah, happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, points of reversals, and many more. They're having their biggest sale of the year, 40% off. Check them out, link on screen right now. You can get 40% off Chart Prime. Shout out to them for happening now. Here we go. This was earlier, if you missed it, CPI 6.8% for Canadian inflation, so a little bit higher than expected. This is the one we're looking at, U.S. CB consumer confidence for last month. Expected 101. It should come in any second now. 108.3. So higher than expected there. 101 comes in 108.3. Existing home sales just coming through as well. 4.09 million versus 4.2 million expected. Here's a look at the overall market for you. S&P 0.8. The Dow leading the way right now. 0.96 to the upside. Small caps pretty strong as well. There's the NASDAQ Composite and the 100 moving downside a little bit right now, 0.5% for the NASDAQ 100. If you're with us pre-market, we were discussing a few things. Nike on that decent report. Tesla, yeah. Elon going to resign as CEO, not of Tesla, of Twitter, once a replacement is found. And we get this earnings call starting now, guys, for CCL. Here's FedEx as well. I saw just before we came on there, $5 straight to the downside off earnings as well.
Well, their earnings weren't as good as, like, Nike had better earnings than FedEx. I just had to cancel my dip buy on FedEx. It was at 167, and when you bounce off 168 and already go back into VWAP, that's the move that I would have been looking to capture. So because it was a little bit earlier than where I wanted it, that move has happened. If it comes down to 67 now, it's a much different story. So I was just maybe too conservative with the dip buy, but you know what? You have to have some rules, and you got to get the price you want. Price ends up mattering there. I'm just going to go over to Apple for a quick second. As Apple bounces off that 133.50, but I just offered in front of 134, only to see it start to pull back in there. I do want to get some out in front of 134, so I might have to do so at the quarters if that's what it's going to be, and then see if it can get back toward that high. Nike, maybe it was the wrong call to get out of the short. We'll see. It actually is holding VWAP here as I speak, and I still like the short off that high of the day. I'll let it gravitate back toward that high. I apologize for these dark pool wicks down at 103. Kind of skews the charting a bit.
Yeah. All right. I mean, I'm in Apple as well. As soon as I saw that confidence number, I just punched long. So I got long there. I missed it. Like, I could have got 65s, but eventually I had to chase it all the way up here to 80. So we'll just take a piece out there at flat of 134. So that's so far so good with a 20-cent win on that one for Apple. So we'll go sirens up for that. That's going to be a good one. We are looking for a little bit more, but we do have a new position alert. So let's see if we can barbecue up some profits right now for AMD. We'll get something out at 70 if it does want to get up there. We're long at 50 right now. Hopefully it can come out 60. That's 80 actually is a better price. And then we'll see about that 67 high. So again, you know, I wanted AMD long. We wrote it on the sticky note for 65. Unfortunately, that didn't come in today at all. It just kept on ripping to the upside. So far, so good there on that reboot for AMD. Let's go. We'll get out some pieces at 70. We're long at 50, right? There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. The day continues. The madness is here. There goes Apple as well, Neil. Nice little move to the upside. We'll take a piece out at 9s as well. We will now cancel our 30s and see if it can go even higher. Take out, I'm going to put one at 40 now. That is the day high for Apple. So, hey, let's just sit there, see if we can get the fill on that one for the day high. AMD was a good one. And now Softy is pretty good as well, up to 243.
Yes, sir. And look, I'm going to hold Apple now. I think if we break the top, we should see that 135. But I'm going back to CEI here. I like the short. I still believe in it. We got wicked out. When it reopens after a halt, I'm usually not going to let it take out level higher because you could always halt to the upside again. But it rejected that 420 break, ran those stops, and is now consolidating. So I want to short off of this price area here. You know, I might back my offer closer to 420. Just give it a little bit more room here. Back it off, because I want to be able to stop a little bit higher than that 425 area. So I still favor the short in it. I don't know when OP is going to open up, and it's quite frankly getting a little bit annoying. But when it happens, it happens. I looked a gift horse in the mouth on Lucid. I thought we'd get closer to the high of the day and see 750. It's now trying to break VWAP into the downside. I don't know if I want the reload on Lucid for as much as we had before, but I'll probably take something in front of 715. And then the one short I have on Intel bounced off VWAP, consolidating. If it breaks VWAP, then I'll get some out down in front of 2650 or so. That short working out for me. I never got a firm. Quite frankly, because it didn't quite get to the pre-market highs there. That's still relatively weak. Maybe I should just be shorting it off that 960 area. And CCL, the call has started. I have no idea what they're saying. I do know that it is holding beneath the 50 period on the daily, which is 890. I still like the notion of the short here, but I mean, it spiked so much. I'd almost rather the call to be over, because I really don't know what they're saying during the call right now. And it's up 7% into what I thought wasn't even a good report. So I don't want to make sure that I'm not missing something obvious.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's part of the key. And maybe Brendan has something. What's up?
I know, guys. There's no comment yet in regards to the call, but this one, SINT just took out the highs once again on a huge volume spike. Now at 15, after we started the day at 7, there was a new contract awarded to SINT, another one that was up on a reverse stock split as well.
So this is not, look, SINT is just a squeeze at this point. So, you know, soaking the float, small cap, up 100%. I'm going to check to see what locates are. I'm glad I'm not already caught in this or anything like that. But when you look at where this is, yeah, it's not going to be split adjusted. Can I even zoom over? Yeah, there's almost no point looking. It's broken 10. You have obvious levels that are going to be at 15 and 20. But this is going to be more about, as far as I'm concerned, looking for the next halt and trying to play a halt reversal. So whether that's through 15 or through 20, those are the two levels I'll be looking at. I think if you haven't taken profit and you got a long here, I always say you can't go broke if you do take some profit. And this is, at some point, there is going to be a monster flush on this. I'm just hoping I'm involved when it happens, but I'm always willing. If you short this and you're not willing to make a top wick, then to me, then you're not doing it properly, because you got to be willing to get stopped out when you're going against the grain. And at this point, I'm not chasing this move.
All right, I'm going to, oh man, just missed it. Okay, there we go, now we're short. I want to short Nike. Nike seems to be maybe turning over a little bit here, but you know, it could also not be. I mean, this is a nice little move to the downside right here for Nike, but let's just take it. You know, upside move below some of these numbers right there. We'll use 65 here as our out. You could up it a little bit to 80, but then we wick top there to 90. So if I change that, that's 30 cents difference. We'll see. Maybe if we can get a piece out near the bottom. But right now we are short Nike into this move, so hopefully it will pay off for us. Microsoft nicely in the money as well, but we'll wait for Nike here. As you can see the kind of stuff we're doing. We're just dimes in the money now. I mean, we're dime in the money here on Apple. Good outs, though. I mean, we got that 134.11 there, which was a good out. Our AMD, we're looking to get a little more out on the top, but we keep bouncing off 70 here, so I feel like that's probably a good spot. We'll take another piece out there. I'll cancel my 85. you know, if that, I mean, I think I'm here at 68, so hopefully it rips through and prints me at 68. But for right now, there goes Nike a little bit here to the downside. So let's take a piece out in the teens. Let's see if we get a 14 or 15 if it breaks down below. I'm actually at 14 right now. Every penny matters, so you know, we'll take it. Hopefully it cracks through 15. I don't really know why we're at 14, but there it is right there. We'll go the banger on that trade. As thanks again for the chat. You guys mentioned Nike possibly rolling over, so I just went over there and hit it. So yeah, we'll get it out, man. If it takes out 90s, 117.90, we're gonna get out now because we just, you know, we'll put that 20 cents in our pocket, giving us a little bit more room there. Now look at Apple, Neil. There it goes. Nice move right back to these levels. So 134.35 is my offer. Come on, Apple, let's go, man. These are some good ideas here. Give it to us. Yes, sir. There it is. Good trade right there for Apple. Yeah, good day so far, man. Everything we've got in is winning right now, but Nike just bumped up.
Yeah, the market's starting to break out here. The ES just went 1%. The NASDAQ just broke out of broke out from resistance here. This is what you're seeing on the NQ, guys. You're breaking out in a nice way. I think you want to be favoring the longs. I do have an Intel short, but for me, that's a bit of a different story. I always like shorting Intel. If we break the highs on something like an AMC, that's a wick bottom. Consolidation higher could lead you to a bit of a breakout. I like 135 on Apple. I want to check to see if Alphabet is finally participating. It's starting to go here, and I still like this notion of 89.5 for a breakout on Alphabet. That SINT, I wasn't quite fast enough paying for the locates. I was doing it as I was talking about it, saying 15s or 20 for the short, but by the time I actually got the locates on it, it was already heading down. It's now going into a downward halt. So I just said take profit, but it's now halting at 12.87 to the downside without me. Wish I had the short, but I don't, so it is what it is. Lucid here, that's still trying to bounce off VWAP. I like the strength it's showing. At this point, I just want to hold for the high of the day with the market continuing to boom to the upside. Someone just said check out VIPs. I'll bite, but I don't really know what's going on with the stock. Not really seeing it. It's not doing a heck of a lot of, hit enter twice. It's not doing a heck of a lot of volume VIPS here. So yeah, it's going to the upside, but the volume is pretty light on VIPS. I'm not really seeing a reason to be in this one. If there's news on it, you guys let me know, but I'm not seeing anything. And if you go to the daily chart on this, like it's in the channel anyways. It's like stock needs to break 12.80 to the downside. Stock needs to break 13.50 to 80 to the upside. It's just chilling in the middle on low volume, sorry.
Yeah, no, this has been just a really good day, to be completely honest with you. We just got, what did we just get out? Oh my God. Oh, wow. I mean, AMD, man, we just took another 50 cents, well, 45 cents there on A. I was like, what just filled right now? But it is AMD for the win right there right now. But yeah, some good little levels there coming through for us on AMD. What's up, Brendo?
Nice look for Boeing so far today, guys. On this note, it would appear, anyways, the FAA adopting airworthiness directives for 737-100, 200, 200C, 300, 400, and 500 airplanes. So straight to the upside so far for Boeing, up about 4%.
Yeah, it's not enough to like the long or say you want to grab longs in the stock and it's strong, blah, blah, blah. You got to have it. And I don't have Boeing today, so I'm going to be pissed off about that. But let's see if we can't get a part of this move. The market's breaking out, so I like this relief rally. And if Boeing wants to give me an entry on a dip, then that just might be the only way we're able to catch it. It just wicked top through 195, so this could be that opportunity here. Like if it breaks channel down, I'd be looking at that 93. I was looking at the 15-minute chart. You can see previous resistance in front of 193. So I'll see if I can get a dip buy over there in Boeing. If you haven't been enjoying this one, the market's green. We got the bull going. The longs are working. However, I feel like you guys have been shorting the like button. I don't know. We're at 1.5 today. I think we should be at 3. This is a banger type of a day. I mean, you're having opportunities all over the place. You got stocks halting all over the place. You got these, like, from anything from CEI to Apple to Tesla making moves to Microsoft, even a little bit of AMC here today, just a little bit of everything. Hopefully we can catch some Boeing here as it's starting to come back into the downside. And I really hope some of you guys got, if you're in SINT, I really hope you got out of it on that downward halt. But yeah, just take a couple seconds, hit the like, hit the subscribe,
yeah, let's
breathe,
go.
And let's get with this upward trend.
Let's go, man. Yeah, breathe. Like some fabulous right there. Not only that, man, if you're liking everything here, check out the sticky note today. Feeling like we hold green today. right? We made that comment up 0.4, now up 0.9. So far, so good on that. We should have traded Lucid, man. Tesla's on here, Apple, AMD, all here, CEI. Like, CEI is no longer my #1 stock, but man, we did pretty good on CEI today. Microsoft, now $1 in the money for Microsoft to the upside, 55 cents in the money for Apple. Look at that out for Apple. 134, that happened as Neil was talking about it, so we got to hit the siren for that one. That is a 80-cent win there for Apple at 160. So at 134.60 out there on Apple. Buy. Like, we got taken out there, and that was by accident. You guys heard me say that. But it was a light position, and it was heading into consumer confidence, so all good there. Look at Mr. Softy go. Nice little move to the upside as Softy taking out day high once again. Man, this has been a good day to trade. What's up, guys?
All right, update on OP, guys, still halted and will be for the remainder of the day. I'll show you why here in a second. It did open and traded in the pre-market there just above $1. This just out from Ocean Pal, so from the company itself. So they're revising the effective date for the reverse stock split. Was supposed to be today. It's now going to be tomorrow. So as far as I can tell, this might be halted all day for OP.
All day. Well, they might open it back up.
Yeah, they might.
Oh, that's going to be hilarious. Like, it's like, realistically, like, this just goes to show how absolutely nonsensical the market is sometimes. Because that's trash.
Pretty much all the time. I mean,
yeah, pretty much all the time. But that's obviously trash. So it's going to get, like, that stock's going to get absolutely burned. And that's probably one of the reasons you don't want to trade too many shares pre-market. Otherwise, like, you just get absolutely destroyed. But it is what it is at this point. I want to get to Meta because I missed a breakout on Meta. That sucks. I had down 118.25, 118.25. That's it from 2 days ago. I wanted this when it broke. It's right back into the, I'll go to the 3-minute chart now. It did make the break. It went right up to almost 119, then made a dip, reclaimed it back to the upside. So this gave you a chance to participate here, 117.5. Now I'm looking to take this consolidation up here. Because I'm buying the top, it's a relatively tighter stop if I even get it at this point. So now that I finish talking, I want to grab something in the quarter to 30 range, give it to 118, and see if we can't participate in that move. Boeing, which I just thought was about to dip, looks like it is going to. I'm looking for VWAP here. It wick top 195. I see this making a bit of a pullback. If I was flat and I saw that wick top, a lot of times I'd be thinking short 94.80 or something like that, down into VWAP. This time I'm looking to buy VWAP if it does indeed come down. And the one stock that's working short as the market rips, you might have guessed it's Intel, but it's holding now, consolidating off of VWAP. That just tells me if the market wants to continue to show strength, I do need to get some more shares out here. It doesn't, like, Intel might be weak, but if the market just continues to go up, at some point it's going to participate too.
All right, let's just talk a little bit about what we're doing here on AMD real quick, man. I mean, we just took that long here at 66.50, out some 70s there. Now double out again here as we touch the top of 67. So nice little 70-cent win right now for AMD. $1 in the money off these Microsoft buys. We're going to wait for that. Apple's still cruising to the long side as well. But look at this, man. Let's hit the sirens for this. Nike. So, I mean, here we go. We take the first trade at 117.35 on this breakdown through the 50 period, through VWAP. We take a little out there at 10s. So that's only 35 cents. Then it comes back up. We get 117.50. Then we take the out at 116.80. That's 17 cents right there. So we'll hit the bang for that. And then now the move is continuing to the downside here for Nike. So although, you know, I was saying to sell it here today, I didn't get a chance to do that. Hopefully I can once the show's done. But down here to 116 is my next bid, as we still are in half of this position as it's coming to the downside. Nike. So not only are we trading tech stocks, like I mentioned, Apple, AMD still here. Apple still cruising. There's the long there for Apple back to the high of the day. Long, long, long out before consumer confidence. Then long once we get that number back in. So yeah, man, tech and Nike on my mind today as that continues to work. So far so good. Let's see if we get that 116, man. If you're nervous about Nike here, we have bounced around this area, so no problem getting some out here at 116.50. We're $1 in the money. I think lower. My bid is at 116.01 for Nike. So far so good on this retracement short.
So I'm just going to ask Brendan if there's anything on the Carnival call. Carnival Cruise Lines, by the way, we didn't mention this, but when you pull it up on Flow Checker, Great resource, by the way, if you want to see what the float size is or short interest. You get a bunch of different resources. We're not affiliated or anything. I just go to the site every single day. 13 to 15% on that short float. This is one of the reasons why you can see it go to the upside. Remember, I showed you guys the daily chart. This is the 50 period sitting up here at about 890. You're seeing it resist essentially 880 right now. The longer it consolidates up here, setting up for a bit of a break. I'm really hoping the call will just end. It consolidates. They'll end the call, and then you can play the next move, which to me is either short off this level or just wait for it to break out. I just want that call to be over before it does happen. Lucid still showing some signs of strength, but it's now starting to roll back into the downside. This needs to hold VWAP, man. I still want that 750, but I've canceled my offer. I want to play it by ear. If it breaks this channel and goes higher, I just want to take it wherever it happens to reverse, and I'm keeping tabs on AMC. We did get stopped right beneath the pre-market low. It's headed right back up toward the high. And this is still, I like that 515 break that already happened, but the new fresh top is 5.25, so you can probably guess what comes next for me. Just take the break at 5.25. If that's what it has to be, then that's what I want to be able to do there. Just going over to some of the names from this morning that we have not traded yet. Alphabet cannot seem to break out. I did have an accidental entry. I wanted to break out on the stock, and I punched into it accidentally. It took like 5 cents or something because I just got out of it right away. But I want this thing, if it can get above 89.5, that key level is being resisted. So it's resistance until it's not. I got to be able to respect that. Apple's about to get to 135, so it looks like that's going to be the next level to respect. If it breaks 35, there's room to 137 here on Apple. Absolute. It's only up 2%. But I mean, for Apple lately, that's pretty good. And the markets, both the ES and the NASDAQ are exactly the same, which is that's a bit abnormal. Usually you have one leading or one leading the other. My guess is with Apple leading the way here, it's going to hold that strength, hopefully for the rest of the day. If Apple goes, I think the market can't be stopped.
No, I mean, that's why we're holding on to Apple, Microsoft, and AMD, and Apple's actually outperforming everything else right now. I mean, Microsoft is kind of heading back to the downside, so we're going to watch out for that. I'm not selling anything. We already called the long today. I already said I should move over to the futures, and some of you guys are even saying that in the chat. Probably will add that to the portfolio coming up very soon. But it's a tough. Well, everything's tough, so that doesn't matter what you're trading. But here comes Nike. I mean, why switch away honestly from what's working when we got this kind of damage that we're putting on these markets? So right now we are really working on the equity side of things. So I'll stay here, but I will take that in consideration. Thanks for some of you guys out there mentioning that. As right there it is again. Like it's $1.25 on Nike right there, right? So hopefully we can come now to the downside as it continues to make that move. Now there it is. Wow, we just talked about I just didn't want to wait for the 116. Probably should have. We'll take a 116.25 there, and really, I mean, it's $1.30 in the money. So we'll take that, and then we'll watch to see what's happening next. AMD now following the Apple party. It looks like breaking back above 67 and trying to hold there. Apple still moving. What's next, man? FCell, they reported yesterday. That's up 10%. There's a lot of names that are really booming today, right? Like that FCell. Let's go back over to that and look real quickly. This is up 10%, looking at $3 now. So look at this move, straight up to the upside. There was something else today. What was it? There was CEI. There was another little name. Oh, I think it was just CCL, actually, I guess.
It had to be Carnival.
It had to have been Carnival. So, again, what a great move up. I mean, we both missed this. Unfortunately, it is difficult when you get the conference call and then the numbers come out late for that, because look at the first move down, and then obviously 775 as a bottom. I mean, you're going to look right here on the daily chart. Nothing really would have given you that indication. You'd had to sort of play off 8, and then hopefully you held it all the way down there, and then it came right back up. But still, man, it's still hot fire right up to the upside. As yes, man, our net right now, man, is just like booming as a lot of these stocks are starting to head back up to that upside. Checks in on Roblox real quick because that's like, why is that not breaking 28? Oh, well, man, I don't know. Maybe we don't like it. Yeah, maybe I don't like this long. I do have the long in there, but not completely in love with it, as it's kind of having a problem here. So
yeah, I'm going to ring the register very quickly. You might have seen, maybe you didn't. I don't know, for the position board, you can't even see a Meta on the position board. I don't know why, but usually
you have a dot there. Oh,
usually that scrolls when we have more.
No, it's that dot that's doing something.
I don't know what's going on.
It's not.
Oh, it froze.
It's not scrolling.
Okay. So anyways,
Okay.
I did get Meta, and I'll go back to the 15-minute. I just talked about this one, that 118.25 level from a couple of days ago. I guess that would just be Monday. From Monday, it broke out. I missed the breakout, so I grabbed it in front of it on the consolidation just now. This nice little consolidation. So if it's inside the range, I'll take some out inside the range, try and reload inside the range, and look for a breakout. You just want to continue trend and find something you can join the trend on at a price that you like, which, you know, I'm pulling over to Boeing because when it did the wick top, I said, oh, this will be the opportunity for it to pull back into VWAP, and then I'll get Boeing long in front of VWAP. Well, you can guess Boeing just continues to break out and evades me getting an entry. I have to take an entry where I know where my out's going to be, where it's a price that I like and a range that I like. Unfortunately, I'm just not in the Boeing right now. Meta we got, that's fine. I don't want to ignore CEI because, like, I knew this was still a short. But you know what? I wanted to get back into this one. You heard me say I'm backing away from 410 and I actually pulled my offer into 15 to 20 just to get a better price. It goes to 410 and is still flushing here. This just feels like it's going to fall probably for the rest of the day. And I guess on any pop I want to short it. If it has to be at 4, maybe I'll just short 4s again. Brendo, it's time for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, busy morning, a ton moving around here as far as small caps are concerned. Here's a few of them that we were discussing. If you were with us early on, you probably heard of a lot about CEI off this split. 420, 4 was the other level I was trying to hold against, but this thing was wild off that halt. Gets back above 420 to 425. I'm back in this now, trying to fade that back down at least 2-day lows. We'll see though. Bit of a tricky trade so far today was CEI. Not a lot of liquidity. This one, LASE, up on positive news as well. Go out to the daily chart, 220 and then 230. Bit of a wall for this one. It's tested at 1, 2, 3, now 4 times. So we'll see what's going to happen with LACE at 420. 220, I should say, not 420. ADCT had positive news this morning as well. I completely missed this. 370. Let's go. Gives you 70 cents straight to the downside, guys, for ADCT as well. Back to you.
So SINT bounced off you up right back up to that 15 level. So I'll probably take a shot shorting the lower high here if I can even get it. CCL, by the way, is just starting to reject that 880. So, 880 is really setting up for a pretty clean break on CCL. The question is, can it hold the top end of the channel on it? But I'll get to that in a quick second because I just got into this SINT. I don't know. I'm just going to call SINT, S-I-N-T. I'll just call it SINT. But I'm shorting this off the consolidation here. I don't want to give this to the high of the day. That's just a little bit too much risk to reward when I think it's going to hold potentially at 15 even. So I'm going to throw my stop. I always am willing to get that top wick on it. Going to get my stop in, and then I can go over to CCL here because this one looks pretty interesting. It's starting to pull back. I think if it can hold a higher low here, then it's pretty much set up for a pretty clean 880 break. We know what the short interest is. I had one short. I got out, thank goodness I got out before the call because that just continued to run to the upside. Nothing's come from the call that I think that's actionable, and if something happens, Brennan will let us know. It's just pure price action. I just reloaded on Meta as well in front of 118, so I'll get some out on the way to the upside here. It looks like it wants to reject these tops. And by the way, the ES is very close to 3,900. So you could see some resistance at 3,900, and the NASDAQ, 11.3. Make sure you're watching the H contract. That's the March contract for next year. But you're getting some resistance up at this top. So taking some profit in this channel is going to make some sense on whatever you happen to be long.
Yeah, we had on the sticky note long Apple 134, and it just ripped up to 135 and had a couple wick tops there. So, that is a problem spot there for Apple. I feel like we were able to get out, so we'll close the trade there, throw some money around for AMD as it just, we thought it was going to go. It tried it a bunch of times, so we will give up that 20 cents and get out at 85 there on the way back. Now it's at 77, so you guys can watch that. I'm just looking at Apple still here, thinking about what to do. I have a new position, Lucid. I'll talk about that in a minute, but Apple wants to hold out higher, and like I said, it's on the sticky note at TraderTV, Shawn. You can find that. I think we want to stay in this. at least until we don't, that's my best out. I'd like to have another one up here. All right, maybe 135. If it comes back up, we'll get it out, and then we'll regroup it on a downside move. If we're able to long it at a better price, that's fine. But, I mean, the market's still holding up fine. I don't know. I don't want to be, like, getting out of things too early here, although I don't think we have. I mean, we only have 10% left on this name, so it's been all good. Microsoft's just dancing around, and I'm pretty happy. AMD's a reload down here at 66.50, so we'll wait to see if that comes in. And then let's talk about Lucid. So, all right, we like the long breaking 760. It looks like that price should have been 750 because that's where it stopped, right there, right in the pre-market, just as we're about to open at 925. But then, boom to the downside, stops at 720, very similar to what we saw yesterday on that break of Lucid right there, as we wick bottom 723. Then in the aftermarket, we went down again to 720, and then today it's 715. So we are starting to create a little bit of a problem because some of the lows are getting lower. So, lower lows, never a good sign, but I want to hold this out till 715 breaks. So we'll average into it. My next bid is at 18. So, I'm going to put on double the shares that I have right now if we get into the teens. So just a little comment there on what I'm thinking for Lucid. We bought it in. I liked that financing yesterday. Obviously, it's been a disaster for the name. But again, the largest shareholder just dumped $1.5 billion again into the name. So,
and they'll keep doing it.
And that's what I'm thinking. They'll keep doing it.
They got lots of. I almost said
it's Saudi money. It's oil money, and it is what it is. Lucid's going to.
There's a song about it, but I feel like it'd be wrong if I sang it. So.
Yeah. Not mad at my take on AMD. Okay, good. Poor Richard, because I'm not trying to make anybody poor. And in fact, AMD today is a really good stock to the long side right there. So a good trade for AMD. And by the way, Nike's still booming, man. I mean, this is still a good stock for us. Our best out's at 20. Look where it stops on a dime at 116. So watch out for that one. Microsoft, Apple, Nike, Lucid.
Also, watch volatility is here down at the actual, like UVXY is what I track. Sometimes I'll kick myself for not trading these levels because I actually had a resistance, I had a resistance line up at this top. I don't know why I wasn't paying attention to it because that's an obvious level. But anyways, you go long off the market when it happens, but you're getting to a bit of a bottom here. And if you reject that, I think you can have a bit of a turnaround. So like I said, take some profit where it does lie. I've been making these moves in Meta, sort of bouncing off this 118. I think it can still go if the market takes out these tops. If we take 39 on the NASDAQ, or the ES, and take 11.3 on the NASDAQ, the Meta's getting to 120. So I want to make sure I'm holding some for said move to 120. It's likewise in Apple. It gets up here, and it's like, can you just break 135 already so we can see that 137? It feels like it wants to go at this point. Brendo.
One-time big mover from the pandemic, guys, just popping up here on volume. Altimmune, they had positive data yesterday on a liver disease drug they're working on, but up again today, another 13%. Just took out the high there. You can see big volume spike for ALT.
Alt. Okay. Yeah, more stuff, man. I mean, there's always names to trade here. Wow, there goes Nike. Just yes, sir. Holy shoot, man. Good day so far here. Nike with a nice move down, man. There, look at that break. Yes, man, that's going to be a good one there for Nike. I talked about selling in my own account, but we don't do that until the end. I mean, that went up to 119 there today. Wow, that's been a big move for Nike. Nice move there as it continues to make that move down. Really kind of proud of that trade right there. I mean, we really followed our own lines and our own rules there and just sort of, thanks to the chat brought it to my attention. We went right over there. We shorted it initially. It came right back up for us. We re-shorted that. We've had multiple dollar winners today, but here's another one. This $2, trying to get $2 in the money down to 115. Where is there an out? Nowhere. I'm not putting a bid out. So, we'll see where it goes from here. But that 114.20 was the bottom back at 8 o'clock. Whether or not that holds or not, I don't really care. I do care. But if it's down there, then, we've done we're kind of laughing at that point. So let's see. Nike still wants to make that move down. Pretty happy with this trade, man, as it goes. Microsoft. The only thing is, I don't know what your target is for Apple, but this is 135. It just came back to Apple again here at 135. I know I called the market long.
I think you can go 137 if the market breaks out here. That's the thing.
That's why I don't want to get rid of it, man. But yeah, downside. Wow, there's Nike. Now Nike $1 in the money. So yeah. All right, what's been falling pretty good the last little while, and we'll see if it can find a bottom, is crypto. Let's go check in with Brendan.
Never.
Yeah, a bit of a choppy day. Red, however, right across the board. Once again, I'll show you in a sec here for crypto markets. Here's an interesting headline I just saw. Yeah, it looks like SPF, the flight to the U.S. will happen today after yet another hearing in the Bahamas set for this morning. Looks like extradition is set to happen shortly after that. Big move down initially this morning, back to 16,700, but we are trying to get back into the range once again on the hourly chart. If you go out to a higher time frame, you can see, yep, just kind of grinding along the very, very bottom end of the range here for Bitcoin, down another 1.2 today, 16,826. Currently 1.18 there, 1,214 for Ethereum. Everything else kind of red as well on this board, 2 to 3.5% to the downside, guys. Worth a note, just saw larger than expected draw there for crude oil inventory, sent oil to the upside as well, guys.
Ooh, haven't been looking at oil because we've been distracted with obviously, some of the bigger cap tech names there. I did just get some out of Sint, 13 in front of this 13.5. Look, it's short 14 in front of this channel 14.5, and it can't seem to break that halfway point. So I take some out. I'm tightening my stop up. This feels entirely too strong. I'm going to go break even stop. My stop's at 14 even. I'm short 13.99. If it goes to VWAP, great. That gives me that dollar move. But at this point, this looks a little bit strong. Do I think it eventually capitulates? Sure, but I'm not just going to sit here holding the short, ignoring what looks like a pretty strong trend. Guess what just powered up? Apple through 135. We scalp what we will out of this, but let's keep an eye on the bigger picture for Apple. Like, what you actually have here is you broke this higher low just the other day. You break that higher low to the downside, I guess the other day, yesterday. You break that higher low, and now you're trying to break back up. If you find support here, there's a heck of a trend you could have into 140. And when I pull the 15-minute up, while saying 137, this is 136. This is 137. Just looking at the last couple of sessions, you go back into Friday when things got a little hairy, and you have a 137 top. That's why I'm looking for 137 to the top side. SINT, which I was just talking about, tighten up the stop to 14 even. It broke, so we make sure we don't lose on that trade, right? So, you're going to go counter trend. I feel like there's days why I don't do it very well, and I get slapped around shorting one of these, but this time I'm going to stay a little bit disciplined because, quite frankly, a lot of these previous split names, when they start going, they've been ridiculous. I think we all understand that. And I'll have another shot at this to be sure. Going to hold on to some Meta as that powers to the upside. It's now breaking out, so we got the consolidation break on Meta. I think there's room to 120 on this bad boy. I mean, 120 is just going to be sitting up here. Again, going back into Friday, late day resistance on Meta is 120. Heck, if it breaks 120, you could see 123. But we'll cross that bridge if and when it does come into play. Tesla, which I haven't touched all day. What do you see happening with Tesla? The market is up 1.3. The ES just broke 3,900. The NASDAQ just broke resistance. And Tesla is only now trying to get through VWAP. So if you can't tell that Tesla's relatively weak in this market, I don't know what to tell you. Only now, the one short that I have on here, only now does it retest the high. So market continuing to break out, and Intel's still beneath 27. So if I lose shorting 27 on Intel, so be it. But I'm just going to jump right back in. The market took the high. Intel just rejected the high and is still beneath 27. So I wait. When the market's trending to the upside, you can wait patiently for your entry point. But yeah, it's the one short I have on here. At some point, Intel short's going to lose. But until it does, it's good.
All right, guys. I just hope that everybody was able to at least check out the sticky note here today when we talked about holding green, lots of levels for breakout levels. We talked about that over and over again. It's why we have $1.50 in the money on Apple, $1.50 in the money on Microsoft. I mean, it was just big time level breaks today, and we thought it was going to be a green day, and we turned that bull around, that bear into a bull. And yeah, as they say, the rest for now is history. It's a nice little move upside here for Lucid. Yeah, I mean, normally this is a level where I would, you know what? I mean, again, if I'm going to just stick with my own rules, which have been, you know, working pretty good, let's just get something out here at 29. So we'll put an offer on a paid gateway, see if we can get it right now. It just has to go through us to get it, so we'll do that. Hopefully it does tick out. So you could offer like Edge A or Boss X or something like that if you are part of day traded, or I mean, a lot of prop firms might have that. Some gateways that are like inverted, meaning that they pay you have to pay to get the fills. So the person executing against you gets the rebate. So that's why those names are always the first to go. So, but we'll wait. I still think Lucid goes a little bit higher than this anyways. So let's see if we get paid to get out on this one for 3 cents. I mean, it's ridiculous, but I still think this 35 might be the top anyways. So if we can get some 29s and then work it in here, 33s, some 35s, and then we'll try to hold like 60%. There it is. We'll try to hold 60%. See, that's why you use the paid gateway, to be honest with you, which would have been Arca right there. Here's a nice little bump up for Lucid. So again, man, oops, we don't mean to say, oh my God, it's not really running that far, but it's a good trade. We were waiting at 18. Looks like it only dipped down to 20 there, so maybe we can readjust. But my next offer right now is at 33. We'll see if that can fill. But man, that Apple, man, you're good on that because you're up to 135 and change. We talked about that 134 break. We liked it, so we hit it 4 times upside there. That's how much we like that. And of course, there goes Microsoft back to the day's high. And don't hate me for that AMD call, but I did get out of it as it rips back above 67. So, Brendan.
What was
that? Bounce back, guys, for some of these Chinese names after a down day yesterday, but XPeng just popping up here. 5%, you can see why. Just took out day highs and then some on volume for XPeng.
Speaking of day highs, AMC taking out the day high. NVIDIA's at the day high. I want to get involved in probably both of these, but AMC, I'm actually trying to get 26s. I might have to just pay 27s on AMC and then take the rest at 26. I'll just go ahead and do that. But a triple top, maybe it's more like I don't know. I call it a triple top. You can call it a quadrant, whatever you want to do. 165 is a triple top on, did I say AMD? NVIDIA. If I said AMD, I meant NVIDIA. That's the chart that's up here. Looks like it's finding some resistance. I like this consolidation. The futures are breaking out. Higher highs the entire way. What I favor doing on these is try to get involved before the break. And Luca talks about this all the time. And I find sometimes if the market's strong enough, you just want to go ahead and play the higher low like I was doing over there on Meta. That did work out for me on Meta. Speaking of which, Meta got to 119, pull back a little bit. If I hadn't scalped them out, I would be taking more shares outside in front of that 119. But it looks like it's making another consolidation for a break. And speaking of consolidation breaks, you've now held above VWAP on CCL. That's not an offer. This is if it breaks 880, I'm going long on a breakout on CCL. Has to happen. I want to see that break before it does. And then, like I just said, AMC, I took the initial 515 break. That did not work. It stopped out. It then consolidated, broke out again. I wanted to show, there we go. I just wanted to show you 515, 515, 515. That's why I liked it. Now you're breaking out these quarters. I still think there's room to 540, 550 on AMC.
I mean, it's 10:39, man. I'm going to just sit on these trades. I mean, like I said, $2. I mean, look at the names that we have here. $2 in the money on Softy, $2 in the money on Apple, Lucid. We just got that 33, by the way. Or did we get 34? No, it was 33. And then I just heard you mention it. I wanted to go over to CI again.
I just got in.
So we got stopped out there at 420. That's, the funny thing is, so CI is no longer my top stock, but even when we got stopped out there off the halt at 10 o'clock, it was still my top stock at that point. So, we've taken enough shares here to do some damage on it. So we're going to continue to watch that trade here on CEI and see where it goes. But I like that 4. You just got in, but which you're going short or long?
I'm short off of this.
Okay.
Remember that we shorted $4 before. But I like the other thing about $4, by the way, just to show you, this is 403, and that's where it halted. So I was trying to short 420. I didn't get this re-entry off the wick high, but now I want to respect that halt price at 403. So this could be in and out rather quickly. Obviously, there's a big level up there at 4.25, which I like, and I want to be engaging a trade there. So this might be a relatively quick stop out above that 403. If it happens, we'll see. But I did just get into it. It's weird. Like as you were bringing it up, I'm like, oh, I just got back into this one in front of VWAP, so we'll take that trade. Apple is now solidly through 135. I like 137. As we go to Brendan for, oh, it's a different shade of green. Sector Watch. I was about to say, that looks a little stranger. Different shade of green.
Stranger things.
Yeah, nice positive board to have a look at so far today, guys. Up 1.5% currently for the S&P. It's just because there's a few standing out here that overshadow the rest. But yeah, nicely green right across the entire board. That's Nike, 13%. 13%. It was up 15% at the highs there. Crazy move for Nike today. CCL, tag 7 on a bit of a pullback right now, but great day for Carnival as well off of the earnings report. All of the other NCLH, RCL, even the hotels and casinos getting dragged along with it. So travel names showing a lot of strength. Yeah, Etsy up 5% as well. Some of the retailers catching a bit of a bid today. So consumer discretionary names nicely higher. These are the banks. Not a negative name in the banking group today. Not huge moves either, but the entire sector is positive. FTNT reported they're down 4%. Tech stocks otherwise pretty much positive across the board. Boeing, we mentioned on a positive note there from the FAA, up 4% today. Caterpillar right below it, having a nice day, 2%. Back to the upside. This is the energy group, 2% now for crude oil. So all the energy producers back higher as well. Again, 1.5 there for the overall market, guys.
Someone in the chat, and I might have missed it, was screaming to look at XOM. And you know what? Actually, I want to go ahead and do that, but I need to get. AMC just broke right into that 535 range, so I got some out there. But if it can't take 540, then I think it could dip back down into the quarters, if not the 515, where I'd be looking for some reloads. So I do want to make sure that I'm taking enough profit out here, and I might just get another offer out. Because if it breaks this channel, I always say make decisions at key. Just punch. Whoops. Yeah, so make decisions at key price levels. So I just got another leg out right at 33 there, and I want to play the dip, maybe not to 25s, but I think back to like 15 to 20 on AMC. And if it breaks this channel, I think you can see a big leg up down into 565. So make decision here, and then make decision here. Don't worry about inside of that little bit of a channel break. I can't not get out of some CEI as it tries to pull back in. These charts will be frustrating because the gap is so gigantic when you look at a split adjusted chart. So it's rolling over off VWAP. As it comes back down, I want to respect that you have some higher lows in here and get some out in front of said higher lows. So that'll be in the mid 80s and then the mid 70s. I'm going to get some bids on CEI. I might have, you know what, maybe I wasn't aggressive enough with SINT. As I got out of this one, thinking it was too strong, I was waiting for it to fail break 15, like break 15 and then come down. It never broke 15, and it's back into VWAP. But that's going to happen to you sometimes. I would rather get out of this too soon than just get constantly like run over on a short trade on a trending stock to the upside. So I probably got out of SINT too early. Hopefully I don't do the same thing with CEI.
All right, yeah, I like that CEI trade. Of course, we've talked about that a little bit here. We are into a new position. That's going to be Roblox. I don't know. It broke that 28, but I mean, it did it as the market, of course, was taking out some of those new highs. And that's never, like, I like it because if the market continues, then I really like this name. But at the same time, it's just one of those trades that, you're sort of punching the top when Roblox. It's up the same as the market. So why am I, sort of a little bit, not upset at it or anything like that, but, why it is a little bit sad is just the fact that I'm not sure if this market's going to continue. Like, it's almost like I really like this trade because it was breaking these key levels, but every time that's happened, the market's kind of turned around. Yesterday, we only got 13 cents on this trade. So I'm going to hold it back to 27.80. If it fails there, it fails there, and we'll get out and we'll lose our 20 cents because I really think that yesterday the upside on this trade was, like I said, 15 cents, and we actually had it yesterday. It's right here. So it broke 28 yesterday, right there, so we would have had it, and then there's where it went up to 16, 17s, and if my trade would load, which it's not doing, you would see in here a whole bunch of outs, and then we got out once it dipped back below here, this 80 mark. So that that's, that created a little bit of a downside cascade there to the 200 period. So just like I've been saying, I don't necessarily want in these names if they are trending that direction. So, we'll take a hard pass on it for now, but hopefully, not a hard pass, we're in it. But let's see if it can go back up. I am sitting at 10s to get a piece out, just to see if it wants to get up there. We'll be there for it. Again, Nike has retraced back a little bit, still 70 cents in the money there. Microsoft still $2, and same as Apple. Lucid, we got another piece out at 31, but again, pretty good outs. Can't really complain. Looks like that 200 period at 35 might be the one to hold. So I am waiting at 33 for another piece. So yeah, so far so good, man. Really the only concern for me right now is Roblox, and it just touched out at 07. So hopefully we get an our 09, and then we'll build it from there.
I was just saying, I just got to fill in something, but I didn't actually see.
You don't know why?
Which one. Yeah, but I have a trailing stop on. I still have the target 137 on Apple, but I slapped a trail on
look at
it.
AMD.
The market's starting to get up to some resistance points here. Can I even? Here, I'm going to show the NASDAQ here just quickly for you guys. You're starting to get right back into what was Monday's drop-off zone. So if we get into this chop here, that's where you can see a bit of a turnaround. And this is also, it's close to 11 o'clock. A lot of times when you see that, it's interesting because when we go to the midday show, sometimes you start looking for the counter trend shorts. It's because you can get to resistance levels on the big rally days, and then you want to make sure that you're taking something else. So I have a trail on. If we break channel down on Apple, I'll get out of it. Meta is a very similar story, but I'm much later to this move. It just broke 19s. My longs are in front of 18 instead of anything down at the lows. You got to take what you can get. Sometimes it's just how it is. And we're right back into this 119, where on Friday, that's where we close. So if we can't hold 119 here, I'll probably just get out of Meta. A much tighter trailing stop on Meta than I have on Apple. Apple's been the stronger name. It was CEI. I did get one fill on CEI, but when I looked over, it wasn't like it was falling like a rock. I just got my 380 fill in front of 380. I'll take some out 375. I'd like to see this back down into 350. It went $4 to 350 once. I think it can do it twice. The thing about CEI is when this was pre-announcing of that split. And remember, because of COSM, they moved up when they were doing their split, and there's no point me zooming in on that chart. It was a 6-cent stock. That's $3 if you look at the split. So when they tried to get the hype, it went 6, 8, 10. To me, those are the obvious levels. That's $4. That's $5 top. If it takes out 350, I want something on board in case it can go to $3. But I will take shares out in front of 350, just not everything, because I think you could see $3. Everyone was betting that this thing would moon, and obviously that hasn't been the case.
Obviously, no moon yet for CEI.
It could happen, I guess.
I think it did have that chance there.
When it halted up.
When it halted up right there. By the way, Roblox went to 08, and we were at 09. So I actually went 09 on the offer, but we didn't get any of it. So now it's coming to the downside. So that sucks.
That's annoying.
Right there. It ripped up. We missed it. I think we'll lose 20 cents now because it doesn't want to come through, it looks like right now. So that part kind of sucks there for Roblox. So we'll wait to see what it wants to do again. But yeah, so far, not the greatest trade there on Roblox. It was good. It went in the money a whopping 8 cents, like I said, as we were getting greedy waiting for 9. Okay, I guess that doesn't matter. Now, Microsoft has pulled back again. We're into this area where I'm debating a rebuy, but again, as much as we called the market long today, I really didn't think up 1% from that pre-market level. That seems to have maybe gotten a little bit overblown there, up to that 244 for the market and for Microsoft. So, if we can get anything around here again, I think we should just take this 244.30, something like that on a little bit of a move back upside here. If the market can retrace, we still have the biggest banger of them all on, and that's going to be Apple, as there's 136. You mentioned 137. The fact that this is still running is pretty incredible. There is some size here right now, so some potential there, I guess, to get something out. All right, Lucid again. We just got some 33s, so that's good. We'll wait for a little higher move on that one as well. And then after that, man, not much else. I really like that Apple trade. I really like this softy trade. If we can get this back to 235, we're going to get a piece out right there. So, 244. 35 is where we want to get a piece out there for Softy. So yeah, so far so good. I mean, what's been a good day? Hopefully can get better, but I just wonder about this market getting a little too excited here to the upside. I was not expecting this much of a move, but a green day is a green day, and you want to take your profits when you see them.
Speaking of which, I did just get trailed out there, so I said I wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth on some of these. Wick top through 119 on Meta, so that's me getting out of it. A little bit later to that party, obviously. CI continues to work here. I'm still in Lucid, but it doesn't want to go. Like, it's a frustrating one on Lucid. It made a higher low, but it's not really breaking out. And this is frustrating because as the market might turn around here, I think we could see those bottoms again. I completely forgot about Ford today, but maybe that's a good thing because it's not doing anything. Ford had that crazy run to the downside. Will my trades show up? Of course they're not showing up. But that 750 broke down on no news, wick to 11, then recovered all the way up. And now look at it hold. It actually is holding trend to the upside. That's a high volume wick bottom. This could be, this could be something that I look for some longs in Ford if it ever breaks this channel to the upside. Now I go to my 15-minute chart to look for an execution, and I'm looking at this 1175. If the market continues this move, that is a heck of a wick bottom. I think could have trapped some shorts. And then you look for a breakout 1175 into 12, into 1225. As we go to Brendan to see how the U.S. dollar is doing. I mean, what else do I care about? The U.S. CAD is what we care about here because we trade U.S. stock, and obviously we're in Canada and get paid in CAD. Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, pretty flat day so far for currencies. Here's a look at a few notable names anyways. DXY, exactly, it's positive on the day, but exactly flat overall, 104.01. Back to the upside ever so slightly this morning throughout the morning, but really no significant catalysts ahead of more data to come tomorrow morning and Friday that could move the currency. Our Canadian dollar, meanwhile, back to positive 73.5. If you missed it earlier, some inflation data, CPI from last month in Canada, ticking up 0.1%. It's worth noting, though, the Bank of Canada's own reading on that same number was exactly flat for the month, so not a huge mover anyways, the Canadian dollar. The pound, however, 0.5% downside this morning. More lending apparently going on in the UK than expected, so a little bit of weakness coming back into the pound. We saw that huge move earlier in the week for the Japanese yen. It's calmed down since then, but back to the upside. This was the level that we started at going back on a smaller time frame. A month or so ago for the yen on that huge move to the downside on dollar strength throughout the year. Australian dollar higher on the day, 0.5% as well after a bounce back from a big move down yesterday. Crypto still red at the bottom end of this board, but only just 0.3 and 0.1 there for Bitcoin and Ethereum, guys.
All right.
Yeah, pretty flat there. You know what? I keep meaning to look at Coinbase, and there's enough going, and I think that's the problem. On an up day, that's the last stock I'm wanting to look at, right? That's going to be the case. But on an up day, I always short Intel. I got to look at this trend. This is actually, it's a bullish trend on Intel, but short in front of 27 has been too good. But if it's going to do this, I got to get some shares out in front of VWAP, maybe not even just once, maybe even twice here, because this is just too strong of a market. And at some point, forget the daily, let's go to the... why is there a wick to 52? There was no dark pool print up to 52, but this is what it looks like on Intel. At some point, you could really just take out this 27 level and start running to the upside. I'm going to adjust my stop order. I'm not saying I'm going long this, because I would favor longs in some other names. And keep in mind as well, Micron is yet to report here. So yeah, great rally today, and the chips have actually looked pretty strong. But you got to watch out, especially you watch some Intel for Micron, because if Micron once again disappoints, you could see some weakness to the overall group. The only short I still like that isn't a firm is going to be that Intel, and if it breaks 27, I'm out of Dodge. Speaking of a firm, market continues to break out. It can't even get back up to the highs. I know why I'm not short a firm. It's because I like 985 instead of 975. If I like 975, I would be short this. It's only flat on the day. I'd still take a shot at this in front of the 985 level. And not to ignore UCCL, but it's back to VWAP. That breakout at 880 is going to have to wait. Looks like CCL slowed down a heck of a lot here. I had one trade on CCL, and it's my loser of the day here. Was short at 825, was out when it broke the pre-market high. It felt like it was 30 seconds later, but I suppose it was like a minute or two before I got stopped out.
Yeah, we took 2 outs there on Roblox. I mean, it came. We actually got our fill, so hard to complain when you get the fill that you're looking for. So we did get that 9, and then we took a 7 there as well. I mean, we want a hell of a lot more. We'll hold it until we get said move, but for right now, obviously Roblox is holding out at the high side. So I didn't make a mistake, but look where Microsoft is right now. I said we'd hold out for 244.40. Unfortunately, we got out at 244. I thought the market was very close to breaking lower there instead of retracing back to the highs. And because I'm long Apple, Roblox, and Lucid, I was like, you know what? Let's just get out of some softies. So we did. And unfortunately, I mean, look, it's a bang up winner. I mean, I can't do much complaining when you take $1.70 or whatever it was there on that trade. So far so good. But Microsoft did go to our peak level there where we should have got out. I mean, that we called this level. It basically stopped on a dime there. So good trade. 137 is going to be close to my out for Apple. If that comes through, man, we will take Apple. 137. I like that trade up there. Obviously, here it goes again. I just, it's just. It's such a huge move. And again, we put this down on our watch list today for the Apple long as 34 long. We'll have to check back on Tesla. We actually haven't done, Tesla's the only negative stock for me today. We'll see. And that's right early on. I mean, it's just like we got out at 137 before it ripped to 141. And then right now it's just kind of, actually right now it's taking out some of those, whatever, it's just bouncing around now. But anyways, taking out VWAP a little bit there for Tesla. I actually like it when VWAP and the 50 period kind of merge like this. So yeah, definitely a takeout spot right there. Damn it, this market's still running. I'm not upset, I shouldn't say that. But Microsoft, I gave up 30 cents too much there on the high side because like I mentioned, I did target that area. But look at this, man. Microsoft and Apple really ripping. And then AMD, again, another one that we had here today that we got out that we should still be long. But, some of these markets, I mean, how much extension are we really getting here? I mean, like I said, it's really a shame because I should be long the futures or the SPYs or the Qs or something. But there it is, man, 1.53 again off that long talk this morning. Wow, Apple is really accelerating, man.
I just keep adjusting my trail. This is insane. Yeah, like I still like 137. Someone said in the chat 138, but I'm gonna go. You got to trade your own book, and like when I looked at it, that was a target I had. I also see the futures. Like I said, the Nasdaq's getting to a channel where it's finding some resistance. I think it can find some resistance, and the ES not dissimilar. But I wanted to come to Netflix here, just something a little bit new, because someone just mentioned in the chat there's a flat top on Netflix. Look at the channel, like 280, bit of a breakdown, wick bottom on volume, and then you're trying to break this channel up. We have a huge gap to fill, but that's about 297 from what I see, and then you pop back over here, and it's got this flat channel top at 296. So my concern with this would be, okay, if you break out from here, that's the market strong, you like a breakout like this, is that you have 297 overhead resistance. So that leads me away from wanting that breakout, and I think the better way I would play the long would be like long the channel here. That way, if it breaks out, you're already in the money and not taking the absolute top. That's just my 2 cents on how I would be playing it over there in Netflix. One of the reasons why I still do like this Intel, and I keep wanting to give it a chance, is you're starting to run into some resistance on some of the other chip names here. NVIDIA has not taken out the high just recently, so it's trying to get through this chop here. It's trying to get right through that 165, but it's still beneath that high of the day as the futures continue to make highs. If a couple of these start failing, Intel, I think, is going to be doomed. That's why I'm staying short. CEI is catching a bid at 380 again, so I might just take another leg out here. I'm short at 97, so you know what? Just do it. Get some, just cross the spread. Just get some out here. If it gets back down to 350, I still have a chance to hold on to this one. I think it's going to be a short for the greater part of the day. And then that SINT, S-I-N-T, I might have been out early. It did crack VWAP. It's now back above it. So a little bit of strength coming into SINT. It ends up holding in front of that halt price at 1125. Might not be done for the day, but 15 is your area of resistance. Oh, crap. It's already 11 o'clock.
I can't... I mean, what a great, I just tweeted out finally, guys, finally we wind up holding, the sticky note levels, and we did it here today. So like we went home, we had an epiphany, hold some of these trades that we had on board, and now we're $3 in the money on this. So that's been a good one. Roblox disappointing me. Nike all the way back, to be honest with you, but we've already cashed out on this, so we'll have to have some outs. Nike right now breaking. Let's just get out if it takes 118 out right there. We'll lose 50 cents on the last piece of it. Sucks, but I still don't think we take 118, so more to come on that one. But yeah, man, it's 11 o'clock. We've got Luca. We've got Cherif. I want to thank Bears versus Bulls today. I want to thank, who's over there on the board? Fahad on the board. I want to thank him today as well. I want to thank Brendan. I want to thank Cherif for showing up on the desk, right? He'll be filling in for Brendan all next week. So that should be a lot of fun as well. We're just giving some people some different roles around here, as Neil and I will stay on the desk, and then Cherif will fill that up for Brendo. But hey, so far so good. You want to wrap anything up, or are you good to go there?
I'm going to go. I'm going to get an offer out. Nike, I like Nike at 118.5 still, so I'm going to take a shot at that one. But let's get on over to the midday, guys. It's been a great day. The market's booming. We're having fun trading. You're going to have even more fun with Cherif and my man Luca.
What is up, guys? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Cherif. This is Luca. We got a lot going on today, not the least of which Apple is about to test 137. We've got some small cappers here, Sint. MDGL's moving again, all sorts of stuff. Luca, what are you looking at today, man?
Yeah, man, today is kind of sort of slow in my mind. Going into the holiday season, I'm sort of telling myself, scale back a little bit. If you get really good opportunities, hit them. If not, don't try to kind of create something that's not there. But yeah, go figure, man. This market move, kind of wild, moving all the way to above 3,900 now, running 39.15 on the ES. Do we get a 39.50 test? I have no idea. Up 1.69%. Definitely kind of interesting, guys. Hopefully you guys are having a great day, enjoying the day, and staying profitable. And yeah, guys, let us know what you're trading as well. If anything starts moving on your end, you know the deal, right? Let us know. I want to start off with a couple of my Tesla trades here. It's today was one of those days that I kind of. I had like a little bit small longs, and then it looked like it was short squeezing to the upside. I thought we were really going to get through that 140 very quickly, and anybody that was watching the tape over here kind of saw that, the moves to the upside were extra extreme. And go figure yesterday, it's kind of interesting, everybody thinking, okay, 140 breakdown. I said I was going to try the long, 140.23, tried the long, didn't really give the bounce. And this looks kind of sloppy, but essentially my plan here was get into, extreme amounts of size and try to get that bounce to 141, 142. Did not happen. Was very slow, finally broke that 140, and then eventually failed to the downside. Something to note for everybody is, did Luca really say today has been slow? No, sorry. I meant in general, going into the holidays, it could be slow, but yeah, no, today it's not slow. Sorry about that. That's what I meant there. I'm not that unaware. Come on, guys. But yeah, so it's kind of interesting, this move down from yesterday, and the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I want to say there was about 300 million notional dollar value traded on put options on Tesla yesterday. Whoa. And so go figure that, it stays above 140 and kind of chops around, then just kind of, what is this move like after the break? Like, I've never seen that before. Well, I guess I've seen it, but it's just no volume and then kind of gam squeeze to the downside. So, today I just figured there could be some type of relief bounce. So yeah, tried the long on it and just continue to add, and then, kind of chop myself up. So yeah, could have been better, but is what it is. Had to trade there, and then did trade Nike. Obviously, Nike coming in with positive earnings. 118 on the daily is a super clean level, and I'll pull it up for everybody to see. We're obviously through 118, but this is basically what I saw. 118 seems to be the area where it kind of rejected last time. So I just thought, we could probably get a 120 test at some point. I like the 118 long idea. Am I going to get long before on the dips? Not too sure. Was discretionary with it. And this is another kind of, I butchered this one. I butchered it. It is what it is. Life moves on. It's not a big deal. As you guys can see, I had the kind of long building into it. It looked really good and then kind of flushed down, so I sort of got out of it. Tried a little bit too much, maybe, taking a little bit too much size. And then had the 118 break, covered that a little bit too early, reloaded, lost on that one. So, you know, some days are going to be frustrating, some days are not, some days are going to be really good, some days are going to be bad. P&L is a product of good trading. Today was horrible trading on my part off the morning, but you know, that's trading, right? Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good. You know, what are you going to do over there? I'm actually surprised that on this rally we didn't get back to 120, and we kind of broke down through VWAP. You know, with the overall market sort of pushing higher, I would have imagined that Nike would have had a nice little VWAP bounce. So the fact that it didn't, not really too sure what I think about this one. I guess that low of day, pre-market low type kind of bounce came into play. Now we're at VWAP. Not really, yeah, exactly. Sometimes maybe like a sheet of paper, right? Exactly. And yeah, you know, so it's
a good way to work around.
Yeah, it's a great workaround there. I might use that in the future. Thanks, Small Ben. That's actually really good. And then I'll just reference, yeah, it's a piece of paper, you know. And yeah, so it's, I mean, you know, that's trading. I'm telling myself that. I'm kind of feeling a little bit better now on the show. All is good. Talking it out. Life is good. We move on. We move forward, and we go from there. We see if we can find any other trades. I know Cherif was talking about Apple. I know Shawn was mentioning it going into the close of the morning show. And yeah, Apple just crazy off to the races, moving to the upside. And Neil made a good point this morning. He said, you know, maybe there's a lot of tax loss harvesting where, you know, these larger portfolios are, you know, selling the names, kind of rotating into maybe the ETFs. And then that kind of begs the question, going into next year, do they then rotate back into these names? So back into these Apples, back into the Teslas. So what does that mean for these names, right? The bid generally could be weak because there's that lack of liquidity at the end of the year. And so, you know, a little bit of selling makes these things go down quite a bit. And then New Year's comes around, people reposition. If we start to go up, yeah, we could easily rip back to the upside. You know, anything's possible. This year has shown me that anything is possible. I just think, you know, as long as you, exactly, man, anything is possible. And, you know, as long as you guys kind of stick to your plan and, you know, continue to be systematic about it, good things will happen. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. And, yeah, we'll see what we get going today. Maybe a couple trades in the afternoon. Hopefully not like yesterday where I just kind of lost 90% of the trades. And then at the end, boom, trade comes through. Let's just win 90% of the trades.
Yeah, I know, that'd be nice.
And then kind of
let's just cut to the winning, man.
Let's just cut to the winning, man. Let's just
I don't have time for this losing.
It's not too late to make the day great. So
Absolutely not.
Let's do it.
I like that attitude. Guys, I see a nice little level here that I picked up on the 15-minute chart on the ES March contract. That goes back to, let's see here, goes back a few days. So looks like that's why we're topping out at these levels. I mean, we're not topping out, but we're slowing down. 39.12, 39.15-ish area. That's the level that I earmarked off the ES here, and it goes back. It goes back to over here. Look, have a look here, and then right here, and then we get another couple of touches, but further on down. So it looks like there's some price action in and around this area. So I'm just looking for something to slow down. I'm obviously not biased short, but I'm looking for some big tech that is relatively weak coming into this possible slowdown around this level to possibly short. Apple won't be on that list. You know, sometimes I have this this type of thinking, and I want to debunk it because I don't think it's accurate. I say to myself, you know, short when you see a reversal coming up in the market, short the most strong because there's most room down. But then there's the other side that says, you know, well, why would you short the most strong, short what's weaker? So lately, the short what's weaker has been working better for me, and I think that that's probably what I'm going to stick with. Having a look here at what is weak, obviously, you got to say probably Tesla is the weakest of the bunch here, and, you know, Amazon's positive on the day, it's 2%, but yeah, I'm going to definitely stay away from Microsoft, stay away from Apple. They look, and Meta, obviously, they look quite aggressive. Google is always a nothing burger in terms of action, so I'll stay away from that. But in terms of small cappers, I'm in this short. I'm in this short on Cint. I took it for the VWAP retracement. It went against me a little bit here. Now I'm back to break even. I haven't taken any out. I almost got filled on my profit taker sitting at 59. It looks like it did cross through 59, but the spread on this one can be 10, 12 pennies at times. So there may have been a liquidity vacuum in and around that area. But I'm going to continue to hold this short. I'm looking, I saw here that retracement to 1350. I think that was a bit of stop hunting on some of the algos part. So I think that it's headed in the right direction. I say I think a lot. Anyway, so
that's okay. We're humans. You know, humans like to think. There's definitely not a problem
with
that.
Better prepositions, though. You know.
Well, I mean, if anything, somebody was like, this guy says it is what it is too much. You know what? I just almost want to say that you know, if you're a trader, that's something that you'll say over and over and over again. because it's just how you get through the day, right? How you get through the day. It is what it is, man. It is what, I mean, it's not, it can't be is what it isn't or something like that. Yeah, man, anyways, you know, it's kind of crazy to see Netflix at 300. Not to cut you off, Cherif, there, but I just wanted to add to that because I'm like, oh, yeah, you know, we can all be better, right? So, yeah, let's try to be better together and, yeah, go from there. You know, Netflix going to 300 now. Not too sure what I think about this. I guess I had this on my list from yesterday and the day before. Everybody remembers the 300 breakdown was really, really clean. And then, you know, the news coming in from yesterday and kind of breaking through that 280 level. Very consistent, moving back to the upside. I almost want to say that a 300 short could be a good look just because 300 breakdown, and I'm bringing up the 30-minute for everybody to see. You know, a 300 breakdown kind of flush down, spending some time around here. Then you have the kind of negative news that comes out, pops up to the resistance level, sort of rejects. Then you get the news coming out, the positive news from yesterday. Didn't really react off the news as I thought that it could. But here we are today, moving to the upside with the rest of the market. Netflix up 3%, ES up 1.7%, and I guess I should pull up NASDAQ because Netflix is a NASDAQ name. And yeah, 1.7%, pretty similar. So if we do get to 300, could be a good look for a quick one-time kind of runs into 300, you know, rejects, and maybe you get a point or two out of that. That'll be something that maybe that I take a look at. And Boeing's at 196. There's no way. This thing just keeps going.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
Brenda was mentioning that earlier, yeah, on that directive coming in from, I think, the, what was it called, the FAA?
It's funny. It just goes to show how much I trade Boeing.
Oh, I don't touch it at all. What is it? It's like, yeah, it's hard to intraday trade with like reasonable risk on a smaller account, so I kind of stay away from that. The Tradesmith in the chat saying mRNA second rejection at 208, adding me. So let's have a look at that. Yeah, I see that 208.25 is a top, but a nice possible double top forming here. You have, this is a 1-minute chart, by the way, so you know, take this little descent down with a grain of salt. We could move right back up 208.25. If you're going to get short here, obviously have the high of daybreak as your stop, or a little bit above that in case, you know, somebody stop hunting you. Anyway, we could have a possible retracement down into that 205 area. That's where VWAP is. There's a good deal of action, sideways action in around that 205.5. So that may be an interesting profit taker. If you don't really want to wait down till VWAP, you may find a bit of support in and around this area. Actually, I want to rephrase that, 206, not 205.5. So that 206-ish area, you'll probably find a little bit of resistance. I won't take this trade. I haven't been watching it enough in the pre-market or early on. I was actually up at the big desk training, so I haven't been able to look at the markets as much as I typically would have this morning. So still kind of just getting my feet under me here. I see that the futures, yeah, we're topping out at this this level that I was talking about. And Apple taking a little bit of a turn here. How many red candles is that on the 3-minute? That's about 5. Yeah, Shawn, by the way, anybody following Shawn's trade, he's out of his Apple at the moment. So, yeah, just heads up there. How's ICCM looking?
It's, yeah, I was bringing this up, so obviously didn't really trade this today, and I'm not really sure if anybody was looking at it, but it's kind of funny, man. You know, you just look back, and yeah, those 4 shorts were money because here we are at $1.50 right now. And, you know, moved to the upside. This thing hit $12 in the pre-market 2 days ago. You know, almost had that run to 5, and then just kind of death candle, secondary leg down, third leg down, didn't have the short there. You know, I had kind of short here, and then kind of cover down here, and yeah, all the way down, you know, 230, absolutely dead, and then here we are, $1.50. So yeah, those 4 shorts, absolutely money on that one. You know, don't discredit some of these opportunities. And what was the other one from yesterday too? ATNF, I think it was.
Yeah, that one flushed. They did an
offering midday.
My guy, let's have a look at that. Yeah.
No, I know they did an offering midday. This was offering. They did an offering midday.
What time was that in?
What time is this?
Yeah.
This was at 2:15.
Okay, so we were done the show at that time. Okay, that's probably why.
And no, it's crazy to think that, you know, we're in a world where a stock will move from $2 to $6, and then they'll get the offering. Like, do they have the offering ready? Like, what is this? How is that even possible?
Like, it
That's
just
insane.
stinks of pump and dump. Let's pump up the stock and then make an offering at a higher level. Right? Isn't that the play? Like, how do they do it? I don't know. I'm not one of these Wall Street finance guys.
You know what? It's I'll say that it's something else. You know, it's this market, this world that we live in. It is something else. There, it's kind of funny. And yeah, man, peanut butter wonder. Oh, I like that one. Peanut butter wonder. That's kind of funny there. I'm looking at, I wonder if there's any sort of overhead resistance. I think Apple just continues to go. It's up 3%. How many times this year have we seen, names get destroyed time after time after time? And I'm pulling up the daily here. It's like red, 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 red. A little bit of kind of sideways action. Are we just going to go back to like 140, 145? I mean, anything's possible, man. So I have no idea. I'm not shorting Apple today. If I get into a short, somebody remind me and say, don't short Apple. You said you weren't going to short it. There's got to be other names to short, right? So don't short Apple, Luca. Keep that in mind. Top of the head here. And yeah, see where we go from there. And there was also another crazy one. I want to say it's SINT. That's the one you're looking at that right now.
I'm looking at that one now. Still consolidating, but above VWAP notably. So yeah, in terms of the short, it may be risky at this point. You know how I don't like going short above VWAP or going long below it. I'm also looking at a couple of other things here, guys. Do you remember MDGL? Well, that's back on watch today, up 12%. Look at that move off that 250 bottom. Now we're printing 281s. It looks nice on the chart, right? Oh, this is a tradable stock. Yeah, then look at it on the level 2 and then tell me. Because the spreads are wide, and to take any reasonable size, you could get really cut up on this one. Find yourself on the bottom end of a flush. Anyway, so just want to mention that one's moving. I've been also looking at CCL. That, it's retracing. We had a nice move off the bottom there. You had that red move and then the retracement. I kind of traded that a little bit on the sim when I was sitting up with Brendo there. And then we have a possible entry now at that 850 area. Also happens to be VWAP. So possibly look for a bounce, maybe back into a mean reversion off the top there. So maybe in that 875-ish, 865-ish area. Nike is another one I'm looking at. I'll get to that one in a sec. But FCell, a continuation from yesterday, up 6.5%. And, retracing off the top, 292. We're going to move back down into that 280-ish area. That's a nice little VWAP bounce possible on that one. So these are the ones I'm looking at. Tall Group also over here, TAL. This is a continuation from a few days ago. A nice move up off the double bottom from the open, then a move sideways, and then it looks like we're breaking that top on TAL. So we're printing new highs, I believe, 960 there. So those are the 6 that I'm looking at, including Apple, obviously. But not ready to enter into anything too crazy. Just going to nurse that short that I've got on Sint and see how that one ends up working out, Luca.
Yeah, guys, so I see somebody in the chat saying short Microsoft, Apple, and I'm like, no thanks. I'm going to short Meta over here. We're just close to that 120 level. I mean, anytime something comes all the way, it has a likelihood that, yeah, maybe it can test that 120 level. But this is slow, right? This is very slow. It's kind of stalling over here. So for myself, again, scalp trade, take the short, playing off the 120 level. We'll see where this one goes. Is an uptrend, kind of following trend there, and now starting to really fall to the downside, and that's the things you look for as a trader, man. You get into position, and if it starts to just fall right away, then you're good. You're good, right? And if it doesn't, there's been times where you get into position and just goes against you right away. Then you're not good. So that's all I'm going to say there. We're going to see how far this one wants to go. At this point, that was actually a very nice move, 20 cents in the money. I'm going to try to get at least 30 cents out of this. And we'll see where that one goes. Netflix kind of far away. I'm not going to take the short unless this one for me is a rip to 300, and then work for me right away. If not, get out. If so, great, scalp it out. It's not like a short over here, play off 3. It's just too big of a risk. I don't want to take that. I'm not really interested in that. If it sets up, great. If it doesn't, I'm not really too worried. Somebody also before was asking Amazon, what are your thoughts? I want to say take your pick with large caps today, right? If you find clean levels, this 86.90 to 87 on Amazon, I wish I saw that sooner, actually, because kind of feels like there's some type of action going on here. I mean, how many times do you see, 86.90 set up so cleanly and then breaks and then back down and then kind of breaks and then back down? So that 86.90, just a heads up for anybody watching this, 86.90 is there seems to be some type of seller there doing their thing. So yeah, I'm not really too sure what to think. But if we do come back there, I'm gonna keep that on watch. I'm gonna have an order out there to short that one as well.
You're gonna go short, right, on that level?
I'm gonna try to go short on that level just because it is up on the day. If we break the level, we're gonna go higher. I'm gonna play off the 87 area. I don't think we get back there. If this is going to be a good short, then this is the fail. Then you probably get back to VWAP. Not going to chase, not going to punch in over here. A lot of the times when you see these type of hidden sellers, you know, whether it's an iceberg or just a big order, it'll test it, go back. But the market always wants to fill size because, you know, that's how, I mean, it just generates commission. I guess you could kind of take that approach. So, yeah, you know, it's kind of my expectation that, yeah, maybe I get lucky with a, you know, short and then we do go down. That'll be great. But I kind of feel like it's a difficult trade. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. If we get back there, take the short. If not, just let it go.
Yeah, we have another mover here that I had neglected to mention earlier on. It's a bit of a slow mover. ALT coming off that 11.29 bottom and 14.40 top. Retracing a little bit now, trading at 13 3/4. VWAP's at 13.40-ish. So, yeah, it's creating newer lows. I wonder if we've, yeah, we're like maybe into a little bit of an ABC pattern here. We'll see if it creates a new high. New high would be right above that 14. Then we can probably get maybe another 14.40 test. That gives you about 40 pennies or so of possible profit. Otherwise, you know, if you're more inclined for a dip trade like I sometimes am, that 13.50 bottom, I wouldn't even give it to 40. I'd probably put it a little bit ahead of 50 there, 52, 53, to try to catch that move down. Probably a quick move from my experience in those cases. So ALT, I'll keep that on watch. A bit of a slow mover. I haven't had an opportunity to actually look at the book on this and see what the spreads are. Let's actually do that now. Is that a NASDAQ stock? ALT, quickly, let's go here. Yes, it is. Okay, so we'll go ALT. And then I'll also look at this halter, HTGM, just opened up. It was halted earlier. I'll get to that one in a second. I know people in the chat are talking about it. Yeah, so the spreads on ALT at the moment, they're 3 pennies. I really haven't watched it more than that. 3 pennies is reasonable in a $13, $14 stock. So let's keep an eye on ALT and then quickly switch to this HTGM and see what this one is all about. Is that NASDAQ as well? Hurry up. Yes, it is. Okay, so HTGM, NASDAQ stock. Let's get to that. This one just opened up from a halt. Haven't had an opportunity to look at the news blotter yet, but it's doing decent amount of volume here. About 500,000 shares, mind you. The volume all started coming in at 11:15, so that's all 11:14. So that's 8 minutes ago. Excuse me. So you know. The volume for this one could just be picking up now. Looks like we're near highs. 952 is the high. The halt level, I'm going to say, is 829, 828-ish. So if you're looking for a dip trade, that's where the halt level is. You know, you've seen us do that over and over, take those halt levels long and, you know, scalp 30, 40 pennies because they just move so crazily, right? So let's zoom in a little bit on this one. This is a 1-minute chart, by the way. Yeah, so this one, okay, so this is quite dangerous looking at the book. I hadn't even had an opportunity to look at the book. The spread is as wide as 20 pennies at times. That's not going to cut it for me. I can't manage risk in that way, even with dip trades on this. You know, it could just flush, and then you're going to have to use your flatten key. It's creating newer highs now. I think we just created a 950, oh, here we go, 980 something high. So this one, the volume's there, the momentum to the high side is there, but it's just not for me, to be honest with you. We'll get back from this one. We'll talk about this one and more when we get back from social sentiment at the big board with Brendan.
Hey guys, got an update for you as far as what's being discussed on social media so far today. Much more green on this board today, which is great to see after the past couple of days here, including Tesla even back to the upside positive as far as sentiment is concerned. Tough to see down there, but that's the SPY also back in the green after a couple of days downside. Some big names here catching positive sentiment as well. Apple to the upside, CCL off earnings. That's Nike as well on a big day as well. It was up 15% right out of the gate coming off that decent report for NKE. COSM downside, CEI downside as well off the reverse split. Mullen, a ton of mentions once again today, but no clear direction as far as sentiment is concerned, but much more positive on this board today, guys.
Take it. I'll take it. Woohoo! Look at us go south on Synth, baby. We wait for that flush. We knew getting in that VWAP was the right idea. There's a short, and there are the pickups. So about like an 80-cent winner, quick on Synth. You know, it went against me a little bit, but I think that they were just top hunting here. So I've got about 25% of the position left. 1285, excuse me, short. We're printing in the 30s. I think we got as low as 1205, so that one ends up being a real good boy. I'm gonna put my out at break even, so it's gonna go right at 1285. I'm not gonna let any of this quarter position go against me. Already locking up a lot of profits on this one, Luca. Patience pays.
Yeah, man, patience pays. So somebody was like, "Oh, I can't see your positions," but I think that was from before. Yeah, I was just kind of, I wasn't in position
because you had to take a fill.
I wasn't. I wasn't in position. I was just chilling. But yeah, no, I took a couple positions. Tried the Nike short. I like the idea, but I'm like, I don't know how much I like it. See how it's like kind of barcoding, and then now the moves are sort of muted. So I'm like, I want to get into positions and see them work for me right away. And then if they aren't working, then I don't want to hold them because, you know, obviously Nike positive earnings, it's not really something that's a good short. But that meta short, that was an absolute banger. I covered it a little bit. It went a little bit lower. It went back up. I just thought to myself, wait a minute. I've seen this before. My first cover is the correct spot, and my second cover is always break even. So I said, I'm done with this one. I'm taking the win. That was what, like 50 cents, 60 cents? So yeah, that one's pretty good. Pretty happy with that one. And kind of looking at Microsoft because I know it's at that 244 area right now. I didn't look at it today, but I think I said 244 resistance, give or take from last time. So I'm going to like pull this up for myself to see, for everyone can see in real time too. There was that big down day on rebalance where it kind of sold off $3 billion to sell. And yeah, that was around this area. So, you know, this is, I mean, it already kind of had that flush. This is I think this will be a really good short here, actually. So if we can just pop back to, I'm not going to chase it down here, but if we can pop back to maybe the 40s, I'm going to try to get short there. It's Microsoft, so anything's possible. Could easily pop back there.
I like when you say that.
What? Anything is possible, man. Day trading, anything's possible. Life, anything is possible. You know, that's, yeah. And so if we can get 244.40s, I'm offering around over there. And, you know, giving it basically the flush zone. So, you know, it started to flush down. It kind of popped over the 61s and then came back down and then flushed back down. What I'm looking for on this is, I mean, call it, you know, I hope it turns into a head and shoulders where it just gives me that fill, then breaks the neckline and we get to VWAP. If we continue to go down right now, I mean, the market's, you know, it's got a little bit of a pullback here. Not really sure what to expect. Are we going to see a pullback and then back to the highs, or are we going to go all the way back to VWAP? I have no idea, man. Your guess is as good as mine. Just make sure you react to the trades. Someone's saying Green Day, Luca. No, absolutely not. No, not today. If you're late to the party, I had good trades that I said I'm going to add max size to parlay the win into a monster win. Because it was just kind of, I thought Tesla could get to like 145 today. That was kind of, and the reason I say that is, and let me just pull up maybe the 15 shows this a little bit more clear. You know, it's like kind of down move, lots of selling pressure, you know, gamma squeeze to the downside. And I was mentioning that, you know, we had the options trade, 300 million notional, where people are buying puts on this. You know, gotta imagine that any fund that's long Tesla is panicking right now below 150. There's been a lot of volume. You know, you come into the day, Tesla's up. You know, it's done 1, 2, 3 million shares in the pre-market. And so my thesis today was I was like, okay, we're either going to have a sideways day, but I kind of pegged the bounce a little higher. I was like, there's a better chance that it's actually going to be like a really good up move. And I just thought that if we get over the 140 level, we could retrace all the way back to like 144, 145. I mean, we've seen this happen, right? And I want to go back to this day where Tesla kind of sold off and that next day ripped all the way back to 161. So it's like we've seen it, and we've actually seen it recently. And so I said, okay, why not today, right? Why not today? We're down, we open, we rip all the way back. And so I had kind of little bit of size, like add. Then it looked really good, and I was like, okay, max size, let's go. And so I parlayed the win, and I'm not destroyed on the name. Like, I'm obviously still alive on the day, trading all as well, not too worried. But it was kind of like, and I don't even want to say emotional. It was a discretionary move where I was just like, all right, we're parlaying this win. It's going to 145. And, oh, another story. I know Neil was saying this. So CEI split. CEI did a reverse split this morning. And, everybody remembers COSM. It did a reverse split. It was like down at 30 cents, and then it just ran to 20. So I told myself, you know what? I'm coming in early. I'm getting to the desk at like 6:30 in the morning. Yeah, guys, I'm not in a position right now. I get to the desk like 6:30 in the morning. I'm like, here we go. CEI is going to go down to 50 cents. I'm going to load the boat down here. It's going to run all the way back to $4, the same way COSM did. And that's it. I'm gonna make like probably 30 million. And I'll probably retire. And I'll do the show one more time. And then I'll be like, all right, guys, retirement came early. Life is good. So yeah, maybe I was just a little bit tired, and the fact that I didn't make 30 million kind of, rattled me just a little bit. And then I had the Tesla trade going, and I was like, all right, didn't make 30 million on CEI, so here we go. Tesla's going to the moon. And so I kind of like add, back down, stopped out, add. So just like a chop fest. I'm just like, I'm so dumb for doing that. And, I'll be honest, I'll be transparent. I don't care. It's trading. There's traders out there that apparently only make money. But no, not over here at Trader TV. We are transparent. We call it as it is.
Like it.
And yeah, man, same thing with Nike. Nike was like, it was just kind of, Nike looked good, but it's Nike jumps around a lot, right? So even on earnings, if you guys are trading this name, like, you got to give it room. It's going to jump around 30 cents. The spread might show you that it's 5 cents, but in reality, it's trading like it's like 17 cents. So yeah, man, that's kind of the thing. Like, I didn't have the wrong idea. My idea was good. My execution was bad. I lost. It went up. I took a long at 118. I should have held it for 119. I didn't. So I just butchered everything in every possible way. And here we are. So just to update, I'm actually short Microsoft right now. Actually, it's weird how it's not showing on the position board. Yeah, no, I'm short Microsoft right now. And where are we? Right here. Let me just show it here. Oh, or somewhere. Yeah, so short at this kind of, I said right here, like 50s. I'm playing off 244.60s because that's the high of this move. And it looks like it really took off after it broke that level. So what should happen right now is it should reject this moving average, maybe spend some time here a little bit, then it should fade back down. If it fades back down, I'm going to hold it, and then hopefully we get that breakdown. If we then reclaim that, then maybe, it's not a break of a kind of head and shoulders pattern that I'm, sort of convincing myself that could set up. We'll see what happens, man. You got to just react to this market. It's a day trader's market. You react, you take trades. If they look good, hold them. If they don't, get out of them. And yeah, we go from there. I see Dan McIsaac saying, Luca, same boat here. I'm in a meh mood today. Yeah, it's that's trading, man. Trading's gonna, it's gonna make you feel good. It's gonna make you feel bad. But just make sure that you never stop trading, never quit, and stay positive. Good things happen to those who survive. So yeah, that's all I can tell you there. I would say if you're in a bad mood, size down. Don't try to be a hero or anything. That's kind of the only thing that I have value add there. That's the only thing I'll say there.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Here we go, baby. We'll drop that cash down. Just like Sint is coming down. But guys, anybody in this short, be aware. There is a buyer stepping in at 12. Now it has broken 12 to the downside. It's gone down as as low as 1181, but it's immediately bought back up, and it's been that way for the better part of 10 minutes or so. So, this could be a flat bottom breakdown continuing, hence why I have my profit taker here right in front of 50. I've got it at 59, 1159 that is, but I've also put my my stop loss at my break even for the remaining amount, and I've got about 12.5% of the original position, actually a little, yeah, 12.5% of the original position on this one. So I'm basically almost covered. This is a super trade for me. It's basically like one of those trades where you just don't trade the rest of the day. So Sit, awesome sauce. It moves dollars at a time. So pumped about that. But there's another one that's important that we talked about earlier, HTGM. It's still headed to the high side. We just touched up 11. Almost. There we go. We break right through 11 as I talk about that. 1120 now, up 42.5, 43, 45%. That's fun. I feel like an auctioneer. There we go. All the way. Yeah, right? So funny. All the way up. This one's got a lot of legs, but the spread still really icky. 11 pennies, 12 pennies, 15 pennies. It's moving in and around sizes and spreads that I'm not comfortable with, especially with a stock like this. Obviously, you can mitigate some of that risk by, sizing down a little bit, but then, you can't profit as much. much. So there's that catch-22. But hey, it's that high of days. It didn't really give you, from what I see, an opportunity to get off that halt level. If you did, you probably got stopped out, because look at this. So we have an 830 halt level here, and then you have a candle wick that goes down to 785. So I don't know like what kind of risk tolerance others are working with, but I probably would have gotten stopped out on that candle wick. So this didn't really retrace quite to that area where we would have taken that bounce, which is the halt level, kind of broke below that. The area where I would have gotten in if I wasn't predisposed with SINT is this retracement here. Wait for the first 1 minute candle to make a new high. So here's your first one green minute, one green candle, and then basically wait for this candle to break the high of this candle and then go long. That seems to work for me, especially on the first and second pullback. Third and fourth and subsequent to that, not so much. So that's kind of how I would have played HTGM. It's always easy to play it, right, when you look at it from ex post facto analysis. But anyway, I'm looking for that flat bottom breakdown back to SINT. It looks like it's actually setting up quite nicely for a flat bottom breakdown. The reason I say that is we're getting consecutively lower highs on this one. Not necessarily lower lows, but definitely that lower highs. We're not quite making it back up to that 1250-ish, mid-40-ish area. In fact, we're flirting below 12 now. The ask is actually at 94s. So this one looking like it may be setting up to hit my next profit target there, and then we'll see what happens with that one, Luca. Oh, sorry, we're going to send it to Brendo at the big desk with Europe.
Hey guys, yeah, just wrapping up the day here for European markets. Nicely positive right across the board, following North America back to the upside after a bit of a choppy start to the week for all of these. 1.6, 1.5, 1.7, Stock 600, the DAX and the FTSE 100 all big time moves higher. 1.68 overall for the market in England, 1.46 for Germany's overall index, 2.05 there for France leading the way. Top to bottom, though, nice to see some positivity, guys, as we end the day for the European session.
Thanks for that, Brendo. I just wanted to shout out to that Tedros kid in the chat there. He wanted me to look at INTC, so let's have a look at INTC for a short. All right, intraday, I mean, you've got pretty much no volatility. So in terms of intraday, I'm going to write that one off. It's a 26.58 bottom and a 26.97 top. That to me ain't gonna cut it. So let's have a look at what we would consider a swing trade. So let's go to the 4 hour and see what the micro trend on this. Obviously there's, it looks icky. There's a consolidation. So let's zoom out even more. Let's go to the daily and see whether we can see anything interesting here. It looks like a nice bottom is actually developing at this 26.50 area. So, we talk about flat bottom breakdowns on the intraday. Oh, I got to look at this one quick. Sorry. I just have to, I'll get to that in a second. We talk about flat bottom breakdowns on the intraday, but we don't necessarily talk about them on the long-term chart because we don't really look long-term here. We're intraday traders, but it's equally as applicable, guys. I mean, if it breaks this 26.50 area, I think that and closes below it, right? So you're going to wait for a day close below this 26.50. I think we could test the bottoms that we saw earlier on in October, which is at that 24.50 area. Zooming out even more, we don't have anything in the past couple of years around these areas, so this will be like 2-3 year lows on Intel at this level, that 24.50 level. But in my opinion, if you're looking to swing, wait for that 26.50 close, but below that 26.50 close, and then possibly initiate a short into the low of October of 24.50. So that'll give you a couple of bucks, which is not too bad. Guys, we just got filled on our 11.59 out on SINT. It then retraces back through 12. So I have like 4% of this position, essentially nothing. I have to basically adjust my stop here because the stop was for the previous amount. Now we have to wind that down a little bit. Always make sure to do your stop cleaning. That's something that I struggled with earlier on when I first started trading, not fixing stops and not adjusting the quantities on the stops, etc. You got to make sure you keep up that housekeeping habits, I guess. So I hope that helps on Intel. I had one other stock to cover. What did I say I was going to cover? Intel and what else? Moderna. Thank you for that, Shawn. Shawn with the clutch hearing. Okay, so for whoever sent in the chat earlier that 28 top was a level on Moderna. I guess yes, and I guess no, because look, we moved up to 208.60, 208.59, so that may have stopped out some people. Yes, we did flush nicely off that, though, moving down to 206.50, so that would have been a nice $2 move. Since, though, now we're testing 208 again, so I don't know. I see this more of a channel and a consolidation sideways rather than a possible double top and a retracement to VWAP. Again, I haven't been watching Moderna in the past few days, but just a cursory view of the intraday chart, it doesn't really get my juices flowing, so I'll stay clear of this one.
Somebody was saying, Luca, reload meta shorts. I like it the first time. I don't like it when it comes back. Not to say that it's not going to be good, but the reason being is because sometimes there's a shelf overhead and it comes back and then it rejects. And so let me use Amazon as the example comparison for everybody curious. It's like it goes the first time it's good, right? The first time it gives you like that nice flush. It rejects off the level. If you had it, great, awesome. When it comes back, see how it just kind of stays there for longer, then finally fades? So in this case scenario, okay, it faded. So it's a great trade. And I think, you could justify, yeah, just take the trade. It's the same risk. Why not? Makes sense, right? But the thing is because we are so close to 120, I thought short the first time. If it's going to fade, it's going to be good. And it worked right away. Great. The second time, it could actually set up very similar to Microsoft. And I mean, recycle the level over and over and over again. But I kind of glanced at it and I saw it when it was like right here. And I was like, I don't know, man, it looks like it could easily get to 120. So I was actually thinking, let's look at 120 and see how it reacts around there because, more of a psychological level, 120, like we'll see what happens. And I was like, yeah, like I kind of want to short something, but maybe Meta's not the right idea. So you guys see that now I am short Google over here and kind of flushed a little bit, added some more. And now we go down. I think I like the Google chart a little bit more. There was some size at 90. It cleared the size. And it's almost as if like it runs to the size, it prints the size, it runs the stops, it does its thing, and then okay, now how is it reacting? Are we going to make a new high? So for me, it's kind of like a risk-off high of day, and see, what is this going to give me? I'm going to take what the market gives me. Definitely a scalper. I want to see how it reacts around 89.80 with the overall market now testing the bottom of that range. Sorry, not range, but yeah. So it's kind of like held. It broke trend. It popped. Now we're going down. If we actually go down, call it a little head and shoulders on the 1 minute. We could. There's some downside, right?
It looks
We
like
could
on
easily,
the 3 minute too, Luca. To be honest with you, it's developing likewise on the 3 minute.
Yeah, man. We could easily get back to and I'm just calling out random numbers here, but 11,300, right? So that's kind of just that. This is where the move started. It's kind of like we had the up move consolidation and then boom into a head and shoulders. If we're gonna flush back down, yeah, VWAP would be great, but I almost want to say we could get 11,300 and then kind of VWAP bounce, right? Or we just stop here and go back up. So with that in mind on the overall NASDAQ, obviously compilation of all these other kind of names, Google 90 short, that's the level. Hopefully we break that 89.80 and then flush, and my target on this one will be 89.50s. You give me 50 cents on this, I'll be a happy camper. And yeah, maybe I'll let the rest ride for a potential VWAP bounce, but no, I'm definitely going to try to cover the majority of that where it's showing the general support is. And that was pre-market high, right? So, a little bit of sideways action, runs to 90, takes the level. Maybe we go down, give me the 50 cents, and then, yeah, hold the rest for another extra 20 cents there. That'd be great. Somebody's saying XPEV, what a move. Now I'm curious because I got to see. I love trading XPEV, man. Trading XPEV is one of my favorite things.
So volatile lately.
It's when you get a $10 stock that's as liquid as XPEV, and it's moving and it's doing volume. Oh baby, that's what day traders want to see. That is what day traders want to see. Day traders, ask any day trader who trades Tesla. It's a love-hate relationship. I'll take XPEV over Tesla 10 out of 10 times. I'll be honest with that one. Somebody's saying big buy on Nike, so we could have a look again here. I was trying the short. I tried the short, right, and I lost. And then I was about to try it again, and there was the bids that came in, and we got the pop. Then we flushed back. We got the pop again. So maybe I had the wrong idea on this. I was thinking, 117 below VWAP, now we're going to go down. But maybe it's kind of just slow, and there is actually a buyer that's sitting at 116.80 just in this general area, and they're trying to get the fills below VWAP. So, maybe there's that panic move where now we get above VWAP, and it just kind of rips to the upside. So I actually like that idea, but I'm not really sure if I want to chase here. Yeah, maybe I'll just do a little bit less size and try to get this going here. I'm going to take long Nike through VWAP, see if we can get a pop to 1780s, based on what I just said there.
CEI, the chat yelling out, CEI, CEI, it's moving. So let's have a look at CEI. Forget alts over. Is CI NASDAQ? No, it's not. What is it? AM. Thank you for that, Shawn. There we go. So it's getting off the schneid there. 380. Looks like we were consolidating. Hey, chart. Hello. Wake up. There we go. So, yeah, we had a bit of a bottom forming at that 380. Then all of a sudden, boom, the volume starts coming in. And guess what? We're at a 446 high now. So we're trading in the 430s. We're near high of day. The volume is still, you know, it's still up there. Let's see what happens. We're above VWAP, right? You have a bunch of levels that you can take dips off possibly, but you know this one is probably not gonna give you much opportunities for dips, at least initially, if this one starts going. Let's see what the chart looks like. See if we can glean any levels. What does the 15 look like here? Let's bring this one in and switch to the 15-minute. Can we get any levels that are of importance? Yeah, see, it's so distorted because of the split. It's kind of even hard to read this to be like, look, why is this so sparse? Hurry up, fix yourself, dude. Yeah, IBKR, do better. You guys suck. Like, look at these charts. Like, they're not readable. Okay, so like. $5 would be 10 cents, which didn't break yesterday. Okay, Shawn's saying $5 would be 10 cents, which didn't break yesterday. Okay, so there's that $5 top. Definitely, you can even see that on this one. Once we minimize it, it doesn't look as bad. That $5 top is very clear. It looks like we broke it barely, but that was at 4 a.m. on like no volume. So that, I don't know if that counts at all, actually. And then again, last night at something 4:45, it looks like it was broken, but on sparse volume as well. I'll watch this one. I'll put it on the side chart. To be honest with you, I haven't been trading it. I'm not really familiar with it. Renata Haddad saying CCL long at VWAP. Let's have a look at CCL. What's this one up to? I was looking at that one this morning. It's a New York stock, by the way. Come on, Cherif, you should know better. CCL is old school. It's New York. Here we go. Load. Come on, chart. Come on, chart. All right, here we go. So yeah, it's a VWAP dip and a reclaim. That reclaim is also close to that $0.50 area. Here's what I want to see, though. I mean, have a look at this channel. What do we see here? We see a high, and then a lower high, and another lower high, etc. You get the point. So I want to see something above this last high. And that last high is at 858, let's say 860. Show me a new high here. It's not just enough to reclaim VWAP. You know, that's just one confirmatory factor. You're looking for multiple, right? I just don't rely on one thing. So I'm looking for that newer high. We'll see if that one comes in. Maybe I'll put an alert to alert me that it's made that new high, and then we'll start looking at that. What does it look like on the 3-minute? The 3-minute's usually a bit better. Filters out some of the noise. Yeah, it's a good little trend. It's a good little reclaim. I mean, it's up 5%. We didn't really get much movement off the call. That started at 10 o'clock. Yeah, we got a bit of a decline. It looks like the call started, yeah, right there. We were still going up. The call doesn't look like it. I mean, the call could be responsible for this downturn. We were at, where were we? We were at
I never take profits.
878 highs, and we made an 833 low, but that could just be a normal retracement. Not sure what kind of influence the call had there, Luca.
Yeah, no, I'm just murmuring under my breath. Yeah, I never take profits, man. Yeah, like I said at 50s, but then we get the big flush, and then we pop back, and I'm just like, I don't know what to think. But yeah, Google's probably going to be a good short. Somebody's saying XOM is a long. Yeah, thank you. Take profits. Exactly.
I saw that too, yeah.
Someone's saying XOM is a long. I know, I think Trader Gordon was like, oh, XOM's a short. I basically said, I know 108 was a level that I liked, and it's not really, it's tough when things are at VWAP, because VWAP is not a place that you necessarily want to initiate positions. So, because it's kind of like, does it go back up? Does it go back down? I mean, I'm not really too sure. Whereas, when it's up here, you're like, okay, I'll revert back to VWAP, right? So I tried the kind of, let me short it because it's below 108. Maybe it keeps going. But at the same time, I was like, if it gets back to 108, I'm just going to get out. So I did lose 10 cents on that one. I covered it, and there's going to be no trade on that going forward. It's not really, my concern. I know somebody was like, oh, long, but no, I'm not gonna flip long on that. Yeah, somebody. I know people are talking about Tesla. Last stop, Tesla. Going up. Like, yeah, guys. Like, Tesla's done for the day. Like, it's just like, look at this VWAP magnet just doing nothing, right? So it had the whipsaw action. But yeah, my thesis is still, if Tesla, there's a potential. I think there's the potential for the bounce. I think there, right? So if not today, maybe I'll try again tomorrow on that. The fact that it's now kind of glued to VWAP and very, very slow in a very, somewhat of a tighter range, I'm not trading Tesla. I'm done with Tesla today. I'm not going long here to get out here on Tesla. There's easier names to do that. If it extends outside of the range that it's kind of set for the day, then there'll be a day trading opportunity. For anybody that doesn't know, we are day traders over here, not swing traders. So again, I'm not like longing Tesla here, thinking that it's going to get to 150 at some point in the next week or two. That's just not how it works. We are day traders, so we just look for that kind of in and out, scalp mentality here. There we go. Finally, the fill on Google. And when you get that fill right away, man, it's a bad price because now we're just headed lower. So that's why I'm holding on to some of this position. Next target, VWAP. Hopefully, that's where I'm covering the rest of this position. I will take out the trade. I'll take the trade out where the trade can trade volume. That makes sense to me, yeah. And Luca dates like he trades in and out next day. Yeah, no, man. It's, yeah.
Why would you read that one out, Luca?
I don't know. I saw Luca and then I just read it. Yeah, man. I just read the chat as I kind of see it here.
I just want to update the viewers quickly, if you don't mind, on HTGM. This one halted, but I was doing other things. I mean, I'm not going to trade this one. It's just, there's no point for me at this point. Awesome trade on Cint. So that 12, it's almost at 12.50, and then we rocketed up to 14 and a quarter. It looks like, 14 and a quarter, but it stopped up at 12.37 there. HTGM now up 75 points on the day. It was obviously a lot higher when it made its way up to 14 and a quarter, but the chat lighting up saying, "Wow, HTGM, guys, it's a wild one." Again, I don't really have any way to trade this, except maybe to make some simple observations, which is it seems to be holding that 7 period. So if you're inclined, try to take a dip off that 7 period, but make sure you have resting profit takers or you're quick with the hotkeys, because this one could go against you real quick, and it could give you half a second to take that profit. It'll be at that level for a second. And by the way, this is something we don't talk about too often. When you have a resting order, you're higher in priority than the person who just punches in with hotkeys. Because if your order sits on the exchange, it gets priority depending on when it was received. So the person who's going to hit a hotkey and try to get out may not get filled, and that's what we call liquidity vacuums. And as I say that, there's a huge dump down into that 12 area on HTGM. Nice little dump off that. Let's see, in 3 minutes, even more, 12 breaks. Now we're looking at 11 3/4. So this one, VWAP is at 11.08. So you're thinking maybe that level will be important. 11.08 and 11 are close together. Let's see what this one does if it makes its way down. But all sorts of dangerous this one is, Luca. HTGM.
Yeah, man, I was looking at that one, and it's kind of exciting, but I'm just going to stay away from it for now. Let you take all the action on that one if you're interested. I had Microsoft short that I essentially stopped out for break even, but the short is working. I see somebody in the chat was saying, Daryl's saying, let's go, Luca, Microsoft short. Yeah, this is the thing. A lot of the times, because, Microsoft, Google, Apple, Meta, large caps are going to sort of move together. And so I'm trying to find a short that's going to work and be a better opportunity for myself. So that's why you'll see a lot of times I get into a Microsoft short, it goes back up, I say, no, not this one. And then I'm like, okay, let's try Meta. Let's try Meta. Maybe the short there is good. And then I try, oh, it worked. Okay, sick. That one was good. Then I go, okay, what else can I short here? Google. I think Google is good. So short off 90, that one worked. So, I kind of bailed on the Microsoft short, but with the same ideology. Somebody's saying, yeah, yields are spiking. So,
yeah.
I know, right? Yields are spiking. And when yields spike, stocks, equities go down. So it's kind of, find levels to play off, find something that makes sense, get into the position as a day trader. If it starts to work for you, great. If it doesn't, if you don't like it, there's other names that you can short, right? So that's kind of my thesis. So I'm also in that short with you. Somebody saying Luca, NVIDIA. Let's have a look. NVIDIA, I don't know how I feel about NVIDIA. Yeah, no, this is kind of this is not, I don't see anything here for myself right now. I know there was a good opportunity on it. No, that was not a good one. That was actually a terrible. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. That was terrible, yeah. But this one was good. I rarely trade NVIDIA. When it's in play, I'll trade it very rarely just because of the nature of the beast. But something that I'm looking at that kind of stands out to me is that 165 level. It popped there, rejected, popped again, rejected, kind of consolidated, went over it finally. It's not a hard level, obviously, but went over it finally, then kind of gave that double top at 166. back through 165, reject again, and then fail. So, you know, again, this is not going to be my trade, but maybe from a technical perspective, I almost want to draw a line here at that 165 level and that 166 level. You know, it's probably some type of, you know, overhead resistance, at that area. And this is actually a very, very strong spike right now that's coming through. Yeah, kind of interesting. I'm not taking a trade on this. But yeah, I would say that 165 to 166 area is interesting because it kind of rejected, spent a little bit of time there, and now back through. So I'm actually curious, does this go and reject? Does it get through the high, and is this kind of thesis invalid? A lot of the times, guys, you may have a thesis of something, and you know, you may see something, but let the market confirm that, right? So let it get to the level, watch what happens, then react. That's probably the better way to day trade because then you're reacting, you're letting it show you its hand, then you're making a decision. If you make the decision first prematurely, you allow, you know, other players to react to you. Not that it matters if you're moving, you know, not that much size, but even in general, man, super competitive market, you want to almost react, or you want to have these kind of really, really good levels where you allow things to come to you, you take trades, and then go from there, right? So there's no correct way to do it. You know, both ways can work. You can make any type of money in the market you want. Just make it make sense to you. But yeah, no, for sure, I'm the type of trader that I do like to react to things. I like kind of things to go crazy, and then I make decisions and react. Google, just a heads up here, you know, this one kind of consolidating sideways. If, you know, I'm going to let a little bit more time go by, I kind of feel that the longer that it spends here, maybe it's going to hold because of this general area. So, you know, this is kind of that, you know, bounce. Now it's coming here. Maybe if we get the breakdown, then I get the VWAP fill. If no breakdown and we go back to the upside, my stop is now going to be 89.81. Because, you know, if we get there, we're probably going to get back to 90. Then maybe there's another trade there.
All right, guys, just having a look at SIT here. It is near recent lows. I've got tiny size left, hence why you still see it on the board. It looks like what we're getting is a bit of a compression pattern where we have constantly lower highs, but not necessarily lower lows. We just keep bouncing off that. It's not exactly 50. It's that 50-ish area. All right, we've broken it to the downside on times into the mid-40s, but there seems to be buyers stepping in and around those prices. Right now, it looks like we're really, the spread's really tightening up around that 1150. So I wonder if we'll get a decided break. I've got my last profit taker here set up at 1108. So right there we go. Now we get a nice little flush, but the spread opens up. There we go. Now we're seeing printing in the 20s on this one. So a nice little dip down, but a 20 penny spread. We had 1122s. There we go. So what I'll do is I'll just flatten out at these levels. So that'll be an epic win for me. And that will bring what is an awesome trade on the day. We're going to hit the bang for that one. We are completely out of this trade, but what a monster trade it was off that VWAP. And it went against me a little bit, man. I had to hold this one against me, and I didn't necessarily like that too much. Okay, back to HTGM quick before I get to Lace for a viewer in the chat there. HTGM. Finding it a bottom here, it looks at least for the moment at that 1115 area, that 1108 area. That was the area of VWAP that we talked about. It's not necessarily bouncing, it's just slowing down at these areas. It'll have to make a new high, at least break through 12 or so after a period of consolidation, and then maybe we can start a new trend. But HTGM still too risky for me to get into and not really required. Lace, yeah, so this one was up earlier. I don't know what the catalyst is on this one. Let me just have a look real quick here. What does my news blotter say? Are any of these new items? Benzinga, shares are trading higher. BZ, okay, here we go. Laser Photonics shares are trading higher after the company announced it received an order from the largest gas manufacturer in North America. So there is your news, and that's positive sentiment. So it's up. It was up a lot more. It's up now 38% on the day. There's an obvious double top here that's just staring you in the face. Look at that, off that 239 high, and then the second top was at 238. So very similar levels, and then you had a nice little VWAP retracement. It's really respected VWAP though. Look at this. Since basically 1030 or so, its retracements have all come off VWAP and been very strict. We're testing it again. It looks like we just got another little bounce, 211. Now we're trading at 213. So this one could be setting up for a VWAP hold high of day break candidate, but at the moment, you know, it's range bound. And if I can point out a negative note, we have consistently lower highs, and I don't like that. you know, consistently lower highs, and then a flat bottom looks like a compression pattern to the downside. So that's a possibility here. Keep that in mind. You know, there's only a certain amount of times we're going to bounce off that VWAP until the buyers are just going to get eaten up at that level, and then we'll have a move down. So Lace, definitely on watch. It's up a lot. A lot of people will be watching that. Before I send it back to Luca, HTGM real quick, bouncing nicely off that VWAP level, that 1120 level. Now broke through 12 to the high side to give you $1 there. 12 and a quarter it just bounced to, but the spread is madness, and I'm not touching it.
Yeah, somebody's asking Netflix, Luca, what are your thoughts? 300. So, you know, if we get there, and again, this would have been a better trade in my mind if we flew there right away. Because what goes up can come down just as fast. The slower that we get there in terms of, you know, consolidating to the upside, the less I like the trade of a kind of rejection of 300 and push back down. So we are still far away. We still could fly into 300 and then reject. But, you know, again, the longer that it takes to do that, the less that I like the trade. And so the way that I structure that in my own mind is maybe initially I'm like, okay, I'm going to take, you know, 100 shares on that one. And then it's like, maybe I should take 70. And then the longer, okay, maybe I should take 30. Okay, maybe I should take 10. Okay, maybe I shouldn't take it at all. And, you know, it's kind of funny because a lot of times I'm like, should I even, like, take it at all? You know, so obviously if it happened in the morning and it's going very quickly, you know, maybe I would have said, yeah, maybe take 500. So these are just arbitrary numbers to keep things simple. But that's how I think, right? You know, the longer that it takes to kind of consolidate and get there, the less that I want to, you know, take the size, because now I might just get there and stay there long. And, you know, I like to get in them. I like to see trades work for me right away. You know, I want to see what I want to see, right? So that's kind of my thesis on that one. Really good question in the chat here. Nova Trader Luca, how do you avoid getting stop hunted? Just never set stop orders, question mark. So here's the thing, man. If you route your stop orders, depending where you're routing them, depending like your broker, who they are, you know, obviously brokers have market making divisions and they see that order flow. You know, hunting for stops is real. And the thing is stops are all in the same spot, right? Stops are always going to be in the same spot. So for example, you know, Amazon, and let's just draw a line here for everybody to kind of visualize this. Amazon is rejecting very cleanly 86.90. So guess where everybody's stop is? It's 86.91 or it's 87.01, right? That's basically how everybody thinks. Everybody thinks the same. So here's the thing. You could try the short, great. But, you know, if it breaks that level, you just have the stop order there. So I'm actually surprised that it didn't break the level. And you know what? Maybe it did. Maybe it did. Maybe it broke it by 1 cent, you know, went 86.93 and then back down. And so, you know, if there's a sell program on Amazon that is trying to sell as much as they can at 86.90, and you go, okay, I'm going to take my shot on this, and I'm going to put my stop order at 86.91, you know, they can potentially see that stop order. They just remove their offer. They trigger that, take your shares, put the offer back, and do it again. So they'll do this over and over and over again. It's digital warfare. It is what it is. You have to react, right? So that's why I almost like, you know, let it react at the level. Let it break the level, come back down, then maybe take the short. Maybe that's a better way to go about it. Just really depends the type of person you are. Are you somebody that can just put a stop at 87.41 and say, yeah, you know, if we get there, then for sure I'm wrong on the trade. But at the same time, the odds of the trade have to make sense. So maybe you're shorting 90 cents and you're going to VWAP and you're looking for that. So maybe that's a, you know, 80, 70 cent move. So yeah, maybe you risk 70 cents, you give it, that's a 1-to-1. You know, maybe you can risk 30 cents, right? Maybe you can risk to 87.21. If it gets to 87.21, you're wrong on that. And so then that's a 2-to-1, right? So the odds have to make sense. The structure of the trade, so the execution has to make sense. All these things have to make sense. You know, I just wanted to expand on your question because maybe it'll help a lot more people. You know, you're just saying, how do I avoid getting stop hunted? Well, very simple. Don't put the stop where you know every other person is putting the stop, or you're just going to get stopped out with everybody else, right? Because these algos are savage, man. It's just the nature of the game. You need to react to these markets. Large caps are very famous for stopping everybody out. And even to go back to, as an example, small caps, you know, how many times do we see high of day clear out? Well, guess what? Everybody who's short, their stop is high of day because it has to be. That's why it clears out and then goes back. So, yeah, definitely the reactionary trade is better for sure. You know, hopefully that answers your question. And we're going to pass it over to Brendo for Happening Now.
Hey guys, into lunchtime we go here. Nicely green right across North America, all of the markets. In fact, here's a look at where we're at right now. 1.35 for the S&P, 1.45 for the Dow, the Russell, all three of them nicely higher. The 2,000 leading there, 1.9 to the upside. What a day. For tech stocks as well, 1.4, 1.29 for the composite and the 100 NASDAQ. If you joined us in the pre-market, yeah, Nike up on a beat. I also just saw a note suggesting Netflix is going to add Nike Training Club workout collection to their availability going into the new year. So that's positive maybe for both Netflix and Nike. Tesla and Carnival on watch as well, coming off earnings for CCL. There's Nike right now, 13.6. Kind of chopping around here. It held the gap nicely, 116 at the bottom there, but it's struggling a little bit here, back to 117.5. Again, Netflix going to add Nike Training Club workout collection with a launch date to come, guys.
I think that makes a lot of sense, Brendo, especially with people, you know, I know that I work out at home at least maybe twice, sometimes 3 times a week, and that came as a result of COVID. I never did that prior to that. So my habits have changed, but not fully, and I think that that's really interesting for them, for as widely popular as Netflix is, to be able to incorporate some training stuff. I think that makes a lot of sense. We have a really interesting question coming from the chat. It comes by way of Michael R. He says, can a gap be considered filled if the price only reaches the higher low of the gap candle versus the open or close of the candle? Do wicks count in a gap fill? I don't know if you heard me there while I was talking. No, probably not. Essentially, gap fills. Do wicks count in filling the gap? Yes or no? Or do you have to close below?
Well, no, I think it's funny. That's a great question.
I want to pull some people.
It's a very vague. It's a very I would say yeah. You know, if it closes the gap,
because there's price action there. There's been trading at that.
There's been trading at that price, exactly.
I would have to agree with that.
Yeah, it's like I mean, take SINT as an example. Obviously, you're talking about a different situation on the daily.
Yeah.
But you know, gaps up. If it came down, it did technically close the gap. It just didn't hold. It didn't like close there and then go down. But yeah, no, it faded the gap. A lot of the time, traders who look at the daily and go for those gap fade opportunities, you know, they're shorting for the fade or whatever, and then it gets there and then they cover. So the trade actually worked. They take the trade, they make the money, and then they move on, right? Yeah, dog called smash the gaps. It's funny. I gotta pick different comments to read. Eh?
I know, right?
I'm like reading it. I don't know. You know what, guys? I'm done. I'm moving the chat. I'm not gonna see you guys anymore. I'm done with this. And yeah, no, just I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, I'd have to agree. And I wanna make like a quick point too there, especially with respect to the daily levels and weekly, and you know, like the longer term time frames.
No.
I think that the close and the open are the more important prices. Yes, take into account the wicks, because obviously, like Luca and I were just saying, trading has taken place at those levels, and there obviously is a supply and demand zone there. But with respect to taking, you know, the more weighted of the prices, I would say the open and the close, and that's basically going to John J. Murphy and his book on technical analysis of the financial markets. He reiterates that over and over in the book, that the open and the close are the more important of the prices. Diamond Realty of Miami saying MDGL looks like it's about to flush. Well, let's have a look at MDGL. Let's bring in the side chart real quick, because it's already on the side chart. Save us some time. Yeah, MDGL up 12%, Diamond. Yeah, you know what? It's consolidating sideways here. It's made a top at 285 on the dot. And that got double topped here, albeit on the 3-minute candle. There's a top here and a top there. And now it's retracing, and it's giving you already $5 off the top. The first level that I see of importance is at 50-period moving average. That's a little bit below the 2 3/4, so it's around 273. Then we have VWAP near the whole dollar level at 270. VWAP's at 269 and change, 269.30. So yeah, this one could easily retrace, but looking back on the daily on this guy, look at the monstrosity of this chart. It hasn't given you an opportunity. If Randy was at the production desk, what would he say? He'd say V-shape, he'd say Christmas tree.
Christmas tree,
right?
yeah.
He'd say Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Because essentially what Randy posits is that, you know, we're going to have an aggressive, as equally aggressive a move down as we had up. I don't know if that's necessarily true here. MDGL is up on a legitimate candidate. I believe this one is biotech stock. By the way, man, like I would say 75% of these movers that I'm looking at in the morning are biotech related. So Brendan and I were talking at the big desk. We're like, you know, the market has this tendency of really clinging to all the shiny new things that come its way. And I think biotech stocks and reverse splits are the not shiny new thing on Wall Street these days. It seems to be the fad. Anytime I click on my fundamentals explorer here on my scanner to find out what the company's all about, it seems to be a biotech related play, Luca.
Yeah, you know, those biotechs, man. I don't know if you were trading back in like 2011, 2012,
No, I wasn't.
2013.
No.
So, man, back in those days, that's when biotechs really were taking off. And I don't know if you guys were trading as well in the chat, but there was, you know, Kite Pharmaceuticals, Juno Therapeutics. These companies, you know, curing cancer, essentially, curing cancer.
It's a huge market.
Yeah, man, Kite Pharmaceuticals, I remember, I mean, you know, it got bought out eventually. There's a lot of consolidation in the biotech space for sure. But yeah, man, Kite Pharmaceuticals, you know, basically read what they're all about. And I'm like, and guys, for anybody that doesn't know, I studied business, right? I have no idea about any of that, you know, science, you know, medical, you know, biotech. You know, read what they were about. I was like, sold. Sounds amazing.
Sounds great.
And it was. I think I bought them at like $20, and they ended up running to like 100 or 200.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, 5-1 on this. Let's go. So yeah, man. No, I'm not 45 years old, but I've been trading for some time. You know, I love trading. You know, it's definitely. I've been day trading now here for you know. Like 2 years now, consistently every single day.
But you've been in the markets a while, though, Your feet been wet for a while.
I love the markets, man.
Yeah,
I love
good
markets.
for you,
I love, you know, equity markets, just all markets. I love speculating.
Yeah,
That's the main thing. I love speculating. I love, you know, gambling, if you will, but less gambling, more speculating. I think it's kind of the same thing, but it's not, right? Everybody knows that. But yeah, man, trading when I was 15. I was born, and I was just born trading.
I was taking options trades in nursery school, baby.
I was born, guys, and I was like, I need to buy Apple right now. I need to. I can feel it. I can feel it. But yeah, no. So anyways, going back to that, you know, biotech is, it was crazy, man. Back in the day, some of these moves were wild. I had a lot of friends that I was like, man, maybe we should get into trading. You know, it'll be very interesting. And, you know, I had my friends that were into gambling at the time, and I was like, put that towards trading, man. Go into these biotechs. And I had a couple friends who, you know, bought a house with profits. And yeah, man, if you guys know heavy gamblers and they're losing a lot because sports are tough, right? Sports are tough. They give you bad odds. You know, maybe learn some trading strategies, right? Learn some trading strategies.
Or like some technical analysis is just based on the fact that a lot of people see the same thing and take the same trades,
you know,
and ends up being a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Exactly.
Whereas gambling, it's just a luck of, well, I don't want to say that, obviously.
But it's almost like,
there.
and the point I'm saying is it's for the odds, right? You know, trading gives you better odds sometimes.
Absolutely.
As long as you can understand it from a technical perspective and, you know, build strategy around that.
Tesla, the chat lighting up here with Tesla. Apparently it is flushing. Let's take off CCL here and put TSLA. And recall that we're on New York. There we go. We switched to NASDAQ. So I see it on my up chart here that, what's going on? When I say Tesla, it means Tesla. All right, there we go. Okay, so now we're not at low days. I mean, we made low of day earlier on, right after the bell, 135.98, essentially 135.89, excuse me, essentially 136. Now we're at 137.25, but we're flushing a VWAP rejection there off 130, almost 139, 138.85. So a big $1.50 move down, even more than $1.50. It looks like we could test that 137 come soon. I don't see 137 yet coming up on the book here, but I want to see what kind of buyers will step up there. There we go. Now we're breaking. It looks like we're going to break 137. There's some size there sitting on the book. It gets eaten up like nobody's business, but then obviously the dip trades come in there and push it back up. But here we go. Now we're in the 90s, 80s. Nice call out for the chat. This one ends up being a nice little move there on Tesla. A VWAP rejection. The market not really, I mean, it's red, but that 3,900 level at least holding for the moment. We broke down below it quickly to 98. But yeah, Tesla, it looks like it's much more relatively weak than the market, Luca.
Yeah, I did not expect this move, but I guess in hindsight, it's very clear that it just could not get higher, and then eventually it's gonna, give you that fade back to the downside. I would still use the range, though. I would still use the range because this is a nice move. If you have the short, great. I'm not ready. I'm not jumping into like, oh, I have to short this name right now because it's going down. I think, 136, 135 area is interesting. And I want to say thank you so much for the super chat there, Willis. Oof, Tesla may crack 135 today. I mean, yeah, anything's possible. Just keep in mind it's pretty flat on the session, and volume kind of died very quickly. And this is the action that tells me, yeah, maybe just stay away from this for now because maybe it's not going to give that move. So, I'm not going to go long here. I'm not going to go short here. For myself, it's maybe this is kind of not what's the right word? Maybe it's like sometimes you just lose on a name and you're just like, I'm just done with this name. But more so like it's like 80%. It's just I shouldn't be trading this because of that setup. It just doesn't look like I don't see a trade there. And then 20% is oh man, it didn't pay me like all the money that I wanted, so I'm done with this. So yeah, no, it's like a 80-20 right there. But all good, man. Yeah, Google is sideways. Something to note is I think there was a seller. So somebody sat on the offer for about 500 lots, which is not that much. It's only 50,000 shares. But there was an offer that filled at 89.60 on the offer. And so for whatever reason, somebody offered 50,000, 60,000 shares of Google. It was kind of a slow fill, and then it eventually filled and it popped, and then we came back down. Another good note is look where bigger transactions on these like slower movers take place. So you might see like big size go off on a small cap that's going crazy. You're not going to be able to do anything with that information because it's going to be tough to recognize it. And it's probably going to move very quickly. So you're just kind of like not able to capitalize on that. But I would almost say, make note of, oh, that 89.60 is where the size traded. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to bring this up because I'm curious as to what happens. And it's kind of magneting at that 89.60, right? And so I'm kind of looking at the situation, like I don't necessarily say, oh, there's a big seller here, it has to go down. Yeah, maybe sometimes that's the case, but an alternative perspective, and this is why markets are so interesting to me, is because there's different types of perspectives that can be taken on a given day, on a given stock, in a given market, and people come together and exchange and trade and put their money where their mouth is. That's what I really like about it. So going back to that, 89.60 is where 50 to 60,000 shares was traded, and go figure, it just kind of stayed around that price for a little bit of time. So there's not really much. It kind of filled that order, and then not a lot of things are not really happening. And my take is, oh, maybe that's a fair price for the time being. And then we need another reason for the market to kind of have a move. So whether we go down or up, okay. But look how long it's spent around that time. Sometimes it does that, right? So the alternative approach is, oh, there's a seller at this price, and it was a slow fill, and then it filled, and maybe, robots, humans looking at this are like, oh, well, that was a trade for big size at this price level. Maybe for the given time, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, that's a fair price, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean short. I'm obviously already short off the 90 level, probably a good level to play off of, but I'm not actually adding to the short just because of that offer. I'm looking at it like, okay, maybe that's a fair price. Maybe I should actually take the size off, take the rest of the trade off, because if that's where big size is trading, maybe I should be trading there as well. But I do think that I could probably get the VWAP trade over there, so I'm going to hold out for that. But again, yeah, if we jump up, for me, it's more so like I'll take it off maybe at 73, because what's the difference? 73, 61, same thing. But yeah, I'm going to try to go for 30 because I already covered the first portion. So that's my plan. That's why I'm doing it. But yeah, I just thought that was another good example there. Watch where this big size trades. Sometimes it just kind of magnets at that price after it fills. And, just a product of maybe people are thinking, yeah, this is a fair price. So let's kind of keep it here, and then, nothing else comes through.
We got a super chat for you, Luca, $2. Says, oof.
Yeah, I
Tesla,
read that one.
You already got that one?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Luca. I just wanted to get
no worries.
That one in. Yeah, wow, look at this, guys. We're now at low of days, not low of days, but we're at recent lows on Tesla. There we go. Breaking through that 60. We're about to test that $0.50. Now we're negative on the day on Tesla, down almost 1%. There goes the $0.50. Some size still on there on the ask. The bid is below it. Let's see if we can stay below it. But I think that the bottom there at 135.90-ish. I think, is it 90 or 80 something? Anyway, 90-ish. We may see that quite soon. I'm looking on my news blotter here to try to account for this move down. Nothing coming in yet. Brendo is at a production meeting, so we won't be able to ask for his assistance on anything. But I mean, the second I get the news of why we're moving down so aggressively, especially in relation to the overall market. The overall market is not doing this move here. So I wonder if Elon is got the sell button turned on again. Obviously, I say that tongue in cheek. I have no know information of that, obviously. But you have to assume some of these sovereign wealth funds, hedge funds, pension funds, with the downgrades that have been coming in lately on Tesla as a result of Elon's distraction, whether or not they're going to be unloading some of their positions. I mean, I don't know. Do these guys do they take the phone calls from some of their big investors and say, why are we still holding Tesla? Do they send out and basically say we're going to stay the course? How do you justify it in this environment? It's a tough one, and I guess that a lot of people are going to be faced with that decision. So let's have a look at some other movers, because I'm not going to get into this Tesla trade at this time. Obviously, the move was, if I could look at it again, I guess the move was through that 138 break. You had been consistently making lower highs and lower lows, and then you could just basically say, hey, I'll take this the break of this low. But if looking back at that, if you had done that here, you would have had to retrace to VWAP. So I want to correct myself. The better play here was a dip off VWAP short, because it basically rejected off VWAP a number of times here, enough so that you could be confident taking it. At least I'll play the range. This flush down, in addition to the range, is just gravy. I mean, let's see what kind of range you would have had there. 138.80 to the high side, and then 137.89 to it's almost 90 cents a dollar range. You could have had that. You had that multiple opportunities here. Tesla, wow, never really surprising me with the amount of weakness it's been having lately. Okay, so let's leave Tesla for a second and go back to HTGM. Surprise, surprise. This is now giving up the goods off that 14.25 high. We're now trading at 10.25, 10.20. So this one, giving you opportunities. Look at this flat bottom break. I love these ones. I should have taken it, but I didn't have the guts, to tell you the truth. Now, even though the spread is tightening up now, 1 penny, surprise, surprise, when it comes down, all of a sudden, the spread tightens up. So here's the flat bottom breakdown that I like to take a lot. So you have that aggressive move, that sideways consolidation. It creates a bit of a bottom here that you can take, and then you take that flush south. Here it goes again, sideways consolidation, and then you're going to have that flush south. It's just a matter of being patient, really. And the trick sometimes is, well, where is the bottom? Do I take the lowest wick as being the bottom, or do I take the aggregate of the closing prices, right? Sometimes volume profile helps. Having the volume profile on the side here helps you with that, because you know where the majority of the price action is taking relative to the price action on these candles here. So if there's a lot of action, say around here at the 1032, you'll have the volume profile protruding more to the side and giving you an idea, okay, that's where the majority of the volume is. Let's go short south below there. Anyway, now it's broken that $10 level. So that flat bottom breakdown and that second flat bottom breakdown in effect at the moment. Obviously, it always gives you scares like this, though, before it flat bottom breakdowns. And here's what I mean by that. Look at this sideways consolidation. Then you have that aggressive move up, right, to flush out all the people who are short in this consolidation area as a possible retracement long. And then you have the boom, you have the bottom fall off that, and you have like $1.50 move there, right? So I see that again and again and again. Obviously, looking at it ex post facto is not looking at it like in real time. I mean, they did the same thing right here too. Have a look at this. There's a sideways consolidation, then you have that huge retracement up to 1230, and the candle ends up red, right? And then you have a more sideways consolidation, then you have a really aggressive flush. So HTGM, I love this type of pattern. What it develops, it seems to develop a lot on. These small cap crappers after they've made their move and they retrace down, sideways. I love these patterns, Luca.
Yeah, I'm getting back to my desk here, and I'm seeing that it touched 37 cents and not my 31. Now we're kind of going back up here, so I don't know. But, I'm going to put a stop in play just so I don't let that go all the way against me. It probably stops me out if it's going to go back up, but I'm okay with that, no problem. Tesla going back to VWAPs, buy pop. Yeah, man, no, this market is, now we're kind of, middle of the day, great time for questions. What's going on, Sky Ferry? Hopefully having a great day, enjoying life, and yeah, I wanted to see if I saved any good memes to share here.
Dude, that was like the best segment yesterday.
I know, it's like I had, there was a couple, and I couldn't
Do you follow any good trading accounts? Like, I don't mean like good in
Like-
terms of levels, but meme trading accounts.
Meme-
I have a couple on Instagram I can share with
Well,
you.
yeah, I mean, I think like arbitrage Andy's pretty.
Arbitrage,
like
yeah, well,
liquidity,
that's a
liquidity
sick
like
name.
that. These are the main ones. These guys.
Okay,
are,
I have a couple here. I
pretty
don't know
funny.
those.
There's a bunch. I mean, you guys can figure it out. You know, there's.
Yeah, there's Wall Street bet memes too that are funny. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't vouch for any of the, the cleanliness of these memes. Obviously,
No, people are
yeah.
people are too soft nowadays, man. I think just don't be soft. That's what I have to say. Don't be soft. I don't. I'll just be honest. But everyone's. Oh, I actually have a perfect meme for that one. Hold
Go.
on. Where is it? Where is it? Oh man, this might. hopefully
Arbitrage, Andy. That's hilarious. I
This
gotta pull
is,
this guy up.
yeah, guys, ready for this one? And, what's the magic word to get what you want? I'm offended. I'm offended. Come on, man. Don't be offended. Don't be soft. Have a sense of humor. That's all I got to say, man. Have a sense
Everybody's
of humor.
offended nowadays,
Yeah,
man.
it's, don't be soft. And I'll tell you one thing. If you're soft and you're a trader, you're in for something. You're in for something because it's not going to be a good look there. Oh, I actually have a decent.
I dealt with that in the beginning of my trading thing. Like, I had to have times where I had to put myself in timeouts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I was basically revenge trading. I was genuinely angry, and you go through those motions. In fact, I think becoming a good trader makes you become I don't want to say cold, but puts you in control of your emotions much more than if you were not a trader. I mean, some people get that naturally. I get that. But for people like me who didn't have that naturally, it kind of tweaks that a little bit inside of you.
Yeah, it's you're gonna have your ups and downs for sure. Of
course.
And I think if it's your first drawdown, you're gonna be super kind of upset about it. It's gonna frustrate you. But eventually, you go on so many ups and downs that you don't even remember or notice or care too much, I should say. I
just want to answer a quick question here. Brian A., super interesting question. I was having this conversation with my buddy the other day. He's a fundamental investor, long-term investor, doesn't day trade. He said, Brian A. says, question for you guys. Can I sell AMC in my TD account for the tax loss harvesting and rebuy it in Webull before that wash sale period, still claim the tax loss? Look, dude, are you gonna get audited if they audit all your brokerage accounts, if they demand to have statements from all your brokerage accounts and they see that you bought it before the blackout date? You're gonna get reassessed, and that's just the nature of the beast, okay? And if they can prove some fraudulent intent, you may have some fines, depending on whether it's a CRA or IRS. I don't know what the regulations are these days, but fraudulent intent, usually you get a bit of a slap on the neck with a fine. So yeah, him and I were talking about that. I'm like, why don't you just sell some of these positions in one brokerage account and buy them in another? And then so if you disclose one brokerage, you don't disclose the other. Obviously, that's not following the rules. Let's just be flat out about it. It's a self-reporting system in North America, so you're required to disclose all of the records that are relevant to your tax. So are they going to catch you? Good luck. I mean, I don't know. Do they have enough people? It looks like Biden's hiring all these 90,000 IRS agents. I don't know what they're going to be doing. I don't know if Canada is doing the same thing, to be honest with you.
I don't like talking about any of that stuff, man.
Yeah, well.
It's all. I'm not gonna get into any of that. I'm not gonna comment on any of that.
Okay, I just want to quickly get into mRNA because the chat is asking about mRNA, saying it's dumping. So here we go. Let's go and have a look. Yes, so whoever called that 208 top, good on you. Now it's at 205.20. 208.59, and it's been basically selling off. It looks good, I'll be honest with you, currently. We see consistently higher lows and lower highs, and now we're breaking down below VWAP. We have a possible bottom here of 199.75, so for all intents and purposes, $200 essentially.
Yeah, okay, Ballard.
What's up?
Sorry, no, nothing.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Well, I'm basically just looking at mRNA.
I'm laughing at some of the comments coming through, but I'm answering them out loud as you're kind of talking. But no problem. Sorry. Okay, I got something to share here. This is pretty cool. So here's the SPY. So here's the market, 2008 versus 2022, where we are right now. So this is essentially, correlation. I forget the exact terminology that's to be used here, but essentially the blue is 2008, and the black is 2022. That's where we are right now, and it lines up. If I'm not mistaken, if I'm seeing this correctly, we are in for some downside. We're in for it is following it very, very closely to 2008. and it's showing that, you know, the start of 2008 was like
Wow,
down
are you
move,
kidding
very,
me, bro?
very, very choppy, a little bit of a popping back up. Now we're sort of here. Like, could you imagine?
I can't imagine us
January,
going down like
that would be
I
a
cannot
huge move
imagine
down. Like that boom, look at that. That would
Like,
be
why though? Why? What kind of recession are we going to get next year, Luca?
You know, they're saying maybe we get a recession, maybe we don't. There's obviously a technical term for the recession that they changed.
Yeah,
They
it was
changed the
supposed to be
term.
2 negative
Well,
quarters.
it's just 2 negative quarters of GDP. That's just that's
seem
a
like
recession.
this anymore,
but
though.
in general, I almost want to say that, you know, everyone can maybe agree on, you know, a recession is a very vague terminology. They gave it a technical terminology, but they're trying to say, like, look, recession is just things suck.
Because the job market is strong. That's what's holding them back.
Yeah, I personally think, look, we're already in a recession.
I agree.
This is the early stages of a
I agree.
recession, and this recession, it could last, man. It could last. We could be in, 6 years of pain, right? But again, you know, maybe I'm just maybe too bearish over there. Depression, so no recession. Yeah, guys, we're not in a recession. But by the way, in 2 years, it's going to be a 15-year depression. So save your money and try to figure out how to grow your own tomatoes. No, I'm just kidding. No need to cause for panic.
You're like, what is that? What are they called? Preppers?
Preppers, yeah. Well, yeah, it's kind of funny. What are you, a prepper? No, I grow my own tomatoes. I'm Italian. What's wrong with you? How do you think I make my sugo? But that's a scary correlation, man. That's a scary correlation. We're going into January. But it's kind of funny because I think that, you know, what I was saying before is there's a lot of tax loss harvesting that's taking place. The bid is generally weak with low liquidity going into the end of the year. I mean, this year's been different. Last year's been different. This is more of just like a phenomena if you run it back like 10, 20 years. And, if rotate back into tech at the beginning of next year, then yeah, maybe we get that kind of whipsaw action to the upside because there's a bid there. But, you know, it's kind of like, doesn't really matter. I say this all the time, you know, as a trader, it's so nice because I don't have to pretend I know what I'm doing. I'm just going to react to the moves and stick to the strategy and see where it goes. So that's kind of my take on it. When you get into the business of making predictions and trying to figure all this stuff out, it's a whole different story, man. You gotta know a lot of things. That's why portfolio managers get paid the big bucks. They're obviously not just randomly taking bets. Whereas me, I'm just like, yeah, I'll randomly short Google right here. I think it's a good technical level, and maybe I get a win out of it, right? So there's that there. So yeah, it's very nice to actually, not have to be right. I don't actually care. I'm just going to react and trade, take risk, and go from there, right? So yeah, hopefully that we don't go into this kind of recession and it doesn't get too bad, and But I would say just it's better to what's the saying? It's better to be prepared and. Oh man, damn.
Not sure.
This is like I had the saying on the top of my head here. I think you guys know where I'm going with this if you're kind of listening here. But yeah, essentially, it's better to be prepared for the worst and prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Yeah, and the beat fanatic, he's actually making a really good point. He's like, it doesn't actually have to be a recession. It could be a war. It could be anything, another
Better safe than
pandemic,
sorry. Yep.
right? Like, who knows? We can't write that off anymore.
Who knows, man? Who knows?
And the
That's
war
why-
in Europe, I mean, I don't know how this is going to end,
No,
man.
man,
I
I don't
mean,
know.
I really don't get it. Like, it looks like both sides are stalling at the moment. So, and then Zelensky's obviously on his way to Washington for another package and arms and stuff like that. So, yeah, we don't get into politics, but obviously it is market related. We're talking about a possible retracement here of the 2008 financial crisis. Luca showing you earlier the chart there with respect to how closely it was following. So it's going to be super interesting. Either way, if there's a downside, if there's an upside, as long as there's volatility, that's all that's required for us to generate money in the market.
Exactly. And I was going to say, if there's a downside, there's also an upside, which leads me to my next chart over here.
Okay.
We got QQQ on the monthly. Are we entering a recession? Are we going to go down? Or is this the dip buy of the century right now? Because this is going back to like 2000, and I think this is 2008. If I'm maybe 2008. Yeah, this is like going way
beautiful.
back. So I mean, it could be both sides of the tail, right? You could say, yeah, recession, things are looking bad. Look at that SPY chart I just showed you, correlation to 2008. And then, oh, wait a second, look at the Qs. It's actually for the first time on that support level. And every time it was on that support level, it bounced back up, right? So, I mean, yeah, there's two sides to every story. I'm not going to sit here and again, and I'm going to reiterate this. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm going to, be right. I don't care about that. I'm just saying that, react to trades. As long as there's, like you said, as long as there's volatility, as long as there's action, there's money to be made on both sides. That's the great thing about trading.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Look, this is the Qs, Luca. This is from 2000 This is from the year 2000. It starts. Look at this. I mean, you could have gotten in basically anywhere and held, and it goes literally. Yeah, you're gonna have your little hiccups here and there.
If you draw the line, it's actually like things revert back to the mean.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's like right here ish. Yeah, about there. I'd have to do the math, obviously, but obviously we're in a very. This is a monthly chart on the Qs, guys. Okay. So we're clearly in a very aggressive downturn, and we clearly went up a lot. Like, look at the amount that we went up percentage-wise. Year 2000, to build on Luca's point, we were like in the $50. This is the triple Qs, okay? $55. We got up as high as 118. That was a dot-com bubble. I mean, some people will probably not know what that is, but we had a period of decline, and then you also had 9/11, the Iraq War. So until about end of 2002, we kept going down. From the height in 2000, we had about 2 years of going down, all right? And then since then, there's been nothing like that. Lo and behold, this move here. I mean, we went up way quicker in the past 2 years than we did in the last 18. So, I mean, in the last 20, because this move started 2020. This move here and to here, that's 2020. That's the same move from 2000 to 2020 in terms of quantity. That gives you the idea that like how quickly we've moved up lately because of the amount of money that I think that was printed. So I don't think that chart that you were showing is too far off, man.
It's I mean, this is the beauty of it, man. Take your bets, live with the decisions that you make, and move forward. You know, it's only money. You lose some, you make it back. You make more, you lose it again. As long as you're enjoying your life, creating memories, that's the most important thing.
Hey, well said, man.
You know, that's definitely the most important thing, which leads me to my next quote over here. As we are in the middle of the day, and I'll get to the questions that you guys are asking, you know, Tesla, Meta over here, and Amazon. You know, what you focus on expands, right? So, you know, going back to the secret, as everybody says, you know, you kind of create your own reality. So, yeah, man, think positive. That's why I'm always in such a good mood. You know, win or lose. Sorry, I was gonna say win or lose, we hit the booze, but no, I don't want to. That's Spencer saying in the back. Great saying, man. Great saying. But yeah, no, win or lose, you gotta stay in a good mood. That. Because yeah, man, you know, you will. If you're in a good mood and you lose, then you go on with the rest of your day. Life is good, right? You're alive. Life is well. It's life is short, so enjoy the moment, man. And what you focus on expands. So just keep that in mind, man. Keep that in mind. Google moving back to the north side. My stop is 89.81. If I get stopped out of this, I still make money. I kind of thought, yeah, maybe I probably will get stopped out, but I'll live with it. No problem on that one. So to get to some of these questions. Oh, yeah, Mark had a question that I highlighted up here. Here we go. Hi, Luca. Great show. Thanks so much. And yeah, guys, if you're liking the show, hit the like button. 2,300 likes right now. You know, I say this every time. If you're having a time enjoying the show, hit the like button. It's free. If you don't like the show, then, you know, don't hit the like button.
No, hit it anyway.
Well, no, I'm gonna say don't hit it, because here's the thing, man. It's a free world, and I value that. I value freedom. So, you know, do exactly as you wish. And I think that's the thing. People like like people who are genuine, and you know, generates more likes.
Okay.
But literally,
like
do
that.
whatever you want. Hi, Luca. Great show. Would you explain the difference between algos in place, small and large caps? Thanks.
Oh, that's a good
So
question.
the thing is this, guys. I don't know, right? I don't actually know. I'm just kind of, you know, I have like my assumptions of, you know, what can potentially be happening. You know, I'm going to be wrong. I'm going to be right. Maybe some things are valid, some things are not. I would almost think of it like this. If I was a liquidity providing robot, I would definitely feel more comfortable providing liquidity at all price levels on something like Google versus something like ANTF from yesterday. Was it ANTF or was it?
ATNF.
ATNF.
Yeah.
And let's just go back to this one. I would be much more comfortable providing liquidity on, you know, like a Google or an Apple versus an ATNF. And I think that is the reason as to why, you know, the price whips are crazy on these small caps, because there's just less price stability, for the reason being that, you know, everybody's uncertain, right? So, you know, whereas you have Google, you know, the robot's job in my mind is to just provide liquidity at all these different levels, because that's kind of what Citadel's job is, as an example. They just want to make orderly markets. They want to make sure everybody can get the fill. They are basically saying, look, guys, we're narrowing the spread on all of this stuff. Therefore, it's easier for you to trade. You can punch in and out at any level that you want. Therefore, it's a better market, right? And then you have people on the opposite side who say, yeah, I know they say that, but that's not actually what happens. I personally think, look, they want to keep, you know, it's not a monopoly, but, you know, anybody who's like, no, I swear we're doing it, like, look, the spread is tiny. It's now fractions of a cent. It's like, yeah, okay, but you're making billions and billions. So, you know, you're sitting pretty, you know, take your bet on kind of which side of the equation is right. And then you go to the small cap side of things. That doesn't necessarily happen. There's not as much liquidity providing robots. It's more of a Wild West. There's a lot of market makers that potentially are trading off broker orders. And so they see broker order flow. They know where margin calls take place.
That's the thing. I mean, I heard that the market makers see where the stops are.
Of course they see where the stops
So,
are.
I mean, like, how can that even be, like,
because
there's got to be some sort of, wall there where they can't actually see. I mean, I don't know how it works technically. But, like, how can you be, that's a conflict of interest.
So the thing is this, right? And again, I'm not really working for anybody but myself here. And so I can only speak to, like, I'm like kind of looking and I'm just like, this looks, this
doesn't look fishy to you?
I don't know about this.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, right? So it's like, and again, not calling out anybody specifically. I have no idea what happens. But just my 2 cents is that, you know, I would imagine that broker order flow can be seen by market making divisions, and then they can kind of trade against you because, you know, think about it this way, right? You want to buy and there's really there's no sellers, right? There's no sellers. The broker needs to make a decision. Do they sell to you? Who's going to do that? Maybe the market makers, like, we need to provide orderly market to our clients. They want the fill. They are sending this order to buy. Who is going to fill them? Okay, I'll fill them. But if I'm filling them, I need to find a way to work out of that kind of opposite trade and stay flat, right? So it's, you know, everybody is operating in good faith, right? But there's obviously kind of bad apples, and there's scenarios that kind of play themselves out. That's why I say it's kind of interesting how, you know, if you press the buy button over here and you're buying, and then it tanks on you, it's not manipulated against you. You chose to press the buy button. So, you know, that's why as a trader, like, react, live with the decisions that you make. But yeah, going back to your original question of, you know, what are the different type of algos, small and large cap, you know, it's hard to say. I'm going to just kind of stay vague with it. I just imagine that large caps, I would be more willing to provide liquidity at every single level. You know, that's what market makers do. And then on small caps, I would be less likely to provide liquidity at every single level. Reason being is because it is more of a Wild West. There's less price stability in small caps. It goes all the way up. It goes all the way down.
And you know, much more easily to manipulate.
I mean,
too.
what's this company even really worth fundamentally, right?
Yeah.
They were at $3. They went to $6. They went back to $3 in the same day, and that was because what, they did an offering midday. So, you know, if I was you know, removed, if I was a third party kind of market maker just providing liquidity, I'm not providing liquidity on this name unless it's like way up here where I'm like, yeah, it'll probably get back to VWAP where I can probably get out. So, you know, again, these algos, somebody said it best, they're way smarter than you think. You know, machine learning algorithms are, you know, they're not messing around, man. But yeah, no, I don't really know. So again, just to reiterate, I don't really know. I'm just kind of taking my guess, and I just kind of react to the trades that I see. So that's sort of my thoughts there. Yeah, hopefully it helps you. And last thing I'll say before I pass it back to Cherif is, you know, somebody was asking about Amazon, saying Amazon back at that level. Yeah, man, it's back at that level, and it rejected again 86.90. So we're actually far away from that level, but I'm punching short here. It's I want to see this go back down. This is a smaller size because we're not closer there. I will take more size on this if we get there. Because, I mean, you know, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and watch. It's going to get there, and is it going to finally break? But I'll live with that, man. I'll live with that. So I'm short now. You know, can we get back down to the 40s? I'll go for that 30-cent scalp. Thanks for the call out, whoever mentioned it. A little bit late to the party. I know you probably mentioned it at 34, and here we are with my long explanations of all this kind of nonsense. But I mean, for me, it's, you know, providing value. You know, making money, right? I want to be of service. That's kind of the person who I am. I think that's way more important than anything else. So yeah, man, I do my best for that one.
HTGM giving you ample opportunity here. I'm kind of peeved at myself. I looked at this trade. I said to myself, come on, it's retraced to the 50 period. Go in with like a quarter position, dude. I just don't want any LFT, to be honest, because it's a big day. But yeah, this was a perfect setup. It had done it here, and I said to you, oh, look, perfect 50 period retracement and flush. The 50 period retracement is relevant because I feel that once these consolidation flat bottoms start to develop, people are starting, especially smaller traders, are starting to plug in short here, waiting for that continuation down. And so algos or big traders, whoever, stop hunt by pushing this up before it flushes down again. And I feel it's been retracing to the 50 period. So maybe it's the algo is looking towards that 50 period as the retracement level. It's done it twice so far. Both have been very good. Diamond Realty Miami pointing that out. Thank you to you. But I've been watching this one. This one was up huge. It's given up a lot. It has a 14.25 high. We're now down below 9.5. So this one had ample opportunity short, but you know I didn't get into it, and it sucks to be me at this point. Tesla not quite making it back up to VWAP. On that retracement, we had a 136, I want to say 35, 39 bottom, and then you had a 138.70 VWAP retracement. Didn't quite make it up there. 136.60, I believe it retraced to, and it looks like it can continue here. Yeah, at least for the moment. Obviously, it's relatively weak, but the market kind of curling a little bit here. It looks like, you know, yeah, it looks like we're creating newer highs and higher lows. Bouncing off that 3,900 level. I mean, it broke it to the downside by a couple of points, but really nothing sustained below that. So 3,900 looks like it's a decent level, at least for support at the moment. And we could use that level to kind of gauge us or guide us as to where to play some of these big tech names. Some people say, don't trust the move on Apple, this bounce on Apple. Well, this is what they're talking about. So we had a 136.80 top and then a beautiful, and I mean beautiful, retracement down to VWAP. It actually touches it to the T. That ends up being 135.10. So, you know, a $1.80 move, that's great if you're looking for a short. And then, you know, just like that, like an algo with no feelings, switches, and then the long is in order. So you're getting that 135 bounce, and then we're at 135 3/4 here, and possibly more to the upside. So some good plays coming in on the big cap names as the small caps really slow down into that afternoon time period. Cint giving back everything, HGML giving back everything that we had lace earlier this morning. That one isn't in play. Let's bring down the scanner, not the watch list, the scanner, the trusty scanner here, see what's going on. Yeah, we just talked about Cint. That's done 14.5 million shares. Below that is something by the name of TOI. That's not going to cut it. It's $1 and it's only done 250,000. HTGM below that. We already talked about that one. Let's keep going. VRNA. What's this one up to? VRNA. Let's have a look here. Okay. First of all, let's look at the chart. That looks fantastic. A slow mover, 18.20 bottom, 23.23 top. Shout out to Michael Jordan and LeBron. Now at $23 on the dot. This one has been nice. It's kind of giving you just a steady incline on the way up. It's up almost 25% on the day, 24%. What's this company all about? Verona Pharma is a United Kingdom-based clinical biopharmaceutical company. Surprise, surprise. It's a biopharmaceutical company. Guys, there's no secret that biopharma are all like the plays right now for these small cap crappers. Every time I click on a name that's moving and I read the description about the company, it's biotech, biopharma. What do they specialize in? The company is focused on developing and commercializing therapeutics for the treatment of respiratory diseases with unmet medical needs. It is developing inhaled ensephentrine, I don't know what that is, I hope I pronounced that right, for the treatment of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. Okay, so seems like it's just something related with that. That's cool. What's the news catalyst here? We can see shares are trading higher after H.C. Wainwright & Co. maintained a buy rating and the price target of $32 from $30. So you have a price target increase and a maintain of a buy rating, not even overweight buy. So this is an interesting one. VRNA, what's the float on this guy here? Let's have a look real quick. Company profile. The float large, very large, about 458 million, hence why it's moving slowly and not crazily, because that float is large. So let's switch off Cint here and put VRNA. This one could be an interesting one going into the afternoon, especially if it maintains that nice and slow pace. It'll be a less risky alternative to some of these small cap crappers, but that's a beautiful ascent up if I've ever seen one. What's the daily look like on this one? Let's flip from the Qs here. Let's put VRNA. Hurry up, dude. VRNA. And let's go to the daily and see if we can glean any important levels. Okay, so this one's been running. This is a continuation play. Look at the monster move it had yesterday. Okay, I didn't even notice that it had done that yesterday. I guess I was trading other things. Yeah, so the move looks like it started on the 19th. It went all the way up to $35.40 yesterday. That was a high. We're currently at 23.23. That's our high. So we've got ways to go. You know, unless this one really squeezes, I doubt we can really see that $35 again, $35.43, but never say never. Either way, it's a continuation play. A lot of eyes will be on it. We're near high of days. It's doing a good amount of volume. I think we're above 2.5 million shares. It did 15 million shares of volume yesterday. So lots of good eyes on this one, and slow moving. That's what I like. So we don't give back any of the profits today, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I am like loading this Amazon short because it just looks so good. At that 90 level, it's just kind of spending a little bit of time there doing that classic action, but I kind of added here, and now I'm just kind of like loading into the short off the 90 level. And yeah, I'm not really too sure. I mean, it's kind of gunning for this level, and it really wants to show that it's going to break. And I don't know, man. Do we break and then fly? Or do we, you know, is there a potential that we break and then...
Fly, pelican, fly!
Yeah, and then it's like, and then no, like actually it doesn't do that. And in fact, you know, it's going to just pop and then drop, right? So not really too sure, but man, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good, but the only thing is that the market's pushing up now, NASDAQ pushing up. But how many times have we seen, you know, kind of dip back down, pop up a little bit, and then kind of pop, and then, you know, spend some time there and then drop? So yeah, if the NASDAQ turns back down, this Amazon short's going to be a banger, man. So I want to have the size on this one for the move down. There is also a lot of offers that are above 90 that I see on the book. And so it's kind of like a nice setup in the sense that, yeah, you know, if I'm wrong on the trade and we go higher, at least there's like that size above to play off of. And then the bid is pretty thin. But it's just kind of, you know, it's my only worry on the trade is that, you know, if a lot of people have stop orders, then this algo is probably going to, you know, try to, it's like, why would it not just pull and then take the fill and then reverse? So, yeah, this is probably not something that you should have a stop 91s, because that's probably something, a product that you could easily get stopped out and then you're still not wrong on the idea. And, yeah, maybe 87 break to the, like as an alternative perspective to this trade, maybe a breakout of 87 to the upside could be really good. It could be really good if the market's going up. So, yeah, I'm not really too sure what's going to happen next, but here I am short on the name. 80, what is this, 86 average, so I kind of, yeah, that was just an early entry, a little bit less size, but yeah, adding more, the longer that it stays here, I'm going to maybe add more size to it and then see where it goes. And yeah, if it stops me out, if it ultimately stops me out, whatever, you know, it stops me out, won't be the first time, won't be the last time. Tesla broke channel, we can look at Tesla very quickly. Yeah, Tesla, it's, you know, it was down here and I was like, yeah, I don't really want to short it and I don't really want to go long. But in my head, I was like, the long is probably better because like the range is set in, right? But I didn't take the long, so obviously I didn't, like, you know, put your money where your mouth is, Luca. But yeah, no, it didn't break that 136, and I almost want to say that 135, the new low, is more interesting, right? It's way more interesting. And so for myself, yeah, I didn't take the long there, but this was my worry. It's like sell off, it's going down, but as fast as Tesla goes down, it just, you know, reverses the whole move, goes back up, and then here we are back in kind of that same range at VWAP, right? So, you know, maybe a product, I don't even know, you know, but everybody who shorts, when it goes against them, they probably cover. And yeah, man, Trader Gordon was saying ENPH short. Sure, we could have a look here, ENPH. Oh, no, thank you.
I just got to interrupt, Luca.
Yeah, no
Look
problem.
at that flush on VRNA. I just finished singing its praise. I'm like, oh, look how stable it is, and it's a slow incliner, and it's a safe alternative to these small cap crappers, and I just got made to eat my words as quickly as I made them. What a flush off the top there, Luca. I think it just gave up $1 in a matter of seconds. 23.23 we said is the high. It makes its way down all the way to 22.15, giving up the goods. And you know what? I mean, it really didn't respect any moving averages here. I can tell you that. Broke through the 57 and 20 like nobody's business. But it's stopping out in a nice period of consolidation here. We had some sideways actions from around 12 till about 12.20 before it started continuing high again. It looks like the buyers are stepping in at that level. Let's switch to the 3-minute chart real quick, see if we can glean any new information from that level. In fact, that consolidation period, it looks even more anemic on the 3-minute than it does on the 1, and it was quite anemic on the 1, if I'm telling the truth here. So let's see if we have some more downward action. There's another interesting area of consolidation around that 2140 to 2150 area. And then you got to look where VWAP is. VWAP's at that 2080, but we're still, I say, $1.50 away from that. So Not ready to look at that yet, but that next level of 2140, 2150 looks like it's a good possible area for a slowdown if we continue downward. Now, what I'll be looking for on this is the same thing that I looked at for HTGM. Where'd that chart go? Hello, there it is. Where essentially we have sideways consolidation and then a breakdown, a flat bottom breakdown essentially. So this one looked cleaner, although we have these peaks here. So careful with these flat bottom breakdowns. The algos are going to try to stop you out by curling up before breaking down again. That happened 3 times in a row, so it's likely going to happen on VRNA. So what I'll be looking for here is sideways consolidation and then a continued move downward. Has this one given up the goods yet? I don't know. It's above VWAP, so I'm a little concerned with that setup. I got to tell you the truth. I kind of retract a little bit of what I said because, you know, I have a rule of not shorting stocks that are small cap stocks that are above VWAP. And, you know, that's just a rule that I got to live by. And at the moment, it's not below VWAP. It's not even close. It's $1.50 away. So I think the short setup on this one, I'll have to revise what I said earlier on that. But the idea here is to look for sideways consolidation and then a breakdown on these stocks. It'll have to get a little bit lower than where it currently is at the moment. Flipping back to HTGM real quick, not a trade to be had here. It's bouncing off that 200 period moving average. What are you laughing at?
Someone in the chat's like, someone is hitting the keys like a madman. Yeah, no, that's me. I'm typing over here on this keyboard that is all red. That is why I only have a short on board right now.
I like that. Is that your keyboard?
This is not my keyboard. No, Randy came in clutch with this keyboard. Ooh. You know, Prad's got his keyboard. Prad's
keyboard's horrible.
Yeah.
The escape key is some next key.
That's what I was saying.
I don't like that. I need top left corner to be escape.
Exactly. Oh my God,
it's not acceptable to me.
So this one is better, but the keys are still a little bit too high. So when I'm typing, it's making all this noise. No, kind of funny there. All we had. It's it's great. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. You know, always appreciative. And if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything, right? So, but yeah, just speaking my mind. Amazon is slow to work here, man. Slow to work. It's kind of, this is the thing. So this is what I was saying before. The first time it's great because it goes and it rejects. But then the second time, you know, slow to fade. So this was my thoughts. I was like, it could still work, but it's gonna be slow to fade. And the problem is if it's an overcrowded trade, so obviously, you know, I'm kind of showing that this is my trade and, you know, I don't know how many people are in the same trade with me. My worry is that everybody, if more people are in this trade and it's going down and then it starts to go up, it just goes up very quickly. So that was this. It goes down, it goes back up very quickly. And now it's starting to go down again. If we go back up, it goes up very quickly. So everyone's like, oh, I'll just cover. And here I am, the only one holding the bag over here. But yeah, no, I'm holding out. I'm holding out for at least 60. I'm going to layer my orders, actually. I'm going to try to do like 71, 61, 65, 55. Like in that general area, I just feel like that's kind of the bottom based on technicals. And again, it is up on the day. So when things are, you know, things could turn at any moment. Maybe it's like parabolic move to the upside, parabolic move back down, parabolic up and down kind of thing. Now it's kind of like holding, right? So, I mean, VWAP would be a gift. I almost want to say VWAP would be like a really nice gift. It'll be a kind of gift that came early for Christmas. But if I can get anywhere close to 50s,
a lot like Chris.
Then yeah, you know, that's kind of crazy. Someone's saying, Luca, you should get out of Amaz. I don't know what Amaz means. Like at the stock? I'm not.
You're not in Maz. You're in one position.
Oh, Amazon. Oh. I'm like, Amaz. What are you talking about? Amazon. Yeah, no, I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna hold it. It's my plan, you know, it's my plan. I mean, yeah, no, I gave kind of two perspectives on it, right? Like the long, like if we break the level, the long could be sick because we consolidate underneath for so long that if we break to the upside, it could just explode to the upside, right? So the long could be good, the short could be good. I'm short right now. I might flip long if it goes against me. If I'll have the time to react to it, not too sure. I mean, it's pretty big iceberg at 86.90s, right? So kind of taking my shot there. You know, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Somebody in the chat was asking Cherif, sing for us a bit.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Come on,
but
man.
You know, I sing in the shower. That's exactly where that's staying. I'll just give you like little tidbits here and there when I get excited. If I make a good trade or something might come out just quickly. But yeah, anyway, back to VRNA here, guys. Nice move down. I'm gonna be patient on this one. I want it to make its way down closer to that VWAP, and then we'll take in some shorts. Something's telling me here that I may break my rule with respect to VWAP and shorts on these ones because it's setting up so nicely. Look at it consolidating sideways a little bit, you know, giving me that kind of shape that I'm looking for, and then it continued down. But you know, you got to have some basic rules by which you live and you live by. And if I don't, then what's the point of having rules? Someone once told me, rules work only if you follow them 100% of the time. If you don't follow them, there's going to be that one time where you don't follow them, and then it's going to flush against you, or it's going to do something that you try to avoid by placing that rule. And yeah, that's actually a military saying. It's actually a military saying. So
makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. It's a security saying, I think. I don't want to say a military saying, but security guys. I got a buddy who does private security for people, and that's kind of his saying. He's like, my rules only work if I follow them 100% of the time. There we go. There's the flush on VRNA, the one that we were talking about, the flat bottom breakdown. Do we have more? Let's break through the half dollar. We just broke through 22. That's a good sign. There goes the whole dollar. And we're now below that period of consolidation we were talking about earlier, where we originally stopped out. You know, it's not the biggest move down, and to be honest with you, the spread's a little wide on this one. It's 10, 15 pennies at times, but I think VRNA is setting up for a nice little short. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to get into it. It's against my rules, and I'm already up on the day. I don't need this nonsense, to be honest with you. What's the chat up to? People saying Microsoft cooking. What's it cooking? Let's have a look. Yeah, okay, Microsoft close to high days, 245.39 is the high. We're at 245.11, so we're close to high days. Definitely more close than Apple is to the high days. Let's have a look at that one. Here it is. Yeah, Meta at high days as well. So all the market looks like it's curling up here at the moment. The only, I don't want to call it laggard, but the one slower to high of day than the rest, definitely Apple there at 136, currently with a 136.81 high. Tesla just reclaimed VWAP, but that's a no-go on any long, to be honest with you. So yeah, market you know, showing at least for the moment that it's not ready quite yet to break through that 3,900 level and stay below there, Luca.
Yeah, guys, just to update on this Amazon trade. So it did break out. So I was like short, kind of stopped out, short again, stopped out, flipped long, slammed the long. I was like, the long is going to be a banger. Like, I'm going super long. So I got super long, and then we actually broke 87. I was like, all right, that's it. Off to the races. 87.20 probably coming. You know, the overall market is sort of making a move up, right? So I'm like, okay, sick. I'm gonna destroy this trade. And no, man, no, this is the thing. Look at this. It's now just chilling, right? So maybe it goes now, but like you would have thought it would have went, right? So going back to the, you know, this is the thing, man. You can't, it's like, and you know, I don't even want to bring this up because it's not a today thing, but it's a good example. It's like the joke of like inverse Luca, right? And again, I don't care, but this is the thing. I want to be kind of fully transparent. If you inverse me, like I lost, you probably lost.
Yeah.
We all lost. The bots got us. They got us again, you know?
Market
So
maker.
it's going back to, oh man, I should have done the opposite of what I wanted to do. It doesn't work like that, man. You'll lose. You sometimes could lose like both scenarios. Like that's an option. So you know, I tried the short. It didn't work. It went back. The long looked good. I slammed the long. I lost. And now here we are in the same spot. I would have never guessed this. It's kind of like you bet, you know, are you going to bet the over? Are you going to bet the under?
Yeah.
And then it's like everyone places their bets and it's a tie. You know, are you going to bet black? Are you going to bet red? And then it's green. Like, are you kidding me? Oh man, come on. Like right in the middle here. So yeah, I don't know, guys. I thought that we would have went. But now I'm unsure. So I'm obviously flat in the position. I took the L there. I took the L. I couldn't tell you what the L is. It's not too much. It's just kind of chop around. But sometimes it do be like that. Maybe it's because it's 1 o'clock. You know, that's why a lot of traders step away from the desk and they don't trade in the middle of the day because this happens, right? So understand that if you're this aggressive momentum trader, you know, it's not the time to be aggressive. Be an aggressive momentum trader. It's just not the time, right? So. A great question in the chat, Luca. How do you manage over 400 trades in a day? How much it costs for commission? So basically,
You want to tell them about P-Pro 8 and like?
Well, yeah. So just briefly, because I don't love talking about that too much. But yeah, so we basically have our own platform, P-Pro 8 here at Day Trade the World. And essentially, we have market making capabilities. So we're technically market makers. All that means is just a fancy way to say, look, I can choose to route my orders to any single area that I wanted to route it, right? So there's different venues, there's different gateways, ECNs, whatever. You have obviously different types of exchanges that own ECNs, and you could basically send to wherever you want, right? So some pay you to add liquidity, some pay you to remove liquidity. There's just different scenarios, and we here can choose any of them, right? So guys, look at the table over here. You have NASDAQ, you have EDGX, you have, what is this, NSB, that's probably New York. You have Amex, you have MEMEX, you have BATS. So you have all these different venues that you can just choose to route to. If you're with a broker, you're a lot of the times they're just taking your order flow, and so you just buy or sell, and then they take it and they pair it. But this is the Wild West. If you're routing it yourself, a lot of brokers give you the option. I know Interactive Brokers gives you two options. You can do smart routing, or you can say, no, I'm going to choose where I want to route
There's even more, to be honest with you. There is basically, you could have it like the Robinhood, which is the payment for order flow thing, where there's only goes through.
They offer that?
Yeah, they offer that. So if it's not the Pro, I have the Pro. And then with the Pro, you have direct market access. But you also have algos. So there's like max fill, fastest fill, whatever. So I use different ones depending on different scenarios, to be honest with you. But the chat letting us know OP is open. You guys remember this one. Brendo was mentioning that this morning. It is now open. It has a low of 19 cents, Luca, and high of 31, yeah.
Oh my God.
So this one is madness. Let's bring that up on the pre-pro chart so we can actually look at the level 2 and see.
You know what happened with this one, right?
No, can you tell me?
Okay, so there's a reverse split on this name.
Yeah.
And it opened today, this morning, over $1 because it's opening at the reverse split price. And then they halt it and they go, sorry.
Oh, we're doing it tomorrow.
We're doing it tomorrow.
Yeah, I remember this.
But people were trading it today. People were trading it. Like I was in this morning. I was watching. I was like, should I get long this name right now? If I was long right now and this thing opened at 20 cents and I took the L, I would snap. Because that's pure,
not acceptable.
It's pure Wild West.
Yeah.
It's pure Wild West. So, it sounds good to be like, oh, yeah, I have market making capabilities. I can do whatever I want. If I took the L on that, I'd be snapping. I'd be like, what kind of scam is this? What do you mean the reverse split is tomorrow? And I'm a day trader. I got to close this today? So I take the L. I lose 80% of the value of my position? That's ridiculous. No, that's a scam, man. That's a scam. That's dirty. That's dirty.
So we had to look at OP. Okay, so I just want to look at SINT because people are yelling in the chat. Yes. It just broke through VWAP and it broke through this period of consolidation here. This is where we got short, recall, right through the break of VWAP all the way down to I don't want to say low of day, but to the bottom wick, literally. It broke through that level now. It's looking to test 14s. It's well on its way through 13.5. I think the top wick there is in the 70s. Yeah, in the low 70s. So this one looks like it may be headed for high of day. Let's switch to the 3-minute chart and look at what the levels are. So we have 15, I want to say 15, 10, 15, 15-ish to the high side. We're at 13.5 now. Looking at this one from the 3-minute chart is definitely a lot better than looking at the one. Filters a lot of the noise, and I see some noise here. It's going to have to break 14 and stay above 14 for me to get interested in this one long. And here's why. I mean, look how much time we spent below VWAP. What proves to me that this is not just a VWAP retracement and then a crash back down. We've seen that happen a bunch of times. So it's going to have to make a new high above this level here. And I think that the 14 level probably would be the best of, if I had to choose, I'm not going to trade this one again. But yeah, anyway, SINT, just wanted to let you know if you're long inclined, flipping back here to OP. These charts, we've got 3-minute candles in a row that are green now. So if you got this off the bottom, you're looking good. What is the high? It looks like when we opened, we went up to 38 cents, but that was just like a quick wick. And in fact, that candle ended up being red. So we have, I like the trend so far on this one. We have a lot of higher highs and a lot of higher lows in a row. If we can continue, maybe try to reclaim that 50 cents. This one could go crazy, and we could see like a 300, 400% day, maybe even more, Luca.
Yeah, no, I'm just, I'm shocked. I am shocked at this. Like, how can this happen?
It's not supposed
First
to
you
be
have
that way.
cause M, and then it's kind of trading pre-split prices before post-split. And I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. Somebody's saying Netflix 300. So anybody that wants that trade, Netflix 300 could be a banger. Might be terrible. Not too sure. It's up 3.8%. So keep that in mind. I know I mentioned it, but keep in mind, if parabolic to the upside, better likelihood to the downside. If slow and kind of giving you the dips and then the long and then the dip and then the long, you know, a little bit of a less good trade, right? So that's kind of the my take on that one. I mean, you play the levels, right? You play the levels. Like, look at this. And let me just, I did this before, but, you know, anybody who's showing, I know people are coming through and saying, like, hey, what's up, Luca? I just got kind of tuned in. So, you know, shout out to everybody that's just tuning in. Hopefully you guys are having an amazing day.
Yeah.
My day is going 50-50. And anyways, 300 here, big sell-off down from 320 through 300. Now coming through, rejecting 300. Rejecting 300 there. So that's kind of my thesis on the 300 level. It's like, it was so good through 300. I'm just looking down like, yeah, can you guys hear me? Mic check, 1 2 1 2, okay? Yeah, so maybe 300 gives that quick rejection, right? So it's the middle of the day. It's 1 o'clock. I mean, how good is it actually going to be? Who knows? You probably have to give it a little bit of a wider stop, so I might just stay away from it. But that's something that I initially called out, and somebody was bringing it up. So good call there for anybody that that's interested in something like that.
Oh
And,
my God, OP, Luca.
Yeah, man. Is it going just straight
yeah,
up now?
man, it's a high of days. We're about to test 50 now. Geez, where are we? What was high of day there? 40. Oh, I got to bring this up on the other one here.
Is this like, I don't even
42 cents, guys. The high of.
going up.
I mean, it's a madhouse right out there, but you know it's working. I mean, it's already up 168%. I mean, I think we could see 200 easily here, maybe even 300. I'm looking to see how it acts around that $0.50 level. I mean, I don't trade these sub $1 stocks almost ever, but I've been forced to lately because of all these reverse splits and all this nonsense that's happening these days with stocks trying to meet the exchange's requirements and whatnot. So I don't really know how these work, and I don't feel too comfortable. But one thing that I do know how to do is read the chart, and it looks quite fantastic, to be honest with you. So far, I'd be punching in here if it was anything different. Looks like we just touched up 50. What's the high now? 49. So we're at 49 cents as the high. Could we see above 50? I mean, we obviously have that dollar potential. What's the float on this one? Let's get an idea of what to expect here in terms of price action going into that dollar level quickly here. Yes, people, Michael Floyd, I am talking about OP, in case you haven't noticed. I'm talking about it right now. I don't know why you guys are spamming the chat with it. I'm speaking about it. Okay, company profile. I don't have a float on this one. Let's use float checker. Luca turned us on to that one, floatchecker.com. Here we go. Let's see what happens there. And we're going to type in OP, Ocean Pal. Okay, so FinViz has 29.2. They're all in that same vicinity. It's very lightly shorted, less than 2%. But this is it's not micro float, but this is a small float. Anything sub 50 is small float, at least in my definition anyway. So 29.8, 30, let's call it 30 million share float. So, excuse me, this one could find itself a hurry. And in fact, we have a high of day now of 50 cents, not 49 anymore. So a lot of green candles to the upside, Luca. I don't think I'm going to play this one.
It's the only thing that I'm thinking right now. And then, okay, so what do you guys say when you say put the tin hat on or whatever?
Yeah. I'm gonna put my tin hat
like,
conversation.
That's like saying like, yeah, guys, I'm buying this stock, but this ain't financial advice though. I don't know.
That's
though.
Pratt's favorite saying.
So it's you know, so like with this one, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put my tin hat on because like there's no way that I know. But I'm gonna say, I'm just gonna say, you know, if this opens up here and then you short,
yeah,
right?
Okay.
And then it's like, oh, by the way, guys, the reverse split is tomorrow, and then they open it down back here, and this instantly goes up because they're covering. That's
Absolutely.
shady, man.
Of
That's
course
shady.
it's shady.
That is shady as heck. That is shady as heck. Regulators, if you are watching this
And we're
right
not
now,
accusing anybody, so
OP.
there's really no like defamatory statements being made.
No,
we're just
because
saying
we're
it's
just.
shady.
I'm just. Hey, look, I'm saying, look, OP up here opens, goes up right away. Why? Why? Why is it going up right away? People are like, oh, it's opening down here, gap, fade the gap. Like, no, people know reverse, unless people don't know. But I don't know, man. I don't know. That looks really fishy. And no, it's not. I'm not calling anybody out because,
No,
again,
we're not.
I don't know anything about anything, right?
not.
But that doesn't look right, man. That doesn't
51
look right at
cents is
all.
the high now,
That's
guys.
Like, that's super shady.
Yeah, it's up 225%, retracing a little bit now, down to 44 cents. We got to get like a retracement here at least. Well, look how many green 1-minute candles we have since the open. 19 bottom, 51 top. That's more than double. So we just, that's 200% pop already. I don't know how much liquidity there was there. I mean, we've done 7.25 million shares in, let's see, how many minutes is this? Yeah, since basically it opened at 1 o'clock. Yeah, it opened at 1 o'clock. So 13 minutes, we've done 7.5 million shares. Diamond Realty saying the truth isn't allowed anymore. Yeah, you might be right, or at least not as readily available.
You guys gotta put in work to find the truth for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, OP doing what it's doing. We'll watch that. I think VRNA. Here's the sideways consolidation. Here's the pop into the 50 period. I'm not taking this, but something tells me this is going to go below 22, and I'm guessing it's going to be around 21.60, 21.5. I won't take it, but I'm going to make the call just so that I can feel a little bit good about myself for that. Right? I just, of course, HTGM, what a short this one would have been. Look at this, guys. This is giving back the entire move, saving except for like 50 pennies here. Where do we break out from? 720. We're printing at 760 now. What a move on HTGM just to get short and to get short. Go get yourself a Spro. Go get yourself, I don't know, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I told 5 Spros, to be honest with you. Look at this. Look how long this move is. You would have had to have like several Spros in
Sometimes
the
it pays to go get a Spro,
It does.
Sometimes you short the top, go get a Spro, make it a double, go for a little walk, come back.
I made Brendan a double Spro today in the machine in the back. Yeah,
nice.
Just hit the button twice. So simple, that machine.
Man, Spros to go.
OP flushing though, guys, before I send it back to Luca real quick. Now we're moving back down into 34 cents, 33 cents, so giving back a bit of that move. It looks like that $0.50 level, 51 cents. The short started stepping in, or there's a lot of profiting at that level. Whatever it is, I don't know the stock. It's down. It just lost 100%, Luca, in like one 1-minute candle. It was up 225%. Now it's down 117. What can you say?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I should probably just stop talking. So we'll just move on from that one. And where's my mouse over here? Yeah, guys. So Amazon now fading back down. I don't even know, man. It's like up, down, up,
I gotta
new high, back down at the same spot.
Dan McIsaac saying, Luca, Spros before bros.
Spros before bros. Yeah, man. Spros. It's a funny thing about Spros today. So I was saying that I woke up at like 4:50 in the morning, I think, today. Is that just flushing?
Look, I got it. Sorry, don't forget that
first.
story. HTGM, is it going to halt? Yes. Now we are possible halt candidate to the downside on HTGM. What a short this is. Are we going to halt here? We got 90. There we go. So we halt at 95s. What a move down for HTGM. This was an epic flush. Now we were up like almost 100% on this. Now we're down 10.75%.
Jeez.
What a move on HTGM. Sorry to interrupt you.
This is no worries for HTGM, showing 650 indicated open here.
Wow.
This thing
HTGM.
Wow, man. Wow.
We just went from 75% up to 10.5% down.
Guys, look at this setup, man. Look at this setup. Runs to the upside, halts, does a little bit of consolidation. Pops, makes a high, drops, makes another high, drops. Look at the volume candle on this. Ridiculous. Let me drag my thing up for everybody to see. I'm just making sure. Yeah, guys, look at this. Breaks the high, volume spike. Breaks the high again, volume spike, boom, high a day clear out, fade to the downside. Now in a downward halt, it's going to open at price 650. I mean, maybe it opens at 680, maybe 695. But yeah, man, 650, 647, that's kind of the opening price that I'm seeing right now. 651 has been like consistent, so maybe it's going to be that. Yeah, no, that's savage, man. That's savage. Like that's kind of crazy over there. And yeah, anyways, what I was going to say quickly about Spro. So I was up this morning at 4:50 in the morning because CEI split. I was like, maybe there's going to be an opportunity there. Let me try to get to the desk by like 6:30. And at the desk so early, so tired, man, so tired. I'm like, oh my God, like I'm exhausted. I'm drinking a coffee. I might need extra Spros today to get me through the day. And I told myself that I told myself that I was gonna drink Spros to keep me through the afternoon here. But here we are. We got 45 minutes left to go on the show. and maybe I might step away to get a Spro soon. Because yeah, no, I'm definitely feeling it. I played ball last night. I know you guys probably don't care about my story, but played some ball last night. 3 hours up and down, good run, good cardio, and yeah, man, 4 hours, 5 hours of sleep. Kind of tired. Traded all morning. You know, not the best day for myself. I mean, could be better. You know, trading Tesla, Nike, not really doing well. And yeah, here I am now, man. Here I am now, so kind of tired. I see Lone saying I'm playing ball tomorrow. Yeah, I rent the gym with my buddies, and we just we do like full court. It's really good run. And then I play at the gym, ball court at the gym. Always a fun time, very competitive. And yeah, man, I am like Steve Nash, you know, minus the money. You know, all about those absolute bangers. Absolute, you know, I know Fahad. I don't know if he can hear me right now, but he's like, bro, I pass. I can pass. I got vision, and we haven't played ball, you know, for a long time. But or we haven't played ball together. But yeah, I can't wait to play with him. No, HTGM offering. Get out of here. Wow.
Yo.
Yo.
What's going on, my paisan?
Oh, living the dream, man. Living the dream.
Cherif, take a break. Take a break. All right, where's the chat at? I want to see what everyone's talking about right here.
Right side, I think.
Yeah, I see. So how's Luca and Cherif doing today, chat? I like this setup. This is actually a little more comfortable than what we have over there. What do you think? Yeah, ours is a little more busy. I like this.
We're keeping it simple over here.
Keeping it simple.
Oh yeah.
All right, let me see this chat here. What does it show on Long Apple there? What's the price there?
They're saying Mike. Can you guys hear him?
Apple 135.16.
It's good. Yeah, we're good.
It's good now. What's my long on Apple?
135.16.
135.16 long right now on Apple. What we have on board. All right, I'm going to call it up on right here. So look, I think that the midday show is an interesting one. I've been watching it more and more, and I think that it is very important that you trade those HTGMs and CEIs and things like that. By the way, CEI has been absolutely wild. Yeah, we went long Apple down here. You can see that. So we're actually long down into this. Is this VWAP down here? We had we're long. Yeah, so we're long 135.16. So we're long off that VWAP. Nice little move back up to the upside. Apple today up 2.5%, right? And I think that that's something that you got to really watch Apple versus the market, because that's where the key is. You know, if Apple's up and the market's running, then you can almost guarantee that Apple's going to outproduce the rest of the day. I mean, it's like, who wants to go in there and sell Apple? If the market continues to be, you know, at its highs, which right now we're at 1.6%, you know, Apple's, in my opinion, going to still continue to work here. Beat down a little bit down to 132 the other day, 130, and it was just, you know, a nice little move back up to the upside. I can't see these blues that good here on there. I'm thinking that we need to maybe change those little blue marks.
I don't know why. I don't get the blue.
Oh yeah, Nike.
The blue is under the bid and the orange is over the bid. Pratt set that up for me.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll fix it. Okay, so all right. I'm short again. So I shorted. Where am I short Nike?
You are short 117.71.
117.71. Look at these bangers, Luca.
Wow,
so we're short up here again, right here on
Bangers.
Nike again. So we actually reloaded that short when it came back right there. So that was 117.71. That's wow, okay, I'm even sort of impressing myself there. That is literally that high. Now you have Nike barcoding, so that's something that I wanted to tell you guys as well. A lot of these new earning plays, of course, when they come out, there's some fireworks early on them, and then there's not much late. So you go from 115 up to 119, back down to 116, absorbing that VWAP, where we actually do have some outs. You guys know we were out at 116.20 or so. But all right, I don't want to take over too much more of this. It was great being on here. Thank you, Henry. I'm no longer the GOAT, but thank you so much. Same thing with FedEx. Yeah, same thing with FedEx right now. Yeah, I agree that color is bad. We're gonna get that fixed. And other than that, I just came on to give Luca and Cherif a little bit of a break.
Oh man, I could use it. My vote. I mean, I could talk. We could go all day. But I'm like, oh yeah.
You want me to go get you a Spro or what?
I mean,
what do you take? Straight?
Yeah, straight black. Yeah, Spro. Perfect.
How about you?
Man.
You got a key there? All right.
And quick before you go, somebody asking Netflix short 300. What do you think?
Short 300?
Short 300. We're now approaching. We're like just below.
I mean, I'm off. This is not in my pay. I mean, I'm supposed to be chilling right now.
We get the sneak peek.
I mean, I don't get paid for this. I don't get paid for this. Okay. Where are we right here? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Until it breaks. Yeah. I was just gonna see if it broke yet. I mean, why not until it breaks? I mean, those are the trades. It's like you had Tesla 150. Did you have Tesla last night? 140 break?
It's a great. That's actually a good question. You know, as a trader, I forget what happened yesterday.
It was literally the last trade of the day.
Oh, I did.
Yeah. When it broke, it went.
I was battling for
went
that.
down to 130. Apple 150 break. I think you had big trade.
Yep.
Tesla 150. So the point of what we're getting at, I think, Luca, is that, you know, whenever you come up to a key level, there's nothing wrong with sitting here. Like, if you sit at 299.50, the high of the day, your risk with slippage, let's call it 80 cents. Like, you know, you get out at $300.30. And then look, you just have to be right. And you're already back down here, $1.20 in the money. So, you know, I think the risk to reward is there. Yeah, I agree. All right, Spro coming up.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, it's
Thanks
always
for that.
nice to get
Guest
a little bit of
Shawn.
a break here. You know, hopefully you guys enjoyed the sneak peek there, coming with straight bangers, picking up right where he left off on the morning show. And, you know, yeah, man, in about half an hour, Shawn will come to you with that trade of the day that you know he definitely has there. I know there was another question saying, you know, what does Shawn think of have a water, Luca, hydrate? That's actually great. If I show you, actually, I don't know if there's any. I put a reminder on my phone. Hydration Nation, Luca, drink water. Yeah, guys, look at this. Can you see this? Or where is the camera there? Actually, you can't see it. There's one reminder there, and it just says drink water. So, yeah, and that's 3 hours ago, and I didn't drink water.
Well,
so,
that's okay.
Yeah, breaking the rules. You know, I don't know what I'm doing there. But, yeah, man, it's this OP is now back down at the lows, 25 cents there. I don't know what to think. That's kind of pretty savage. Let's look at Tesla here as well. Tesla now back below VWAP, not really doing much. And Amazon, yeah, slow fade to the downside. I guess this was, you know, not the kind of area that I expected. A little bit of a volume spike, no follow through, now back down. You know, had the short was wrong, had the long was wrong. If abort the short and the long, I have no say. I got no say.
Do you have any idea how many people ask us what that expression is when Pratt and I are on? Like, they'll type, if abort the short, ... like finish it for us because they don't remember, right?
Yeah, so guys, if abort the short, then the long can't be wrong. But then there's the scenario of chop. And I got to think of something for that one, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll come up with something. HTGM reopens and makes a low as, let's see what it is, right at that $6 level, actually. So HTGM holding that whole dollar, at least for the moment, and then wicking right back up into that 730-ish area, but now retracing back closer to that 6.5. It's now down 10.5% on the day, closing in on 11%. So what a move down for HTGM. OP, you heard Luca just mention it at the moment.
Oh,
there you
beauty.
go. The Spro arrives. The Spro arrives, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, salut. Yeah, anyway, so this one, yeah, looks like all the hype was because it reopened and then the short sellers stepping up, or people, you know, taking profits, whatever it is. It looks like it's giving back the majority of the move. We have a 19 bottom, and now we're printing 26s. So, yeah, that 51 looks like it was a long time ago. Now, Apple, quickly here, I'm seeing this coming in on my side chart. With the market, so in tandem, they're both retracing. Apple making a VWAP retracement here. Not quite the same with the market. That's still above VWAP. VWAP's a little bit below that 3,900 level. And so that's why we're getting this slowdown in the descent, because we've been flirting with that 3,900 level the majority of the day. In fact, there was quite a bit of price action in and around that level. Have a look here. This consolidation period is all flirting with 3,900, you know, breaking it a little bit to the low side to 98, but then popping right back up. It's more of an inside day. Again, the majority of the move gets made, you know, at the bell, and then we kind of trend sideways. Yesterday, I left at 2 o'clock, and then I go on my computer after I get back from the gym, at home, that is, and I see this huge move up in the market, aftermarket. Apple moved like $3 aftermarket yesterday, so there was an interesting afternoon move. I'm not sure what that was spurred by yesterday, but anyway, yeah, 3,900 coming into play here, and a possible VWAP bounce on Apple as the buyers step in here, Luca.
Ha, that's funny, Trader Joe. Now you're wide awake while losing and then only joking. Yeah, man, no, I haven't even taken a trade. I'm just kind of chilling right now. You know, looking maybe Nike earnings. Yeah, no, Nike, yeah, had earnings this morning. I mean, you know, it's pretty, you know, Shawn said what, 117.70 short? Like absolute, I mean, what is that, the top? That's I believe probably close to the top there, not even too sure. But yeah, you know, I think opportunities on both sides. You know, the long was good, the short is good. Follow your plan, guys. Follow the plan. That's the way to go about it. Apple long, yeah, I'm just kind of glancing back at the chat here. Seeing if there's anything new. Oh, SDC. I know people were talking about that one. Let's have a look. SDC. This is, yes, 40-cent stock. Not, I don't know why this is not loading here. SDC, kind of muted. I mean, 1 million shares on a 30-cent stock is not too crazy, but I guess this kind of action over here at 39.5 is pretty interesting. Like, why is it holding there? Maybe there's some type of buyer, but yeah, no, the volume is very light. I mean, it is SSR too. You know, not really a lot of action on that one. Jake L saying SPY to 420 for Christmas, Santa Claus rally. What do you think of that one, Cherif? That one is, oh yeah, that's, I mean, 420. We're at 385 right now. I almost think that, you know, let's do a quick look at the daily. This is basically ES SPY. You know, it's going to basically show you the same picture. It's the key thing on this that everybody already knows, but let's draw the line here, is this line right over here. So this is where we initially sold off, and we kind of bounced and then didn't test it, and it was like 1, 2, 3, and now
That's a daily, right?
This is the daily.
Yeah, man, I've got that line on my chart too.
Everybody
and their mother's got this line on their chart.
Exactly. Everybody has the same line.
And we bounce off it ridiculously, like, efficiently.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that 4100. I mean, I think that's a dark pool wick, right? That big red wick right there. Yeah. That's dark pool. We broke it ever so slightly, I think, on my chart here. Let me bring back my indexes, I think, because I have it on this one as well. It's a bit cleaner on this chart. Let's bring it down. There we go. Where's the SPX? There it is. All right, there's the line right there. So here's what I even said this to Brendo. I'm like, 4100 is going to be a level. My trend line runs through 4100. It didn't exactly. My trend line wanted it to stop at 4060. It stopped at 4100. That's normal. I mean, if you were to be a long-term futures trader, or you were holding for a swing or whatever, you're looking for that reversal, you'd have to give yourself at least above 4100 because it's such an obvious level. So if you got short 4060, 4050, whatever, you'd have to. I mean, I personally would. I would give myself to above 4100. In this case, it didn't break. It was 4100.96 on the dot. That's what my high of day says on, that was December 13th. And then look at that move down. So you had a 4100 pop, and then you had a 3800 bounce. That's 300 points on the futures in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. Actually, 5 days. It made it 3800 on this day, on the 19th. So that's a hell of a swing trade, and using a recycled level, okay? Look how many times this has been recycled. We started this level, this downtrend started, let's say end of 2021. Yeah, end of 2021, right? That was, yeah, early 2022. Basically, after Powell testified on the Hill that inflation wasn't transitory, and then we had several other pops because of the war and whatever, but the intervening period, it's been consistently down, and yeah, that chart that you showed earlier basically really spelled it all about where we've come within 2 years versus how long it took us from 2002 to 2020 to move the same period, to almost the same amount that we moved from 2020 to 2022. So
yeah, man, 100%. And you know, it's definitely a product of you know, what is it? The stairs up, the elevator down, right?
Yeah.
It's you know, think about emotions, right? Fear and greed. You know, the two very basic emotions in trading. You know, both fuel markets and fuel the move. But it's very easy to buy the dip as an investor and hold. Buy the dip and hold. And as soon as you go out of the money, you start panicking. It's money, you worked hard for it. You know, people, they panic, sell the bottom.
I find it very hard.
And a lot of stops get triggered. So yeah, it's very easy to reverse. You know, it takes a while to get up and then very quickly to the downside. Just quickly, and again, I don't want to really make predictions on this, but you know, you have the, if anybody remembers this day, which was early January 2022,
what a day.
As soon as the Fed started to say, we are now tightening, it was the biggest market sell-off, the biggest intraday sell-off that I remember as a day trader, as a trader. And it was one of those days, and I think you guys can sort of empathize with this in the chat. You know when you short something and it starts to go down and you're like, I'm covering at 0. Like, here we go, like 100% return on this short, let's go. And when does it do that? It rarely does that. There was a day in January or February, if I'm not mistaken, can't remember which one, maybe one of these. Yeah, maybe January 15th, the Fed day there. And it started to sell off, and it was just a sell-off like no tomorrow. And I remember at my desk, and I'm just like, oh my God, this is not bouncing. Oh my God, this is not bouncing. Oh my God, this is not bouncing. This is crazy. And that was sort of the, that was the top. We actually never came back through that sell-off level. We rejected it once, twice, and then 3 times. And I think looking back at this, hindsight's always going to be 20/20, so it's easy for me to sit here and be like, oh yeah, that's the sell-off area. But look, selling off 1, 2, 3 times, and now look where we are, all the way down, right? So
and those weren't small moves off the top. I mean, hold those moves, you're huge in the money. Those were huge retracements off the peaks there.
Oh yeah,
They
I mean,
weren't-
460 down to 385. You're not out of the money, and where do we go? Are we actually going to get a flush to 300? Like, this is what I'm thinking for the downside. It's just like anything is possible. At the same time, like we could, break trend, and I almost want to say if we break trend to the upside and start to break like 410, 420, is this going to be like an extreme melt up? Because remember, right, we were going down, lower highs, we sell off, we make a new low, we reverse. As soon as we get here and we break that previous high, it's like people are like, oh my God, panic, is this a reversal? So it's like very sharp into the upside, and then, okay, we reject the channel area. So yeah, I kind of feel like we are headed for that 350 just because it's bottom of the channel. Maybe it takes some time. Going back to the, the very simple chart that I was sharing earlier for anybody that kind of wasn't here and watching, this is the SPY, right, versus 2008. So, if this happens,
that's scary, man.
If that down move happens, then, where are we right now? Maybe we see that down move into like break the bottom. And it kind of feels like we're not breaking the top of the channel, but we are always breaking the bottom of the channel.
And consistently lower highs.
Yes. And so if we go down, I'm expecting a break of the bottom of the channel, and then we could potentially see SPY 320. I don't know when that's going to be, but yeah, going back to that, that kind of correlation to 2008, which, guys, this is different than 2008. And I'm not saying this time is different. I'm saying 2008 was, for everybody knows, the mortgage meltdown, whatever. And this is kind of just like, global economic slowdown. Where is this going to go? If things start to look healthy again, like, no, we just go straight back up, right? So, yeah, definitely a different time. We'll see what happens. It'll be interesting for sure. Be very, very exciting to trade. And yeah, junk science, I don't know, man. I'm just calling it like I see it. Calling it like I see it.
That's what my buddy says about technical ads. I'm like, come on, man. Hey, just because you don't read about it anyway, and you don't get it, don't call it junk science. What's it called? Super chat here from Top VoIP. That's like voice over internet protocol, right? VoIP. I'm not sure if that's what they mean in this case. $5 super chat says, great work on the show. Been trading for 20 plus years now. I enjoy watching. Have a look at IQ. Lots of January 5th calls. Sure. Let's have a look at IQ here. We'll switch out of the OP chart since it's doing bubkiss at the moment. Let's bring this one in. So it's it was almost $420 stock. So it's up 17.09% on the day. Let's just zoom out a little bit here and have a look at the intraday chart. Nice little move up, I guess. 352 bottom, 425 top. Not a bad intraday move for a $4, $3 stock. Let's have a look at the daily, see what this one's been like. Okay, so if you're swinging this one and you've been holding it since any time at the end of October, you're probably in the money. Nice little bottom that it formed there. In fact, it looks like close to a double bottom with a level that it had back going to March. That looks like the war low right there before the war pop. So it looks like on the 24th it had a low of $1.65. It's now at it's at recent highs, 425 top. It looks like the next level we need to concern ourselves with is a level we encountered back in August, and that is 439. So if you're looking for a possible area of resistance on that VoIP guy, $4.39, followed by another interesting level here around 478. That seems to be the peak of, look at this reversal candle. That's an ugly reversal candle. So 478 there, then obviously followed, and then you can kind of do the math there. But it looks like it's a good pop off the bottom, on recent lows. That low that we made on October 24th, and then we're definitely creating higher highs and higher lows. So it looks like a good trend to the high side. Going back, go for it.
Yeah, I just want to comment very quickly on IQ. So, sure. You know what it is? With trading, I always love the alternative perspective.
Sure.
Because anything's possible. There's kind of two sides to every story, and it's a good look for the calls at 5, right? Very good look. It's obviously up 17% today. But what I'm doing is I'm pulling up the year to date, and I want to show this chart to everyone.
Smart.
Because here we have year to date. I think is important. People position themselves for the year. And look at this, man. It rejected 5 once, twice, 3 times, right? Little bit of a squeeze, but 3 times, 4 times, almost 5 times, down. Now it's going back for that 5.
Yeah.
And so I kind of feel like those calls could potentially be a hedge to a short. They could potentially be a hedge to a short. But regardless of whether it's a hedge to a short, whether it's just kind of like a naked position where somebody's speculating, 5 calls. I think there's upside here. I think you make a good point pulling up the longer term chart. Definitely you got that 15 kind of level of support that was there from before, and then we finally broke down, rejected it now. So 15 is like the big area.
That's a good level there, yeah.
And like 5 would be, I think the next one would be, call it like 850. So it'd be like you have 5, you have 850, you have 15, very simple levels. It's a good look though, man, because a lot of the times it's the tail wagging the dog, and in the large cap where like this is an ADR, this is Asian ADR, but it's the tail wagging the dog. So this move may be a product of not gamma squeeze, because not yet. I don't know the technical term to gamma squeeze, but you guys get the picture. The tail wagging the dog. Lots of people buying calls at 5. Dealers take that, sell you those calls, turn around and say, okay, let's hedge ourselves. Let's just buy the shares now. We net break even, and now we're good. And then it doesn't really have the follow through, right? So again, this has a nice move to the upside. Like it was at 2 in October, and now here we are getting to 5. So I almost want to say that, with those calls, hedge or not, if we get there, potential gamma squeeze, get the $5, hit that, print the level, and then after that, not really too sure. This is not going to hit 5 today. It's just not. Look at this move. It's already such a big move relative to all the other days. Very, very muted. But I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of just, if this either has multi-day run or it just kind of big move and then sort of sideways and dies off, right? So look at the volume. Volume
looks like a better swing personally than an intraday trade where you just sit on it for a little bit.
Exactly.
But that 5 level is going to be key.
The 5 level is going to be key. It's definitely going to be interesting. It's definitely more of a level of interest. I'm not going to trade this today. Looking at the chart today, I think, if I short it, even if it goes down, that's only 10 cents. So, I don't know if I'm going to take that. And if I long it here, where's it really going to go? Up maybe 10 cents?
It's extended.
So, yeah, man, it's extended. You want to, for me, it's, mean revert these kind of, mean revert. What was the one that failed today? No.
Oh, geez, there were so many. There was a bunch.
HTGM, yes, HTGM, there it is. These are the ones that you want to, you short here because you think it's, this has potential. Like, what is HTGM? But yeah, no, this one, 3.3 billion
I'm willing to
market cap,
bet it's biotech, Luca. HTGM, let's pull that up real quick. My gut says it's biotech. It's just got to be. I don't have any. Hold on.
HTG Molecular Diagnostics, yeah. And this is the thing, man. This is a $70 million market cap. So this is obvious to traders that are trading, but maybe there's people that are watching that just have questions. And $70 million market cap. Do they really make money? Why did they run up? Somebody mentioned offering. I don't know if that's 100% accurate. I'm not too sure. Like, not that it's not is or not. I'm just not too sure. But these are the names that you do mean reversion on. $100 million market cap, small cap. Crapper that you like to say.
Small cap crapper,
it doesn't make any money. They're gonna do an offering, and then price goes back down. You're not really mean reverting like the IQs on a day like today, because it's not really gonna give. I mean, it could,
what
but
is
it's
IQ
not.
anyway?
It's not gonna give you. It's an ADR, and I think it's a Chinese ADR.
Okay,
I was
I'll
just
read it out real
quickly,
quick.
I'm not too sure.
It's a China-based company principally engaged in the provision of online entertainment services, like he was saying. The company mainly provides genuine video content, such as movies, television dramas, variety shows, and anime through its application platform. Okay, so it's a media company, Chinese ADR media company. Quickly, I just want to mention, guys, VRNA really picking up off that bottom. It broke 22, but you're just barely. There's an aggressive wick here that goes down into the mid 80s, but all the closing prints are much closer to 22. Anyway, now it's looking to test 23. I guess the good play on here would be the break of this neckline through that 22.5. You'd be 50 pennies in the money on that. That creates a new high. That changes the trend, because up until that point we have been seeing higher lows and lower highs. So this changes that. Anyway, I didn't take part of it. Saw the chat, I'll mention that there, so I just wanted to mention that to you guys. We were talking about this one as a possible flat bottom breakdown earlier, but I told you I wasn't going to take it because it was above VWAP. Thankfully, sticking to your rules, that's why the rules are there. If it's above VWAP, to me, anyway, as a general rule, it means it's still relatively strong and not to be shorted, these small cappers, that is, okay? So, yeah. I'm happy that it didn't do that. Otherwise, it would have been proved unprofitable. OP now coming closer to that 20-cent level. Looks like we're finding a bit of a base a little bit at that 20, I want to say 25-ish. Yeah, we made our way below there a couple of times, but for the most part, all the closing prints have been above 25. I see lower highs though, so we're gonna have to print something above 29s and possibly to 30s here to change the trend. This is the 3-minute chart, but I don't know. I don't know if this one, we didn't even expect this one to be open today. Thought it would be closed for the rest of the day and then maybe open tomorrow upon the split occurring, but I guess that's not to be the case. Maybe they open it up so people can trade it, I guess. Quickly here, I wanted to mention before I send it back to Luca that Apple now retracing back to test that VWAP again. This is a nice chart that's brewing here on Apple. I wonder if this will be a breakdown and take the market with it. We're testing VWAP again, and concurrently, we're near that 3,900 on the ES. I like when these two things kind of occur at the same time because it kind of makes it, you know, gives you the idea that they're in cohesion. You can trade them together, looking at both of them. So I want to see if Apple can hold the VWAP, and at the same time, I want to see if we can hold this 300. Now, by holding 300, I don't mean we're just going to break down below it, you know, just by a couple of points here and there. That we already did that during this period of consolidation. I want to see a decided break and maybe even a VWAP retracement down to 38, 93, 94-ish, in and around there, to confirm basically the move. So having a look at those big caps setting up, not really sure what the catalyst is for the decline or just some profit taking. Looks like we got a super chat from Hertz Scrambler. Okay, I guess that's Jalen Hurts, and because he scrambles, I'm assuming that's what it is. Neil gets that too, Hertz Scrambler. Am I right on that? Are you a Philly fan? If not, I'm not gonna. If you are, I'm not gonna answer your question. Sorry, can't do that. I'm kidding, of course. We jest, right? You're a super chat. $5 super chat is appreciated. He wants me to look at Bally, worth a shot. Let's have a look at Bally real quick. We'll flip the IQ chart. BALY. Bally's Corp. Okay, is this the gambling thing? The gambling company, Bally's? Let me just look real quick what Bally's is. BALY. I'm not familiar with it, to be honest with you. What do we got here? Bally's Corporation is engaged in the ownership and operation of casino resorts. Okay, so it is what I thought. Bally's. Okay, so intraday, obviously not tradable. Look at that chart. You know, that shows you basically it's the definition of lack of liquidity. On the day, just to get an idea, it's done 57,300 shares today. So, you know, goes without saying that that's very little and not tradable intraday. What do we have in terms of the daily chart here? Right away, I can tell you I don't like this chart. Look at this pattern. Since basically the March highs here, I guess this was the highs of the war. All right, remember that big bounce up that we had during the middle part of the war? It looks like it came all the way up to 75, so 76 and change. Guys, now we're down at $20 on this. So, and the chart does not look good. Doesn't really, it's not showing you any higher highs or higher lows. To be honest with you, we're still showing lower highs. So I don't like this from a swing trade perspective. Long term, I'm not really equipped to comment on it. I don't know what their balance sheet looks like, nor am I qualified to make any interpretation on that. So with my look on Bally's is no go. I don't like it as a swing. I don't like it as a long term, and it's certainly not tradable intraday, Luca.
Yeah, and you know, somebody's saying XPEV high day over here. It's okay. I'm trying to figure out the level that I remember from last time, so I'm pulling up over the daily. I think 12 is the more interesting level. So guys, you remember how it was like having these up days. Keep in mind the volume, right? The volume on these days was way higher than the volume right now. So you can take your shot now. I'm not gonna take my shot because it's not, it gets really interesting if it could keep going, and I almost hope that this is like 1 green day, 2 green days. Give me like another like 2 green days. Let's get back to 13. Oh man, that's gonna be pure fireworks because this is a very strong move up. A little bit of sideways, strong move up. Everybody was shorting on this day, like I was shorting on this day, that's why I remember. And then it actually opened higher and faded. So first red day was pretty sick on that one. And then I remember the 12 rejection, the over-under was pretty sick. I had some shorts there as well. And then we actually faded back down. And then it's like, so you know, these are the days that you trade and look at the volume on those days. And then these are the days that you either nurse the positions that you have or you just let it go. You don't even trade it. So like as a day trader, not a swing trader, not obviously nursing shorts from over here, I'm not trading XPEV on these days. Again, today, a little bit of light volume, not really sure as to what's the cause for this thing to move up. But yeah, if we can get back to 12, best believe I'll probably be trying a short at 12 or a long at 12. And then if we get to 13, 14, 15, like pure fireworks, because everybody, yeah, man, everybody who was short there, you know, we got to work on the timing, I think.
I know.
It's fun. It's so funny because I'm like, it's like blah, 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 blah. And then like 2 seconds later, bang, here
I know,
we go.
sorry.
Yeah, guys, we're getting better. We're getting better. You know, cut us some slack over here. And yeah, guys, if we get to 14 and over, then all of the shorts are underwater. So even though you can take the opinion that, you know, people cover the flush, some people don't, because more long-term hedge fund positions make sense fundamentally based. If we get back there, you know, they don't want to lose. Nobody wants to lose, right? And the higher move is almost like 1660, you know, 18, 15. So that would be some next overhead resistance. So yeah, man, if XPEV, I would mark 12, 13, and then the high. Those would be like just even dollars, very simple, obviously, but it'd be really interesting, man. So hopefully XPEV, I mean, it's up 8% today. Hopefully it could just be a multi-day runner. You know, maybe Friday, maybe, you know, next week it'll be kind of up there. And then, yeah, man, it'll be extra interesting around those levels. So that's something that'll excite me. You know, it's always a good time as a day trader when you trade things and then the trade is done and you're like, oh, man, what am I going to trade tomorrow? And then, bang, there's just more fire that comes. Bang, more fire that comes. So yeah, it's
who would like that, Luca? I mean, more fire every day, more volatility every day to trade. I mean, that's what we're here for. Fruits of Deeds saying bought 25 shares of Tesla at, I'm assuming, 138. He writes 38 here, or she. Waiting for 40 break, giving dollar. So giving, I guess, a dollar. All the power to you. I wish you luck. I hope it breaks 140 and triggers your profit taker. There's another question here for you, Luca. Reliable Rudy. I like that name, Reliable Rudy, saying, hey, Luca, not a day trade, but I'm long RIG, R-I-G. If it tests 5 again, do you think it can break 5? What do we got here on RIG, Luca?
I love saying I don't think, but I do think. I think a lot, right? And it's just like, I don't think. Next question. No, I'm kidding. Not to discredit your question. It's the way that it was phrased that's making me laugh. Okay, let's pull it up here at 5.
You see that double bottom there, and then a move up?
Yeah. So what is RIG? What sector are they in? RIG stock. Because a lot of the times I'm not too sure, right? I'm just kind of doing this.
I have no idea.
American company is the world's largest offshore drilling contractor. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't know.
That's a really good question. So just looking at this chart, guys, this is the daily, and I'm going to expand it here. Looking at this chart, it's not an oil trade. But it's, you know, offshore drilling, you know, what are they drilling for? That's a great question. $3 billion market cap. It's showing you that 5 is the overhead resistance. So I almost want to say it's resistance until it's not. I wouldn't be trying to anticipate unless you have a really good kind of setup yourself and you do the due diligence and you like it. I'd almost say that respect that $5 level because, you know, this is 2021 and it kind of rejected 5 once, twice. And keep in mind, if this is actually real, if this kind of gap up over here, you know, 5 kind of closes above 5, gaps up 544 and instantly sells back into the $5 level. Like that is showing you that people are very adamant on selling above 5, right? So, you know, going back to that, it's like once, twice, 3, 4, 5. And then is this going to be 6, 7, 8? Is it just going to continuously reject 5 over and over and over again? And I'm not sure if these guys pay a dividend. I don't see a dividend yield here, but that's something to keep in mind, right? So it's almost as if, you know, it's showing you this is the bottom of the channel, this is the top of the channel. I would just respect what it's showing you because, you know, people can say things. You know, I can say long, I can say short, but this doesn't lie. Like this is not a lie. Like this is what happened. And so if it gets there, I would say favor the short because it's showing you, and then what's resistance is into support. But this is, not financial advice, guys. This is not me saying take the short. I'm definitely not taking the short on that one. But, you know, sometimes intraday you see the meta setups where, for example, if at first you don't succeed, the first time, the second time, the third time, and then it finally goes. And I think there was actually a really good example on it yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of like, so, and let's zoom in here just to see, because I remember this from yesterday. It's like 1, 2, 3,
What a
4.
channel.
You know, yeah,
What a
and then
channel.
finally it shows you that, okay, we're gonna go to the upside. So yeah, maybe it's not the best example, but you know what I mean? It's like, it does it once, it does it twice, and then the third time it breaks to the upside. That could be a setup from a day trade, but maybe it's not necessarily a setup from an investing point of view, because it's showing you that this is the overhead shelf, right? So my thoughts are it's resistance until it's not. You know, you could justify taking a trade, and then if you're wrong, you could flip short long. But keep in mind that, you know, the worst case scenario on something like that, like if you were to do something like that, is, you know, you lose both, right? You lose both. And this is now diving into, this is why I don't like answering these questions, because, you know, at Trader TV, we're not supposed to, like, you know, like dive into details of all these trades. So again, this isn't me saying do this or do that. It's not my thoughts at all, just the way that I talk. But look at this Amazon trade. Short, 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 lose, long, 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 lose, back down. So it's like I lost both ways, right? So there's all these kind of scenarios that could happen.
Yeah.
I can only speak towards the technicals of the trade. And looking at that, it's, you know, it's very simple to me. 5 is that resistance until it's not. You know, do what you want with that information. Personally, I'm not going to trade it. I have no positions in the name. Not really interested. But yeah, man, always just try to. It's good to, you know, bounce ideas off people and get difference of opinions. But I will emphasize that I don't actually care too much. Do you know what I mean? I have no idea. I don't care. I just see that 5 overhead. I wouldn't want to be long close to 5 because, yeah, man, that could just turn around very quickly. Kind of shows that 3 is the bottom there. So maybe that's more of an interesting level. But yeah, past performance, not an indication of future returns. And you know, all that kind of jargon and nonsense.
We're getting SDC spammed in the chat here by a couple of people. So let's have a look at Smile Direct Club just offhand. This is the chart, guys. I mean, I'll let you interpret this chart for, you know, I'll let you do the interpreting for this chart. 21 high back in the IPO, going back to 2019, and now we are trading in the 30 cents. It's funny because my cousin, who's a dentist, you know, I'm getting these Invisaligns done in the new year, and I was joking with him. I'm like, oh, you know, a Smile Direct Club offers it at like a similar price. Obviously, I'm getting like the family and friends discount, right? And he's like, oh, don't speak their name around me. They're the enemy. You know what I mean? Like they're like his competitor essentially, but he sees them as quite shoddy because his wife, who's an orthodontist, like she's super peculiar, and she'll make you like wear them for longer. The Invisalign, that is, which is what Smiles Direct Club is essentially. She's super peculiar, and she doesn't settle unless it's perfect, so to speak, I guess. And they look at Smile Direct Club as like very generic, and I don't know. I don't want to dog them. I'm just reiterating what was said. Don't want to offend anybody. But from a chart perspective, I will offend you because it's quite objective and not subjective here. It's very bad. I'm not holding this for a swing trade. I'm not holding this long term. I'm not doing anything with this. But from an intraday perspective, yes, we are close to high of days. Basically 39 cents, 40 cents, excuse me, 39.89. Four placement decimal points there. 39.89 is the high. We're trading at 39.77. So yeah, a nice move off here. Looks like the move started around 12:30 or so. Prior to that, you had an absolute period of illiquidity from 10:53 till 12:40. So almost a 2-hour period there where the stock did not move at all. Have a look at that. And then you had some more liquidity coming in. I don't know who's buying this up. But anyway, yeah, I'm not going to trade this one. I just want to mention it for the individual in the chat there. And hope my analysis helps. Trader Gorno saying mRNA back at resistance at 208.50. Sure, I'll have a look at that. And then Diamond Realty of Miami say chart speaks for itself. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, brother. So let's have a look at mRNA since we were on that one earlier today and we saw that bounce off 208 down. I mean, it gave us multiple opportunities. Shout out to the person who took that in the chat. Give you a VWAP retracement. In fact, it broke below VWAP, moving back down into that almost 204.5. Anyway, now back near high of days. High of day is 208.66. We're at 208.40, so 20 pennies or so away from the high of day. Am I taking it short here? No, I didn't take it short before. I'm not going to take it short again. That's on you. That's your trade. Clearly, the chart showing you that some sellers are stepping in at that level, or some people are initiating shorts. Whatever the reason is, it's obviously a level that's being recycled over and over. And yeah, I wish you luck on that. If it works, it works. I mean, it worked before. Quickly, just before I send it back to Luca. Wow, we only have 3 minutes left on the show, Luca. VRNA double topping off the high of day. The high of, not exactly the high of day, it missed it by a penny. 23.23 is the high of day. It went up to 23.22 on that occasion, and then flushed back down to 22.12. So that gave you over $1 in a move. Again, though, it's still above VWAP and not shortable to me. I won't take this, even if it breaks this neckline here, and even if there is a double top brewing in the works. I'm going to follow my rules. It'll have to break 21.10, 21 to the downside, which is below VWAP, before we can get into some shorts on this one, Luca.
Yeah, man. 2 minutes to go here. Wow,
Yeah.
that was
a quick sesh. I'm not gonna lie.
was-
I mean,
yeah,
for me, it
that
went by
was-
pretty quickly.
That was like, I mean, this is as long as my gym workout. You know, 3-hour gym session.
You do 3 hours?
Yeah, man. Of course. You start off. You
Oh
walk,
my goodness.
Do a nice stretch.
Oh, you do everything together.
I do
Okay,
everything.
I got you.
Push,
Okay, yeah.
push, pull legs, and play some ball in between.
That's awesome.
You know,
I love
sauna
that.
as well, steam room. Yeah, man. Staying healthy is super important. It's tiring. I'm not gonna lie. Trading all morning, talking all afternoon. Gym in the evening, nice plate of pasta,
Hey!
and living
Love
the
it.
life, man, living the life. Last thing I'll say here quickly, Affirm. Somebody requested Affirm. Any
Okay.
thoughts? I pulled up a longer time frame on this because today it's not really doing anything. You know, I don't really have thoughts on it. It's very, it's in this tight range. I think, you know, $10 level, I like the 10, the 5, 25, 50, like the main key psychological levels. This is probably, you know, better resistance. If I had to guess, 1130. It's not, I mean, it's kind of holding here. It doesn't look like it wants to sell through 9. But at the same time, aren't they on the list to go bankrupt? Maybe they're one of the names that, like Affirm, aren't they?
Oh my God, it's been a monster.
Well, this is like,
monster
again,
move
guys,
down.
drag over the
Buy
daily.
now,
Like,
pay never.
this is like, yeah, like this was at 170, and now here we are at 9. So it's like, yeah, maybe there's a little bit of a
And
bounce play to
Apple's
be
getting
had.
into that buy now, pay later stuff.
Yeah,
Apple
they're
gets
done,
into
man.
that.
They're
You
done.
don't
How
want to
can
be
they compete
competing
with that?
them.
Yeah. So I
I remember
really,
they had a good
my
news
thoughts on this
catalyst.
are, man.
Remember when they got the Amazon deal?
Affirm?
Yeah, they were supposed to connect
Oh,
with Amazon,
yeah,
so
yeah.
you could finance like the buy now, pay never with Amazon products, and people were all, you know, pumped up about that. But I don't know if that came to fruition or not. To be honest, we haven't followed it. But yeah.
Dave's saying take a super long on XPAV. Yeah, no thanks, no thanks.
Guys,
I'm gonna
Baba
take
is
it easy for
moving.
sure.
It's not moving by a lot, but before we send you to Brendan at the big desk, I'm just going to show you the Baba intraday chart here. It is moving off that consolidation. It looks like it consolidated for the better part of the afternoon, and now finding a bid. These Chinese ADRs are so unpredictable. 87, I want to say 60 was the break to the top. Now we're testing 88, excuse me. So that will, the whole dollar level always ends up being a little bit of resistance. So let's see what happens in the afternoon, whether Shawn and Neil will trade this one. We are done though, Luca. It is 2 o'clock. We are out. Hey, you dabbed me properly this time. Remember that video I sent you yesterday?
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Let's send you guys to Brendan at the big desk for the closing show.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back in. Yeah, 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a pretty exciting afternoon here as we finally look to close out a nicely positive session. Yes, yesterday was also green, but not to this extent. Here's how the market